Good numbing. Hello YouTube. Hope you're all doing well and you had a very fine Saturday yesterday. Today we're doing a pretty cozy one. It's gonna be more of a watch along than an actual playing stream. It's just a nice big event I wanted to cover something in update 3.4 because I didn't do the 3.4 launch stream like normal because to be entirely honest, after 3.1, I know I didn't stream that much of it, but after exploring 3.1 and how much of a mess and how big and exhaustive this is to explore, I knew this probably wasn't going to be the most fun thing in the world to stream. Like, as in, it's fun to explore, it's fun to do the story and whatnot, but a lot of it's just kind of wandering around aimlessly, solving puzzles, then moving on to the next thing, wandering around aimlessly and solving puzzles. And I thought, stream-wise, that would be annoying. So you see, like, I'm not even done. I'm only halfway. Because I've just been doing it bits and pieces. Like, I've got a few things here. This leads to a door that I haven't figured out how to open yet. So, like, I put that there so I know it leads to it. Like, you know, things like that. There's that, and this is a Dendroculus that I haven't got yet because I can't for whatever reason. So I've left them there. So once I clear out this whole vortex thing, I can go do that. So I haven't even found this yet. I found and beat that, but I haven't found this one yet. I think I'm missing a couple of the actual waypoints anyway. I haven't done my dailies either, you can tell. To be honest, I've kind of gotten a little forgetful with dailies. I'm at a point where I'm not that fussed. So it's like, if I remember to do them, I do. If I don't, I don't. If I've fallen behind on time before a morning stream, I tend to not do them. But that's besides the point. I've also, like... no. I haven't even properly started Al-Hytham's quest yet. And I'm about partway through. I hope I'm about halfway through. The new world quest. I've just been slowly working way through bits and pieces, not rushing. But that's not what we're here today. Today, as you can see, we've only got a week left to do it, so we need to get on it, is the Lantern Rite quest, or the Lunar New Year quest. Over back in Liyue. We visit here once a year, it feels like. It feels like we don't really do much else other than visit here once a year nowadays. Like, there's not much else going on. And I want to cover this one, mostly because of Hu Tao, because she's not my favourite character, and one of my favourite characters in this game. And she hasn't really been, like... It's kind of weird how, like, Hoyoverse treat Hu Tao as a whole. It does really feel like, of all the Liyue characters, she's the one that gets put to the side. She's had, like, one story quest, and every other appearance has been, like, in the background of quests. She doesn't show up in other characters' stories. She doesn't really get brought up that much. She just kind of exists. Why have I got a... Oh, I don't care about that. I was gonna say, why have I got an exclamation point? I don't do any of the special events. After like 1.1, where they made all the special events, you know, you download a barcode and do it on your phone, I stopped caring. We get some free food. Oh, I guess I won't. But most of this is going to be letting the voice acting do its thing and just kind of chilling with you guys in chat. And so let's us begin, as we go say hi to Shangling first. Or Zhongli. We go talk to Zhongli.
Oh, why the pleasure is all mine, as is the surprise, surely. It must be fate that brings us together in this place. How have you fared as of late?
Things have been going alright. Actually, before I do that, I should double check. Yeah, I am using the right microphone. Because sometimes it connects to the headset in my ear instead of my microphone in front of me, and I'm always paranoid of it when I start streaming, but no, we're good. Things have been going alright.
Setbacks are inevitable over the course of a long journey. If you wish to share what's troubling you, allow me to lend my ear. There is no need to shoulder all burdens by yourself.
Thank you, Zhongli.
You are too kind.
So, Zhongli, are you here to listen to stories over tea again?
Probably, it's all he ever does.
I had originally planned to set out after this last round of tea. However...
Now you're here.
However...
I had planned to take a walk to Chingsa village and gather some nascent bamboo shoots, which are currently in season.
Oh, do you want me to go get you some bamboo shoots, Zhongli? I have like 100.
They possessed a most excellent flavor.
Huh? Nascent bamboo shoots? Why can't you just use normal bamboo shoots instead?
Oh, actually, no. If it's like nascent, it might be like something special, like quest ones I have to go get.
Wait, Paimon knows! Because Zhongli prefers the finer things in life, right? Okay, Mr. Particular, let me know. The nascent bamboo shoot has a uniquely tender texture.
Zhongli's gonna turn around and go like, no, I'm doing it for work.
An astute observation.
Oh, never mind.
You know me well
It probably
indeed.
is wrong, but Zhongli's too kind to correct her. So he's just gonna like Paimon could have said literally anything, and Zhongli would have gone, "Oh yes, correct."
Lantern Rite is almost upon us, but
Almost upon.
besides
Well,
the
technically, it's
bamboo
passed
shoots,
us by.
there
The
are
Lunar,
a few other
I
items
should
I
have
have
like
not
streamed
yet
this on the
procured
day of
from
Lunar
Director
New Year,
Hu's
but there was
list.
other things going on. And I was like, you
May
know what?
I
I'm just gonna
ask
wait
if you
until all
have
the
already
events
made
out, and then we'll just stream it all in one
arrangements
go.
for the days
Well,
Because usually with
we
these events, if you're
might
newish
use
to
the
Genshin, they
opportunity
come
to
out in
say hi to some
pieces.
of our friends, but
Like over the span of a
before we
week,
were
there'll be like
able to
4
figure
parts,
out
and
a
like every
schedule
other day
with
you get a
Andy
part.
Hughes.
So I just like to wait until they're all out and then go through all of them in one go. I started doing that, I think it was like 2.2, 2.3, so I was a little late to the curve at doing that. Up until that point, I always just kind of did them like as soon as they were out, and did every event for them and all that stuff, and you burn out of it. Either that or you lose track of it. If it's like a slightly more plot integral one, you do lose track of it. You kind of go, and you just lose your place. A good, like, I think it was was it 2.2 or 2.3? I think it was 2.3, the one where it was Sus Albedo, that event. Where you was back in Dragonspine and there was an imposter Albedo. That event, like, that was the one that after that I was just kind of like, Jesus, I don't want to keep doing them, like, piece by piece. I want to wait until they're all out and then burn through it in one go. You know? Like, I know, like, the Chasm, that caught me out. With the Chasm quest in 2 point... I want to say 7. I think 2.6 when the Chasm came in, and 2.7 was when the big Chasm quest was in, because I didn't realize that was a time thing as well. I thought that was just a story quest, and then we got, like, quartz very early on in it and couldn't do it all.
Well then, might I invite you to
As
imagine
you can tell, as
the
time's gone
sheer
on, I've
delight
lost track
that
of
is
which
a soup
update's which.
cooked with the
It was
freshest
fine back in, like,
nascent bamboo
1.6
shoots
when
in
there was only a
all the
handful
land.
of them, and I could be like, yeah,
Generous
1.1
cuts
was
of
the
pork belly
Stars event,
and
1.2
crisp,
was the
fragrant
Christmas Let's
bamboo
Go Explore the
shoots placed
Mountain,
together in the pot
1.3 was the
and
first
left to
Lantern
simmer
Rite, the slide had
slowly
all
for
that
half a day.
controversy with people thinking Hu Tao wasn't going to be a character, just because they didn't want, it seemed like at the time they didn't want it to line up with Lantern Rite, or line up with Chinese New Year. 1.4 was Windbloom Festival. 1.5 was our first introduction to hide and seek, and I still like my favorite mode. We didn't get to stream it the last time it came around because I was just busy with other things, but I do, one of these times the prop hunt hide and seek mode comes around, want to do a stream just messing around doing that for a couple hours. It was just like we were so like written in with so many other things when it came around, we just didn't get the chance to. But I digress, that's just something else to do. And then like 1.6 was the first time we visited like the holiday island. 2.0 was Inazuma. 2.1 was Thunder Island and Magical Atlantis. 2.2 was like the distant offshore island that you don't even have to touch once for the plot. What's that? You don't have to touch Thunderland as well, to be fair, but you know what I mean. Like, it's super out there. So yeah, 2.3 was Sus Albedo. 2.4 was Enkanomiya, I think? Yeah, it was. 2.4 was Enkanomiya. I had to think for a second. 2.5, I actually don't remember it. 2.5 was Raiden's quest, right? 2.5 was Raiden's quest. Where you fought like the Raiden boss. 6 was Chasm. 7 was Chasm Quest. 8 was Back to Summer Holiday and the teaser Sumeru. 3.0 was Sumeru. 3.1 was the desert. 3.2 was Scaramouche, Scaramouche, can you do the Fandango? Uh, 3.3 was the goddamn card game, which I really don't care for. And now the one we're on has been like the Desert Vortex and New Lantern Rite. I didn't read any of that because I was too busy talking Zhongli. Might mention the sheer delight of the soup cooked with the freshest nascent bamboo shoots in all the land. Generous cuts of pork belly and crisp fragrant bamboo shoots placed together in a pot. Let it simmer slowly for half a day. I'm already drooling.
You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Paimon's onto your plan. You just want to hoodwink us into fetching your bamboo for you.
As eyes sparkle. I do like how the game's got more confident in little animations and moments as it's gone on. As the devs have got more comfortable in the engine, they have a little bit more like winks and moments. You know, like with the sparkle in her eyes. Zhongli's like, okay.
I would do no such thing. I merely wish to inform you of the freshest, most succulent and flavorful bamboo shoots one could ever hope to taste.
Zhongli, are you like sponsored by Bamboo?
Ugh, let's go, Traveler. Paimon's taste buds can't take it anymore.
Ready to go when you are.
Collecting a few bamboo shoots shouldn't take too long. Paimon has got to get her hands on some of that soup.
Such fine specimens are
But speaking of
indeed
characters,
well worth the excursion.
I'm kind of dreading
Very
the next
well.
banner. If
I
that's
shall
something
leave
about
the
the second
bamboo
half of this
shoots to you.
update, because
Should you
well,
have the good fortune
and if the
to
leaks are to be
find some,
believed, it's just going to get
please
worse. So stick with
share
me
them
here.
with me as well.
The next half of this banner is two of my mains. It's got two of my mains on it, so I'm going to want to roll for both of them to try and get constellations. But the next update is Dehya, which I've been saying constantly I want to get when she comes out. And the rumor mill / leak is saying that another one of my mains is also going to be there. And I'm just like, no, stop it. I have to like pick and choose.
I knew he was just bamboozling us.
Hey, nice pun, Paimon.
However, there is no need to rush. The streets of Liu will be bustling with visitors and filled with all manner of
And Zhongli's like, you don't need to
celebrations
rush to
during the
my
festive
behest.
By
You
all
can go
means,
speak to your
go
friends
wherever your interests
that you haven't
lead.
seen in like a year.
The nascent bamboo shoots would be but a wonderful final touch to a most exceptional feast. What an honor it would be to savor them in the company of friends.
We will check in with you later at the Wangsheng funeral parlor.
We're heading out. Enjoy your walk, Youngli.
Enjoy the stroll.
Take care now, you two.
Bye, Keith Silverstein. Miss you already. So I'm always like, I feel like his voice has gotten a little softer as the updates have come on, but I still like remember my first exposure to his like voice lines back in 1.1, and I was just like, read me a bedtime story, Silverstein, please.
Bamboo shoot, bamboo
Oh, hey!
shoot.
Ah,
Nascent
what was you trying to accomplish there? Oh, these things.
It's only just sprouted, and it looks super fresh. Paimon thinks this is the way.
Well, I so rarely play Genshin with headphones that it always kind of like,
Yippee enough. Let's head back.
it almost sort of like reinvents the sound design of the game a little for me every time. So I just gotta go,
Someone's calling for help.
oh, someone's calling for help? Yeah, let the Thunder Goddess know. Let's get Yelan. Oh, you're Yao Yao. Is that your name? You're the character that's like in the original leak document from like literally 1.0 is finally a final like, real character.
Are you okay? Did any water go down the wrong pipe?
I think I'm okay now. Thank you so much.
I know who that is! I know who that is! That's a YouTuber! The guy who voiced that guy in the hat, that's a YouTuber! Oh, he's a composer. Oh, I forget his name. Oh, I watched his stuff. I know he said he was he'd been doing some voice acting work with MiHoYo, but I didn't realize that it would be this quick. That's him. Oh, he's a composer who did like reaction videos to Genshin music, and then got to speak with like Holomix, like the team that do the music. So I guess it makes sense he's going to get an eventually. But that's him. I know that voice. Also, hey, one man. Yeah, I saw your community post that your internet was messing up.
That was scary.
So that sucks.
at least you're
Hopefully, I'll
alright.
clean itself up.
All thanks to your savior here. Oh,
Hello, Yao Yao.
girl?
And if it's I say leaked, Yao Yao was like her design was leaked in 1.0, so you know, like 2 and a bit years ago now. But then she's been showing up in promotional artwork ever since. Like every now and then she just pops up. So it's like the team have always been aware. It's like, yeah, we know you know. So here she is. Like she keeps on showing up. Usually does in a day. That's good. So it's like to see her finally in like it's like what took them so long? This character's been around since like 1.0. What took them so long to introduce her? Oh well.
Greetings, everyone. My name
Yeah,
is
Yao Yao.
Yao. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Whoa, she's so well-mannered.
Yeah, and I'm not rolling for her because I don't care for I do not care for the lollies.
My name's Paimon, and this is the Traveler.
Greetings.
I'm Dvorak, a musician.
That's
from
absolutely
Fontaine.
him. That's absolutely like he even uses home microphone. I swear, it sounds like him.
I came through Stone Gate, intending to head towards Liyue Harbor.
Yeah, because
But then I
I'm
became
used to
captivated by
him
the beautiful scenery.
dub flap
And
era.
before
Oh,
long, I was
Genshin
completely
do
lost.
not, because of the fact that it's, you know, a Chinese game with Chinese dialogue, they don't reanimate anything, and it got to a point where characters were either talking way too fast or having to, like, drag out their words like it's an anime. So eventually there was, like, some decision, and it's present in every single dub. Like so it's present in the Korean, it's present in the Japanese, it's present in English. They stopped trying to match lip flap. And so you just learn to stop like paying attention to it after a while, because it allowed the actors or the voices to sound more natural. Because it's a Japanese dialect is a nightmare to dub over, even more so than Japanese like lip sync. And when you consider there's a Korean dub, a Japanese dub, and an English, yeah, there's no surprise. Eventually they went, yeah, alright, let's stop. In fact, and we're going to get to it because there's a whole minor controversy, which I thought was radically overblown. There's a song in this Lantern Rite that Hu Tao's actress sings. And it's a song that, like I said, was written in Chinese, was done to a rhythm, was done to a strict beat and everything else. In all the dubs, it sounds wonky. Because of course it does. Because they have to stick to the rhythm, but now they have to translate all the lyrics. And people were being hypercritical on Brianna, Hu Tao's voice actress. Because they were like, oh no, you shouldn't be singing. Oh no, it sounded really wonky. Oh, you don't want to play it. It's like, what? Really? You know? It's like, really? Are you that surprised that it sounds wonky? When it's a Chinese written song, hard dubbed to a bunch of different languages, whilst having to strictly follow the same rhythm? Of course it sounds wonky. Just take it what it is. The character's supposed to be having fun. The whole point is that it's Chinese New Year. Just enjoy it. Anyway, let's see what Dvorak, our very fancy dressed YouTube composer, Brianna Wu. No, I always like hesitate to pronounce her last name because it's a very long one. It's Brianna Knickerbocker. And I always have to pronounce it slowly because if I say it quickly, it never comes out properly. It always sounds weird. And Brianna, like the Hu Tao's actress, she's one of the actresses I have like a lot of time for anyway. So I'm probably slightly defensive, but like I have a lot of time for her. Like I follow her on Twitter, and some of the stories of like her youth or of her life that she like just casually talks about. It's like the reason why she loves Hu Tao as a character isn't just because, you know, it's the cute anime girl and whatnot. It's because Hu Tao's entire thing is that, you know, she's almost celebratory or accepting of death. And Brianna, when she talks about her life and her past, it's like she's lost a lot of people in her family. Oh, right, that's all that thing was Forspoken. To be honest, I've completely just distanced myself from the Forspoken thing. I don't care anymore. You know, like, yeah, the dialogue's cringe, but there's people that will enjoy the game anyway, so what does it matter, you know? It's a perfectly fine, middle-of-the-road game, from what I can tell. So my problem with it wasn't the dialogue, because the dialogue you can genuinely switch off into sayings. My problem was that the gameplay just wasn't fun. When I played the demo, I just wasn't enjoying it. People would do, yeah, fair enough. Like, I enjoyed the exploration, I thought that was fine, but the actual combat was extremely underwhelming and felt very limiting. And considering it came from the same team that gave us Final Fantasy 15, it felt like they took more steps back, and Final Fantasy 15 already had a lot of problems with its combat system, but it made up for it with variety. It didn't matter that the things were kind of basic across the board, there was a lot of variety, and the point warp was genuinely a blessing. And then you go to Forspoken, and there's no point warp, and there's even less variety, and it's even more just hold the button and things happen. You're like, what? Come on. It just lost me. It felt like such a huge step back from 15, despite being the exact same team. Well, almost exact same team. The director, I think it's a different director, but that shouldn't have made that much of a difference. It's still the rest of the team and their know-how. It shouldn't have felt that much weaker. But whatever.
Just now I was so mesmerized by the waterfall that I slipped and fell into the water. If it weren't for Miss Yao Yao's help, I shudder to think what might have happened.
It's all right, Mr. Dvorak. The splashing around the bottom of the waterfall means the stone path is always wet and slippy. You definitely have to be careful. Next time you're exploring an unfamiliar environment, try to focus on what's right in front of you. Don't let your mind wander.
Yeah, little Mr. Musician. I can see that guitar on your back.
As long as you watch your step. accidents like this won't happen anymore.
Yes, ma'am. I understand.
He's not even like putting on a voice. It's literally just the YouTuber talking normally. It's really bugging me because I know who it is, but I can't picture it. Like I can't place his name. I know who it is. It's like just on the tip of my tongue. I need to go like find him. And of course, it's not going to be on the homepage. Damn it! I was like, maybe if I just scroll through the homepage, I'll quickly find it. No. What's a video I've watched of his? Yeah, it's Marco Meatball. Found him. Marco Meatball on YouTube. He's an opera singer and a video game composer. Or just a music composer, sorry. I think Small Girl sounds like... Yeah, it's always cool to see how voice actors and actresses kind of do these things for like the child character.
Oh, are you hungry, sir?
Oh, I'll be fine.
But the thing is, half the quote-unquote kid characters are supposed to be like slightly older than what we're told.
Please, sir, it's quite alright.
But it's like
I was born and
some
raised
people,
here in
like
the,
especially like with
it's
when they
only
get their
natural for
visions,
me to
sometimes when
extend
they get their
my
magical powers, it like
hospitality to any guests who are passing through.
stunts their growth or affects their body. Like Sayu, like she's not one of the shortest characters in the game. She's like a teenager, and she's always extremely bitter by the fact that she just never grows. She never has her growth spurt, and it just bugs her out. Like Diana. She runs her own bar network, yet she's Diddy, because, you know, she's part cat, so it just, like, stunted her height. But there's a whole bunch of characters that are, like, lowly-esque, that are older than they're supposed to be. It's just, well, they're older than they look, but because of plot reasons, their heights doesn't work. They don't grow.
I expect you still have quite a long journey ahead of you. It's very important to keep your energy levels up.
I don't recognize this actress, though, for Yao Yao.
Lotus flower crisps left in my backpack.
Which, to be fair, it's not a bad thing. I like hearing voices I don't recognize, because it might be someone else who's done other things. I'd be like, oh, wait, they did that person.
What a thoughtful kid.
And I like the fact that Genshin's English cast still does that. They try and, like... When the game first came out, admittedly, there was a little bit of, like, one person voices many. Like, you look at Lara Stroll, and she voices, like, 4 characters back in 1.1. Qualifies and doesn't qualify. For me, it's like...
You're welcome.
You can have characters any age you want. Just if they're under legal age in real life, I don't care if it's fiction or not personally. I don't want you to kind of, like, sexualize them or romanticize them, you know? That's just me personally. It's like, I know they're fictional characters, what does it matter? But just for me on a personal level, it's like, if they're underage, don't do that shit. that's just me. So I know for some people they don't care, because it's just a fictional character, what does it matter? But it's just for me personally, that always just sits wrong. That always just sits weird. More, you already had the Sumpter Beast share, because Paimon's hungry.
Having a healthy appetite is a good thing. It means Paimon's still growing. If I'd known I was gonna run into you, I would have made a second batch. Hope you're taking notes, Traveler. This is how you treat your Paimon.
Yeah, well, it's not about the change. Also, Paimon, your voice isn't as squeaky as usual.
What do you think, sir? Are Leela's snacks
I just think you're not the highest pitched talker in the room.
If they're not sweet enough.
As long as real children aren't harmed. Still find it gross that they do that. Yeah. Yeah, that's probably, like, the better mindset, if probably, just because then you're not, like, it's not any risk of damaging the art form or anything like that. Like, if an artist has an artistic intention, it's an artistic intention. As long as real kids are safe, that's fine. So you've probably got the better mindset in that thing for that thing. It's just like, for me, it's just always it's just a thing I can't shake, you know? It's just something I just can't handle. I don't like it.
No,
it always
perfect.
genuinely rubs me the wrong way regardless.
When I was traveling through Mondstadt, I had a chance to try one of their moon pies. It had
Moon
a meat
pies?
filling, unlike these crisps. But
The funny thing is that I know this guy plays Genshin as well, the actor. I know he
Both are
plays it.
delicious in their
So
own
when he's
way.
talking about moon pies and whatnot, it's like, next time he streams this game, he better have like 20. He better have like a load of them. So I think I'm feeling it. Yeah, no, I'm just trying to, like, I understand your mindset on it. That was more what I was trying to
As
say.
for Fontaine's cooking, though,
Yeah, and this guy's absolutely from Fontaine because he's too
It's been a
fancily
long
dressed.
time since I've
I
had
can't
a
wait for
taste of home.
Fontaine to come out just because I want to see all the characters dressed like this. We already had that big leak back in like 3.1 or 3.2 of like a whole bunch of like unfinished Fontaine models, and I love the fact that like every single character has a top hat, and I was like, yes, I want a playable cast of characters with top hats, please. And at least the other Fontaine. Yeah, Fontaine is the next region of the game.
Sounds like you spend a lot of time on the road, huh?
When the game launched, we had Mondstadt and Liyue. In 2.0, we got Inazuma, and in 3.0, we got Sumeru. So in 4.0, which will probably be around autumn time, we'll get Fontaine. But like all the Fontaine characters wear like top hats, and I'm like, please, not the Fontaine I was thinking of. Wait, was you thinking of a certain villain?
I do. It's part of my job.
I like
One
that
of the
the
main
goddess of
organizers of the
Fontaine, though. We've
iridescence
seen
tour.
her. She's a like it's like I know it's like every anime trope under the sun, but she's a white-haired tomboy-esque character with like extravagant like clothing that looks more like a light bluish suit with a top hat, and I'm just like, please. It's like I want this character for the design alone. Like, please. Like we've seen Focalogs, I think that's her name, and it's just like, I love her design already. Like, there's few characters that I would roll just for the look. She's one of them. Like, when we eventually get around to it, I'm just like, please. But that would be like, can you imagine? Fontaine would probably be like autumn time. It'll probably be like September, October time. Because we're in 3.4. We're about halfway through 3.4. 3 more weeks, it will be in 3.5. And it's expected to go up to 3.8 before we transition into 3.4. So, 6, 12, 18 weeks, about 21 weeks' time, will be hovering around. So that might even be summertime, but for me, I'm like, we'll just see how it goes.
Iridescence tour?
That sounds awfully familiar.
The Iridescence Tour is one of the biggest music festivals in Fontaine. We're looking to expand, though. Our aim is to hold a festival in every nation.
Fontaine's also the kingdom of law, which is the other reason why I'm interested in that country, because it's like Sumeru being the kingdom of wisdom, it's like puzzle paradise. Everywhere you go, there's another puzzle for you to solve. And that's great and all, but my brain starts to hurt. It's why I haven't finished the new area yet. Fontaine being the land of law, like, I want to see how that idea is incorporated into the land. Like, is it going to turn into GTA and it's going to be like a crime system in the game when we go over there or something? Like, how are they going to handle it? Is there going to be factions that have, like, different rules and regulations that you have to, like, depending on where you are, you have to behave certain ways or things like that? Because Inazuma, the Nation of Eternity, it was just that there was always more story to find. The story went on eternally, it felt like. I'm kidding. It's all because each of the islands had their own legacy. So it was like the eternal struggle of war, that every single island had their own struggles, had their own problems, had their own histories, that you had to try and find the answer to as you explored them. Liyue's contracts, every single quest you do, you have to sign up for. And Mondstadt is freedom, because it's a tutorial area, you actually get to just run around and not worry about anything.
At least, all the main organizers share this goal. Unfortunately, it's a long story, so I'll spare you the details. But anyway, so the
Considering this guy is just a side character and not a main character, yet it's from Fontaine, also gets me excited for how the main characters of Fontaine are going to look. Because if his design's already pretty damn nice, how are the ones that, actually get more detail going to look, when those models are finalized?
Let me see. Well, to explain it in full, I'd have to start with a story from my ancestors. I don't want to take up too much of your time.
Yeah, go on, Dvorak.
Oh, I love listening to stories. We want to hear it too.
I mean, yeah, this
Okay.
whole stream is more for us to
Then I'll
watch
start from
along
the
and chat along, so if you want to just keep talking, Dvorak, do go for it.
Goes that my ancestor, who was also a traveler, once slipped and fell into a lake during his travels. As he was sinking and gasping for breath, he heard a wondrous tune in the air.
I'd given up playing Genshin, so I'd love to dub in it. Oh,
They say
I'd
it
love
was the
to.
most
I would love to
beautiful,
somehow be
moving
more
melody
directly
I'd
involved
ever
in Genshin's
heard.
world other than playing it, because I live off this game. Indeed, never heard.
Even in that life and death moment. The ethereal music.
The fact that I've had at
seized his
least
full attention.
one video on
almost
this
made him
channel, even before
forget the
streaming,
fact
of
that he
every
was
single
drowning.
update, and I still enjoy it. Like, you know, I play this game every single day, I still enjoy it after 2 and a bit years. Like, this is my go-to MMO, even though it's not an MMO. But you know what I mean? It's that kind of mindset I have with it, where it's like my go-to, I wake up and do my dailies, I see what little things I can find, do a bit of exploring.
When
When a new update dropped, when 3.4 first dropped, and I was streaming something else that day, for most of that stream, in the back of my mind, I was kind of going, oh, I can't wait to fire up Genshin after the stream's done. You know, like, this game is like my addiction. I love it.
When she saw that he was no longer in danger, she left without a word. My ancestor tried to run after her to give his thanks, but although a mere dozen paces separated them, no matter how quickly he gave chase,
But the thing is, this is the second time now that I can think of that they've had like content creators voice characters. I know with Lily Pichu, with Sayu, she is an actress as well, so it makes sense. Like, she didn't get in because of her pedigree as a content creator or anything like that. No, she was a voice actress, and her voice fitted the character they wanted, so it worked out. But Dvorak here, like, he's an opera singer. So I guess he does have that new kind of flexibility in his voice anyway to do it. But he's mostly a content creator who went on Genshin's radar because he does a lot of reaction videos to Genshin music. And so it's like, you don't have to, at least to me, it's like, okay, you still have to have some pedigree of, like, power in your voice, whether it's, you know, an actress on the side or an opera singer with Dvorak here. But it's clear their doors are open to anyone who can do it right. You know? Like, if your voice fits the voice they want, they don't care about your pedigree, you're in. And so there's always an opportunity.
In the end, all he could
it's just
do
whether
was
that
to
opportunity
bow
will
in
ever
thanks to
arise
the
for me.
woman as he
I'd love to
watched
be,
her
but the
walk
thing is, if
away
I
towards
got
the
a role in
rivers
it, I want to be like a
and mountains in the
Sneznayan.
distance.
I want to be a villain.
Before at last, he turned
I just want to
around
be, I want to like,
and made his way home.
like put on a not offensive slight Russian tone to my voice and just kind of vibe and just be like, they're up to their no good again. I think that was horrible. I'd practice beforehand. You know what I mean? I want to be able to talk about the snow and the blizzard storms and the Mother Terrasta and you know, the Harbingers and all that shit, and just be a part of like the Snowland.
After generations of retelling, embellishing, and dramatizing, people have come to think of that lady as something like a fairy. The stories become something of a local legend in Fontaine.
Either that, or let me be
called
like a
the
wandering
Lady
merchant.
Overlooking
Just one is
the
like a
Lake.
just be like a small piece in the background. I don't need any real spotlight. Called the Lady Overlooking the Lake.
People now say that if you go down to the lakeside and play an instrument, so long as you play a pleasing melody,
and I want to say no because then I can swear allegiance to
playing along with you.
Arlesheno, and you know, it not just come across like I'm simping. I can swear allegiance to the tomboy knight, and it not just come across as me simping. I love voicing bad guys. Anytime I like do readings of my book, I always grin when I get to the villains. Well, it's the same reason in Dangan why I put so much into Monokuma's voice. I love voicing villains. That's why I like find that little place in my voice when I'm streaming Danganronpa and go because I love doing it. I love voice acting characters in general, but villains is just a whole new magic to it, you know? It's hard, it's a true story.
Exactly. It may just be a legend to others, but for me, it's a real part of my family history. I wanted to.
The only time I got too involved, I think it was Dragonstar Varnir, and I remember because when I went to do because I did 2 playthroughs of Dragonstar, one on PS4, one on PS5. When it was like on my PS5 playthrough, like for the Let's Play I did at the time, I toned down the effort like deliberately because I really did some damage to my throat on that PS4 playthrough. It's like the I forget his name, but like that head of like the like witch hunting army, that really like muscular dude with like the deepest voice ever. I tried to mimic that voice, and my throat did not appreciate it. But I got so into it because he's such a villain. He's such a little shit. I was like, oh, those witches are up to no good again. And like after like dubbing that for like a few minutes, my throat wasn't so keen anymore. It's a COD Steel 2, and I can dub McBurn.
Of course, there's no way of knowing where.
But also it's like part of the fun of why I like games that, you know, have dialogue but don't have voice acting. Because then I get to just make up the voices for every character and just kind of vibe with that. Or like, you know, when I'm playing a game that doesn't have an English dub, like when I'm playing an Atelier game or Blue Reflection, and I just kind of think in my head how would I want these characters to sound. So I'm like, oh, Sophie'd be a little higher pitched. Furious is a little bean, so she'd be even higher pitched. Liddy and Suli are a little fancier dressed, so they'd be slightly posher. You know, I get to do things like that. I don't know why my brain went straight to Mysterious when you'd think Secret would be fresher on my brain, but whatever.
I've spent many years on the road now, and I'm nowhere near as fit as I was in
And then
my
you get
youth.
people like Debold, and they're just like, yes, I am here to kill the dragon, for it is the bane of my, like, whatever it was, family's existence. Thumbs, do they have a voice slider?
Well, I haven't lived half of my life yet, but still, I understand how you must feel.
Paimon too! It's like... imagine if you saved the center of a lotus flower crystal.
But I want to, whilst we're on the build-up to Rise of Free, I do want to be kind of just a bit more, like, free-flowing on what games I decide to stream whilst we're talking about things like this. And, like, there was, like, because I've got PS Plus Extra, for goodness sake, and I was just scrolling through the extra list, and I was like, I'd play that on stream. I'd play that on stream. Scrolling, I'd play that on stream. Like, there's a whole bunch of games that are basically in my backlog because of PS Extra that I'm not playing. So I should be trying to, like, spice it up and just play more things. There is a couple JRPG-esque things I want to play, in between anyway. Like, I've been eyeing up Romancing Saga for a while. I want to play that game. And we're still waiting on the Final Fantasy Pixel remasters. But I'm thinking that it'll probably be after Theater Rhythm. Because, you know, they're probably not going to have two Final Fantasy releases, like, right next to each other. They probably want to space them out a little bit, which is why Theater Rhythm now. Pixel remasters maybe in, like, April. And then FF16's in June. And then FF7 Rebirth is in winter. Like, there's a lot of Final Fantasy this year, to be fair, but still. I think that they'll probably space it like that. But until then, like, I need other things to play as well. And it's like Romancing I've been eyeing up. Yesterday I installed an arcade racer called Hot Shot Racing and played that for a little while and had way too much fun. I just played it for like an hour and it was like, okay, this game's actually pretty dope. And in fact, I got it for free on PS Extra. I'm like, this is amazing. Looked at the trophy list. There's 3 online trophies. God damn it. And the game's like several years old, so the servers are dead. Like, no, it's not like dead. It's like no one's on it. I was like, oh, god damn it. Win an online race, sir. Well, that's never going to happen. And like, what? It's like, win an online race, play an online race on every track. And I'm like, oh, Jesus Christ. And then it was download an online leaderboard time and then beat their ghost. So like for like time trial, like download a ghost online and then beat it. And I'm like, okay, that one at least I can still do because the leaderboards are still up. But the other two, oh boy. I need to actually get other people online to play it. So it's a free game on PS Extra, get it. It's a fun arcade racer. Like, I mean super arcade racer. Like, it has like the clock ticking down at the top of the screen. And if you don't hit the next checkpoint before the time it's 0, you get kicked out. But it's fun.
Paimon would definitely
It really
remember
reminds me
that
of like
for
an
the rest
arcade
of
machine
her
racing
life.
game from like the late 90s, early 2000s. And that's probably why I'm having so much fun with it.
There's no need to feel sorry for me. I've made some progress over the years. For example, I've concluded that the story must have taken place in Liyue.
Oh, so you finally found a lead?
And the thing is, this guy, with his opera singer, he has this actor, he has a deep, extensive history in a lot of different languages and cultures, because he has to, because a lot of these languages and cultures become involved in opera. So he pronounces Liyue correctly. He pronounces it better than I do. Because there is a silent letter that you have to pronounce that isn't in the writing, and he pronounces it. He goes Liyue. I don't. I say Liyue because it's just easier for me.
Yes, in fact.
So
that's an
any
intriguing
pronunciation
story
he
in and
makes
of
is going to be
itself.
probably correct because of his history.
I'd always known that Mondstadt is the city of song and freedom. But more recently, I heard that the Animal Archon returned to Mondstadt for a festival in the fall, and learned that he himself is a patron deity of music.
Well, I used to be heavily invested into consuming
So I
opera.
prayed for the Animal Archon's
I like
guidance
opera
in
as much as the
Mondstadt
next
Cathedral.
person.
And as soon as I
Like,
set
my
foot
opinion
back
of it
outside
was
the
turned
front
around a lot
gate,
more, though. It wasn't that I didn't
noticed
like
a
it
cluster
before,
of
it's just it wasn't my
leaves being blown in
go-to.
the
My
wind
opinion was
further
turned
and
around a lot more,
further
though,
west
because of
towards
this game,
Stonegate.
because there is a rock opera track in this game now. When you go fight La Signora, her boss theme, the second phase is rock opera, and it was like, it's amazing.
A
It's still
friendly
not my
local
favourite
told me
boss
that
theme in
this
this
meant
game.
The wind was guiding me in the direction of Liyue. So I followed their advice and made my way here.
And that sells it then, it was Liyue.
Right? You get it. I knew I'd find someone that agrees with me eventually.
Are you sure? It sounds a bit too much like one of those fake legends told by those treasure hoarder guys to scam gullible grannies from Chingsa Village. Rex Lapis has returned to the world. Just give me some insights.
Wow,
and
so
the
there's
little
scam
Lord
callers
wants
even
to
in
travel
ancient
piece.
mythology
Maya
lands.
has her
Cool.
gift
That's basically
onto
what
the
they
world
what Yaoyil's
too,
describing.
and asking to keep you and your family safe and well, and so on and so on.
Don't worry, Yao. We have a lot of experience with deciphering omens and stuff.
That's one way of
And
putting it.
anyway, you only got scammed if you handed over Mora, right?
Actually, to express my gratitude, I did spend rather a lot of more on several bottles of fine wine, which I left at the statues of the Seven along the way.
Oh dear.
Yep.
How about this, ladies and gentlemen? Why don't I bring you all to Eugene
Ladies and gentlemen, there's only one gentleman. There's only one.
I don't know.
Oh, we're gonna see
see
Ganyu? Yeah, sure, I'll go see Mother. I mean, Ganyu.
Much, but Miss Ganyu and the Chising know just about everything.
I'll go see the character who
If you've been scammed,
has
they'll help
by
you get your
far
Mora
the
back.
most Rule 34 fan art of any character in this game. Sure, let's go visit Ganyu. And I wish I was kidding.
But
It
you've
is
already helped me so
ridiculous how much artwork Ganyu in particular gets. It is obscene how much he gets in particular.
Some new medicinal herbs and plants I picked to Miss Ganyu anyway, so it's no trouble at all.
You know what? It's been a minute since we saw Ganyu too. It should be nice to pay her a visit before Lantern, right?
Yeah, let's head off.
All right. Well, my sincere thanks to you all.
I think
I will never
Ganyu,
forget your kindness.
like the community, like the actual community on Reddit for Ganyu and Ganyu fan art is bigger than like any other Genshin characters communities combined. Like it's genuinely gargantuan how much people draw Ganyu. Not just R34 stuff, but just in general how much people draw Ganyu.
Okay, everyone, please follow me. I'll be your guide. Remember to watch where you're going, okay?
Uh-oh. Paimon's out of a job. Oh well. Paimon will just be a cheerleader instead.
Paimon, it's not a bad thing that you're out of a job. It means you can talk less. Oh, jeez. I was gonna say, okay, we'll just walk there. No, we're not walking all the way back down over here. Let me just walk. Wanna beat it? Yeah, I think Ganyu's cool, and, like, I think, to be honest, part of it is because of how much Maxor loves her. And I think Maxor being Maxor and being such a well-known and worldly known content creator, if he likes something, everyone else kind of pokes and looks at it. You know? So if he likes something... It's like how Watame, the VTuber, has got a lot more subscribers in the past few months because Watame is present in every single one of Maxor's videos because it's like she's his favourite VTuber. Oh, with some pull. Yeah, basically. Like, Watame is a VTuber, like, her career... I'm not saying her career was doing bad beforehand, her career was doing extremely well, but she definitely started doing a hell of a lot better after she started just appearing in a bunch of Maxor videos. She's like the blonde-haired anime girl in the white clothing that's, like, literally, like, you spot her for, like, 2 frames in every single video.
It's almost as if I'm listening to the same melody, but with a richer timbre.
Jeez, is this a line you had to read, or did you just say this, Mr. Voice Actor? Because this sounds like something you'd say in one of your videos.
Well, we are here during Lantern Rite after all. It only
I'm sorry, I'm still gushing a little bit that they've got, you know, a YouTuber that I actually watch on the regular as a voice in this. They need to get Maxor in this game. Can you imagine if Maxor voiced a character in this game? I don't think they'd ever let him near him just because of his content. I think they'd look at him and go, no, you're a bit too deranged for us, go away.
Great. Let's go and check it out. I can't
Speaking of
wait to
Maxor,
get
I
into
think
the city and see it all
his
up
next
close
video
for
is going to be a
myself.
return to Genshin.
The streets are breathtaking.
Because his teaser piece of work that he did for it
Smiles and laughter everywhere I look. It's contagious.
looked like the scene from
I can almost feel
3.1.
the music in the air. I have the urge to start waving my conductor's
Where
baton.
Nahida gets like a punch straight through the heart.
I'm glad that you're enjoying the city.
Alright, let's see who we find. Hey!
Well, hey everyone! A fancy
Hey,
meeting
Xing
you
Yang.
all here.
Look, the
What
happiest
a
go
nice
luckiest
surprise.
soul in this entire game.
Hello, Xinyan. Let me introduce some new friends.
Oh no, we've met.
Traveler, Paimon, and Mr. Dvorak, right? I've known them
Oh,
all for quite a
Dvorak?
while.
I've been pronouncing. Oh, I've been saying Dvorak. So you already know each other.
When I was last here to advertise a Liyue stop for the Iridescence Tour, Xinyan was one of the few people willing to give me the time of day.
Yeah, and he pronounces Xinyan right probably as well.
Feels like I've been chasing this Iridescence Tour bandwagon halfway around the world, but I keep getting stood up. What's going on, Mr. Dvorak?
I'm so sorry.
I love this girl. I wish she was present in the main story and wasn't just relegated to events and events alone. I want her to be in the main story somehow. It's annoying that she's always only in timed content. So you only get to see her for a while. It's like a treat. You get to hang out with the bubbly, happy rocker girl.
Is that right? I guess it can't be helped. So, what brings you to Liyue Harbor at this time of year anyway? Thinking of putting on a music festival during the Lantern Rite celebrations?
A Lantern Rite music festival? Yes, please!
No, I'm actually here on...
I'm not here for music, despite what the instrument on my back would suggest.
Oh, so no Lantern Rite music festival?
I mean,
yeah, don't make this girl pout.
To me.
And it was more gutting that it was tied to an event, because the 2.8 event that Xinyan was in, we got to see her with her hair down, and she's like the most beautiful character in this game. And that's the only time we've seen her with her hair down. I'm like, come on. She looks like, because her hair is like super bushy when it's down. Like, it's not flat. Like, it actually kind of like puffs out a bit. So it's like the tiny face with loads of hair. Like, she's that kind of character.
Hosting a music festival takes a lot of funding and personnel. Moreover, I've never worked with the Liyue
their
authorities
faces.
before.
Yeah, they usually do that with Utao. I think it's
right
just
now.
because of how into it the character is. They're
rushed.
trying to show that, but I'll be like, she zooms in on the camera, like she's like getting much closer because she's super excited.
Wait, but we're going to meet the Liyue Qixing, aren't we? And they're the ones in charge.
Uh-huh, that's right. Miss Kuching and Miss Ningguang can make anything happen.
The secretary and the queen of the country are going to be there. That's basically what you just said.
You mean...
So she's like,
What?
Ichiban? Yeah, kinda. She loves music, she's extremely energetic, she's a completely, like, happy-go-lucky soul with extremely bushy hair who just wants the world to be a lovelier place and does everything she can to do it.
This is the perfect opportunity! Well, sure, it might not work out, but it
And her little character story is nice because she's a rocker. She's literally a rocker in, you know, Liyue, a very traditional Chinese kingdom. So, like, there's loads of people that don't appreciate her music and don't like her because of her music and nothing else. But she never lets it bother her. She just kind of does her own thing. Kashing is my favourite. Here's an interesting fun bit of trivia. Her English voice actress is Kaylee Mills, who's also the voice actress of Sheena in Death End Request. She does other things as well, but that's always the first thing my brain goes to. It's right, music festival would be something different.
That's the
And it's funny because there's actually a few Death End characters in this. One of the villains. No, you don't stop. Fair enough. One of the villains, I forget her name. Of like all the harbingers, there's one that looks like almost like a doll girl sitting in the hand of this giant robot. She's voiced by Denise Melody, who's also the voice actress of Rotten Dollheart or Rotty from Dirk 2, and every time that we've only heard like a couple voice lines from that character, but anytime I've heard anything, I can only hear evil Rotty. That's all I can hear. And I just grin every time. All I can hear is just evil Rotty.
As for the performers, I can put you in touch with some local artists.
As I said, we've got Chris Turglyph-Bearer as the captain, who is Gundam in Danganronpa.
My friend Yunjin is a well-known opera singer in Liyue. With her support and a commissioned song from the Yunhan Opera Troupe, we should be able to get something going.
But what about you, Xinyan? Are you just going to sit this one out?
What do you take me for?
So it's music! Of course Jinyan's not gonna be involved.
We actually managed to make the Iridescence Tour Lantern Rite Grand Concert a reality. You think I'd let anyone else perform the opening act?
Also, one of Xinyan's best friends is an actual Chinese opera singer in this game.
Wow! There's that rock and roll
And it's like, it's
spirit.
part of the reason why
What
she
do you
even
say,
still
Mr.
gets to do her
Dvorak?
music. Because someone who's like this height of respect and professionalism is like her best friend. So that they have to put up with Xinyan a bit more. And I can't remember the character's name. I
Okay.
think it's like Yunjin.
I'll give it a shot. But
But she has like my favorite character animations of any character. They made her so lively and full of life because she's a Chinese opera. And so she needs to have all these like statuesque dance moves, so they put them all into her animations.
Are you kidding? I thought you'd never ask. Whew, guess
And it's
my
also the
shopping
only
time's
character
getting
with
cut
2
short.
actresses.
I'm gonna head back right away and start working on this.
Yunjin, because she has one actress in every version of the game. She has one actress that does all the voice work and one actress that actually does the Chinese opera.
Yao Yao, if you run into your senior on the way to the Qixing, please send her my regards.
Okay, I promise I will. Good luck with your
They didn't try and
music,
dub
Xinyan.
the Chinese opera singing. They left that as is, so in every version she has 2 actresses.
You've got this, Xinyan! So about the senior of yours Xinyan mentioned just now.
Sorry, I gotta find her now I've said it. Oh jeez, where is she? There she is. This little Yunjin. I love all her animations. Because it's all a nod to her profession. Do the other one. Where you do the flip the tricks. Do the other one. Do the trick. Do the one I want to show. Here we go. This is her idol animation, for goodness sake. I love her animations. Fishing. Still got Skara. Still got Skara around from the other update. I've got too many characters, to be fair. Still got one of my favourite character designs. Still got Shinha, I actually, even though I don't use her in the party, I use her all the time in the Spiral Abyss. She is fantastic as a support unit. She is so good as a support unit. I keep her around all the time. Anyway, enough about that. Where are we going?
Take it easy.
Yes, it's Xiangling. She's mentioned you two before.
Oh, we're going to go visit our little fire
Xiangling's
chef.
always thinking about cooking. Whenever she gets scrapes or burns, she just leaves them to heal by themselves. She definitely needs someone around her to look after her.
Yes, she
I
does.
know you must have looked out for her a lot too in the time you've known her. So, thank you for that.
Well, I wouldn't say we've looked out for her that much. It's kind of half and half. We look after each other. Oh, let's go talk to Ping. You was putting Madam Ping in forever.
Oh,
Hey, Madam
it's
Ping's here. That means
Master.
Yanfei might be here.
Is it okay if I go and say hi to her?
Oh, you know Madam Ping as well? Dude, Madam Ping knows everyone.
Oh, calm down now, dear. I'm not about
like
to
the
run
side
off
character with the
anywhere.
most screen
Not a
time.
bundle of energy like you.
I
She looks
haven't
after,
seen
like,
you in
Yanfei.
days,
She knows
Master.
Ganyu and
I've
Shenhe
missed
personally. She now, like, is the master of Yao Yao. Come on.
Oh, bless you, Yao Yao. You do say the sweetest things.
Don't wait for Madam Ping to be the
look who
secret
it
final
is.
boss.
Visiting friends during the lantern rite, are we?
Greetings, Madam Ping.
You're half right, Madam Ping. We were also trying to help out Mr. Dvorak over here. We were on our
So it
way
is
to take him to see
Dvorak.
the
There is just a
Qixing.
pronunciation thing I'm missing. Because I keep on reading it how it's spelt.
Hello, ma'am. I am a musician from Fontaine and an organizer of the Iridescence Tour. I don't suppose you've heard of it.
Master! The Iridescence Tour is a super famous music festival!
Oh, an old lady like me wouldn't know much about that sort of thing. A music festival, you say? It sounds terribly exciting.
If we could add some musical elements to Lantern Rite,
Oh, right! Madam Ping, how would you feel about that? You're an elder of Liyue, and you know all about Liyue's cultural traditions. Hearing your thoughts would definitely help us figure out how best to approach it. For example, do you think it might be a bit too modern, or is there any other issue?
Why, not at all. Music pays homage to history and culture, and it can also be a bridge between different civilizations. Times change, and the music enjoyed by the youngsters of today is no doubt very different from the tunes I was accustomed to in my youth. Nevertheless, all fine things in life can be appreciated, and so I look forward to it immensely.
Hear, hear. I do believe that, my own dear grandmother aside, you are the wisest old lady I've ever met.
Dvorak, I think there's nicer ways of approaching that sentence, but I get what you're getting at.
Goodness gracious, you're all being suspiciously sweet today. Yao Yao, whatever have you been feeding them?
Master, you're in such a great mood today. You're even cracking jokes with the rest of us.
Yeah. Are you sure it's a joke? It was like, ha, very funny. I wouldn't poison my friends. Ha.
Oh, well, I'm sure you must have plenty to be getting on with. Yes? Run along now. Don't let me hold you up.
Yeah, we're gonna go visit Ganyu and like Kershin and like Ningguan
Madam Ping, we'll
and
see
hopefully
you
everyone
next
else and all the other beautiful people. Oh, we're going right up here. We're gonna go see Ningguan next, I think. Because if we were going to see Ganyu, we'd be going that way. Actually, is it that building? Yes, it is that building because that's Ganyu's room. Oh, never mind. We are going to go see Ganyu. She's just not at her room. There's a meeting her at the door. Like, hello, our 34's favourite character. I mean, Ganyu.
And when you meet with the Ministry of Civil Affairs, please remind them that the festivities are not an excuse to procrastinate their work.
Understood, Miss Ganyu. I'll take my leave now.
Ganyu!
God, Yao Yao just knows everyone.
What brings you here, Yao Yao?
I've brought all the medicine you asked me to pick for you. Oh, and here's a pack of sweet flower seeds as well. Also, these dried chinks and
Oh, okay, Yao Yao's a little bit of a kid still. Also, and she's gonna say also.
I know you've had a lot to deal with at work recently, but you shouldn't push yourself too hard. If you're not careful, you'll end up falling asleep in the grass again.
Well, this is weird. It's like a responsible younger sister talking to their disorganized older sister.
It's like Nepgear and Neptune. Paimon, you're running your mouth again.
Thank you, but Paimon's criticism is quite valid. I do have a tendency to neglect matters outside of work, and that's something I should improve on. Oh, my apologies. I don't believe we've been introduced.
Ah, Paimon will do the honors.
This is Dvorak, he's musician, Fontaine, doing a festival.
What's wrong? Did Paimon go over everything a bit too fast? It's definitely an ambitious plan. If there's anything you didn't quite catch, Paimon's more than happy to go over it again.
I did like that Ganyu's story quest was basically just Law and Order. She does a bit of self-discovery, and then the rest of it is catching, like, tax evaders. Like, her entire character quest is just catching tax evaders. Like, what the fuck? It's like, everyone was like, oh, we're gonna hang out with Ganyu, it's gonna be super fun. No, you're helping her do work. That was so long ago, that was 1.2.
A little difficult to
It
make
feels like a
this
life.
happen.
Some of the earlier updates, at the 1 point, series feel like a lifetime ago now.
Oh?
Because
Well,
its games improved
Lantern
so
Rite
much.
is
There's
the
so much
most
more quality of
important
life and just
festival of the
cleanups
year.
here, there, and everywhere.
Our celebrations
And back when
must not
1.2 was
only
out,
be
I was still on the
visually
PS4
spectacular,
version, where, you know, the
but
game
also appeal to the
runs
taste
at, like,
of
a
Leo's
locked
citizens from
25
all
frames
walks
per
of life.
second, and, like, takes 3 minutes to load. Whilst this, although I don't stream it at 60, this game's at a locked 60, and it loads in, like, half a second.
The Iridescence Tour is
Because this, the
relatively
PS5
unknown
version of
in
this game
Liyue.
leans heavily
It's
on
difficult
the
to predict how
SSD
a
drive.
brand new show will be received.
And you know it does, because anytime you play it on PS5, you can hear the fans. Even if it's like a newer PS5, like the day one I got this, you hear it. Any game that relies or leans on the SSD tends to make the fans run a bit louder on the PS5. So my PS5 it's always whirring a little bit louder when I play Genshin.
It would be quite risky for us to bet everything on this one music festival.
All very valid points. I completely understand.
It's the same when I play a PS5 port of a Resident Evil game. It leans so heavily more on the SSDs to cover the loading.
Therefore, we will not replace or cancel any
Which
of our
isn't good in Resident
pre-existing
Evil's case,
program.
because they lean it on it
However,
artificially. Like,
I
instead
will
of actually
submit a
making it
proposal
work in the
requesting to
favour of
put the
SSD, they just be
Iridescence
like,
Tour
we can cut down the
special
loading.
performance as the
SSD will
final
clean it up
act of
without
this
actually
year's
checking the middle ground, so
festivities.
sometimes it leads to, like, weird glitches on the PS5 and Xbox Series X versions of, like, RE2 and RE3. I haven't played RE7 on PS5 to know if it's the same there, but I imagine it probably is, if I'm honest.
Some live music will certainly add to the festive atmosphere on the night of the Lantern Rite.
Speaking of, I need to get back to that.
As for the
I've said a few
venue-
times before that I wanted to get the original version of Resident Evil
Let's
4
reserve a
done
space
before
at the
4
docks.
Remake's out. Doesn't necessarily mean I'll play 4 Remake the day it comes out because of how, busy the next couple of months are going to be with, like, big releases I care about. But I still want Base 4 done before Remake 4's out, which means we need to start Code Veronica at some point, which I will be doing after I finish Danganronpa 2. And then after I've done Code Veronica, from that original poll, the only other game that was on that poll I haven't covered yet is Senran Kagura. But instead of diving into Senran Kagura, I plan to make another poll and just include it. So if other people want to see other things first, instead of me just going down the list to Senran, then so be it, you know? Because I did enjoy that poll. I did enjoy doing it and seeing how things changed, and see how close it got between Dangan and Resident Evil, and how, like, Senran got completely, like, brushed to the sides. It's like, okay, clearly people don't really care that much about it.
Yes, my thoughts precisely. Now I just need to take some time to give this proposal some polish. As long as I clearly lay out the pros and cons, and highlight the key points of the proposal, given that Ping and the Traveler have both given the idea their blessing, I'm confident that Qixing will be sure to give it serious consideration. Mr. Dvorak,
but I might
will need to discuss with you the number of
on my
musicians
schedule
who
for
will be
this
coming
week,
to
I said
Liyue,
if we finish Axiom
as well as
Verge
their
early,
catering and
or if we finish
accommodation
SpongeBob Cosmic
requirements.
Shake early, I'll transition and do Dangan. If we finish Axiom tomorrow, on Tuesday, I might honestly stream Hotshot Racing and just kind of showcase it, because I'm really enjoying that game. Just as like a cheeky arcade racer, I think it's just got a good vibe and just an enjoyable atmosphere. And so I might just stream that, but we'll see how it is. Because it'd only be like a one-off, one-day sort of thing, so I think that'd be an odd one. Whilst if we finish Cosmic Shake on like one day, which we probably won't, but if we did, then Thursday and Friday, that's 2 days together. That's at least one whole case that we can cover.
Oh, yes, certainly. Let's step to the side and discuss further.
But then after this week, I will be leaning more on Dangan too, just to help that get a move on, because otherwise it'll be around for ages.
As soon as there's work to do, Ganyu's as diligent as ever.
Absolutely, she never gets any sleep.
More. Master once said that everyone has things that they are good at and things that they are less good at. So, with that in mind, Ganyu shouldn't feel compelled to become perfect at absolutely everything.
Yeah, but this is Ganyu. She'll absolutely try to be absolutely good at everything. Not out of pride or ego, because she feels like she just has to be.
I'm good at taking care of people.
She feels like it's her
so
responsibility
that can be
and
left
she's
to
letting
me.
people down if she's not the master of everything.
Wow. Hey, Yo-Yo, can you take care of Paimon too? Paimon's getting hungry
Paimon,
again.
you're trying to freeload again.
I'm afraid my backpack's empty now, but if you let me know what you like, I can bring you some of your favorite dishes next time we meet. Apart from lotus flower crisps, what else do you like?
Anything sweet, and anything that's made from slimes.
Here's what I've drafted.
God, the
so
height
far.
difference.
Anything else
Jesus,
you
it's
want
like
to add?
this is the 5'11" versus 6 foot joke. Like, oh my god, I didn't even realize the height difference until now. Ganyu is so tiny to this man.
No, this is excellent.
I know it's just because
I'm
Dvorak
racking
is
my
like
brains,
tall,
but I don't
but
think
still,
you've missed a single thing.
Perfect.
Ganyu's not that
Then
short,
we'll
but it
leave
looks
it
like
as
she's
is.
tiny compared to him.
I'll go make an official copy. Oh, perfect timing.
Well, I think
We
she's
were
taller
just
than
wrapping
us.
up our discussion here.
It makes me worried how we'd stand up against him. That was quick.
Not at all. Every second counts for a
Look at him!
complex
Look at him! Look how
proposal
tall he
such as
is! Compared to
I will
Ganyu,
inform the
Ganyu's tiny.
Qixing of this development immediately. Please give me a moment to pass on the message. Yao Yao, thank you for bringing my herbs. I will make sure to take them.
Remember to make tea from them first, Ganyu. You mustn't just chew them raw.
I will.
Okay, I should be getting back. If Yo-Yo stays out for too long, Mom
Oh,
and
okay.
Dad will be
So you
worried
are
sick.
you're not the whole young-looking character's a bit older. You are just a kid. Got it.
Everyone,
You're a really
I'm
responsible
sure that
kid.
The music festival will go off without a hitch, so don't worry. And in case I don't see you before, I wish you all a very happy Lantern Rite.
Aw.
Thank you, Yao Yao. Happy Lantern Rite to you, too.
We should go get dinner together sometime.
Why did you have to shout that, Paimon? She's still right next to you. Stay put and wait for 2 hours. Come on. After a short walk, Sheshing and Ganyu arrived at the square.
Greetings, traveler.
Oh god, I'm
Paimon
so
and
used to
Mr. Dvorak.
Sheshing being in her
Call me
new
Kuchi.
costume, I forgot how her original looked.
Ganyu has
Hello,
brought me
Katie
up to
Mills.
speed
How are you
on
doing?
everything. I'll get straight to the point. The Qixing have approved Ganyu's proposal. Over the next few days, I will be working with Mr. Dvorak on behalf of the Qixing to facilitate the organization of this concert.
Yay! That's awesome!
Chishing strikes again.
Please. The Qixing have a duty to deal with matters such as these. We have merely moved things forward to the next step. On a more personal note, I am an avid supporter of all things new and innovative. As such, it is my privilege to work with you on this exciting project.
Thank you so much, Keqing. I'd become quite discouraged after our recent failures and was expecting the same outcome once again, so I didn't dare to get my hopes up. Never in my wildest dreams could I have imagined this going so smoothly. It's like a dream come true. Right, time for me to call in the performers. To stage a concert at a high-profile event like this is a rare opportunity. We'll make sure it's a night to remember.
Yes! Our music band's finally getting fired up!
Yes, indeed. I know exactly what I'm doing from here. For a musician, music will always be the language they are most fluent in.
What about that fairy lady?
Oh, that. Well, that can wait for another time.
Oh,
Ganyu? What's wrong?
they told me all about Mr. Dvorak's situation, but I was so engrossed in drafting the proposal that I forgot all about it.
Oh, that's quite all right. I don't even know what the person I'm trying to find looks like, so it was always going to be a long shot. Don't worry about me, Ganyu. Your time and energy are needed elsewhere. I'm sure you already have plenty to deal with between this concert and...
This is what I mean, because Ganyu's going to bug her that she can't help him as well. That she can't do everything. It's going to bug her personally.
Thanks. It was just that I had a few initial thoughts when I heard your story. For instance, I wonder if this lady your ancestor met might have been an Adeptus. What do you think?
We don't have enough info yet.
To tell you the truth, Mr. Dvorak, I am somewhat related to the Adepti myself.
Yeah, you're half.
I am part human and part Qilin. The Qilin is an illuminated beast. I know how important your quest to get in touch with your roots must be to you, because I've been there myself before, trying to find out where I belonged.
Did you say the Adepti? And you're illuminated beast? Part Qilin? Are you telling me all the rumors of the Liyue Adepti are real? So it's not just artistic license?
Dvorak, you thought this was just myths and hearsay?
They're real. Trying to track them down is tough, though. Like Julian Karst itself. There's nothing specifically stopping you from going there, but getting in and out of there is quite an ordeal.
Yeah.
Yes. Anyway, if you're looking to uncover a lost melody or shine
And
light
like,
on a
anyway, now you're
forgotten
done
aspect of
pretending
Liyue's
that,
cultural
like,
history,
my race is
I'm
just a myth
probably
used
not the
for
best
artistic
person to ask.
integrity. Let's move on.
But if it's a person you're looking for, then I just might be able to help.
I see. I think I understand the situation now. In that case, Ganyu, shall we divide the work between us?
Yes, that was also my thought.
Great. So Mr. Dvorak and I will concentrate on things here in the city to make sure the concert goes according to plan. In the meantime, Ganyu will reach out to our
Network,
network
yeah,
and try
you
to
can
find
call
the
it that.
person he's looking for. How's your workload at the moment? Will you be able to make time?
I can probably get through everything in 2 days, as long as I don't sleep.
Get some sleep,
Wait,
Ganyu.
what do you mean as long as I don't sleep? Even for someone with illuminated beast blood in their veins, working for such an extended period without a break will take its toll on your health.
Yeah, listen to her,
Somehow
Ganyu.
that does not sound persuasive coming from Keqing.
Be it but 3 moons from the start, he who returns is not he that departs. Even I know the importance of maintaining a healthy work-life balance.
In that case, 3 days.
Ganyu. She goes, oh, I couldn't get it done in 2 days if I don't sleep. And then when you say, no, you need some sleep, she goes, okay, maybe 3 days. No, make it 4. Make it a week.
Alright, I can work with that.
If you have the time, would you join me for this search? You're well known to many of the Adepti and respected among the people. I'll feel much more at ease with your company.
I'm not going to say no to you, Ganyu, of
Okay,
course.
then let's meet back here in 3 days.
Alright, time skip 3 days.
Mr. Dvorak, we'll get to the bottom of this.
You're all so helpful and kind. I just...
Just think. Imagine if we found the Adeptus lady, or one of her descendants, and got them to come to the performance. Wouldn't that be amazing? It'd be such a happy reunion. And that's exactly what this festival's all about.
I'm sure the wind that guided you here feels the same way. That is such a... I would never say that line out loud. What do you mean just saying it, just spouting like random poetic BS? Like, yeah, come on.
You're right. Okay.
Anyone else is like, yeah, that makes perfect sense. You're right. Don't even
lantern rite a
acknowledge
true
it.
Extravaganza.
I love the writing in this game sometimes.
We should probably get going. Mr. Dvorak, could you come with me to confirm the site?
Ooh, we're coming too!
Let me. Is it going to come up saying skip 3 days?
What are you?
Go to the venue. Oh, okay, never mind. So that's just later.
Music sounds nice?
Truth be told, the question of what
I'll say, how much of this is Dvorak's voice actor just getting to say what he wants now on the in-between? It's like, hey, we need to talk about something. It's like, can I talk about music? Because, you know, he's an opera singer, so of course he's going to want to talk about music a little bit. Alright, who's going to be down here by the main stage? Wow, I like that. That's cool. Wasn't it Mooncarver the other year?
Lady Yuhang?
And now this one, it looks like it's... I forget what all the 3 illuminated beasts are called. Because one's Mooncarver, which is the deer. The bird. What was the bird called? There's 3 of them. There's a... You know what, never mind, let's just carry on. I'll be stuck here all day otherwise.
Per Lady Ningguang's orders, I've been gathering intelligence outside of the city with the goal of uncovering and dispatching...
By one, if you're here, that means there is trouble, isn't there? You wouldn't be coming here saying, I've been hired to look out for trouble, but then race to our side to tell us that if there isn't trouble.
I am told that a strange melody was heard somewhere along the coast.
Yeah, there's an incident, great.
Investigating further on my own,
and so then she's going to get pulled away because she's have to go do it. Even though we need her right now for our thing.
I'm worried that if we don't act right away, we may miss the window of opportunity to take appropriate action.
I understand. In that case,
Let us handle this.
You're busy enough as it is. There's a ton of different things in the city that needs your attention. Leave it to us. Don't worry. Whatever it is, we'll definitely be able to handle it.
Yeah, we? What do you mean we, Paimon? I end up doing all of it. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. What do you mean we? You don't do anything. You're just emotional support.
With the Traveler on the case, it's as good as dealt with. Thank you. This will be a great help. I will inform Lady Ningguang about the situation.
I hope we get to see Lady Ningguang before the end of this event.
Please come and
she was one of my favourite character designs.
And let me know.
I was like, it was literally the only reason, and to be honest, it's the biggest, most encouraging thing I can say for anyone who's like never played Genshin and wants to get into it. I only got Ningguang because I like her design, and I can't stress enough, do that. Get the characters you like. It's my life, isn't it? Yeah, get the characters you like, or to go with Maxwell's advice, just vibe with what you have. Don't try and go for like meta builds. Try and be like, oh, this character's really great for the meta, or great for this. I want to get them, because RNG will kill you every time without fail. Just get what you like and vibe with what you have.
You have my thanks too. Stay safe and come back as soon as you're finished.
Good luck.
Or Ningguang without trying to. Ningguang was the very, very last base 4-star character I got, and it was the only one I wanted. So of course, luck decided it had to be the... I'm going the complete wrong way. Luck decided I had to make her the very last one I got. But then she was on my team, like from 1.1 all the way until Eula came out. And now she's in the B team. Because I have 2 main teams. So when I do Spiral Abyss, because you need 8 characters for Spiral Abyss. She's in my B team. To be honest, Mona isn't in my B team anymore. I just have her here because it is like the original B team. With the exception of Shinhe, who used to be Chi-Chi, this was like my entire launch roster. Like when the game first came out. Like I had Chi-Chi here, and then it was literally just Mona, Fischl, Ningguang, and Chi-Chi, and I rocked with them. And over time, all of them have been subsequently replaced. I don't have a healer anymore, which is why I'm so reliant on the food, on the L1 plus circle. Like, I don't have any other equipment equipped. I always have the pocket food. Just because I don't have a healer, so I need to keep everyone alive somehow.
All of the rules by heart, but even I don't take them.
Once again, it's the same here. I didn't get the characters that like fits the meta or whatnot. I just got who I liked. I saw Hu Tao and I was like, oh, she's a little bean that talks about death and is a little cheeky. Sure, I'm in. Oh, like Yuda, she's like a really like feminine but powerful woman. with like strong family heritage and like a royal upkeep that she honors in her own way. She's cool, I'm in. Literal thunder goddess, I'm in. Secret spy who like always finds her way to get what she needs, I'm in. You know, I just get the characters I like. I never worry about like if they fit into the party or if they work the dynamic or whatnot. If they look cool, I'm like, sign me up. And I love that Yelan's coat on her back, she stole, like, it's not her coat, she stole it from one of the Harbingers. She's literally, like, taunting the enemy at all times, because she's got, like, one of the Harbinger's coats on her back. I want to say, it's not Captain, because Captain's way too big, it's, Pern or something. Like, she's got his coat on at all times. Okay, how far are we going? I'm just kind of waddling. Oh, we've still got a little while to run yet. Actually, let's change the pet we've got equipped for something a bit more close to the festive. There we are. Because the pet I had on is for the desert. If you have that pet equipped, when you're in the desert, the pet will start flashing when a sandstorm's approaching. So you know in advance when one's coming, so you can react accordingly. So it's actually extremely helpful for exploring the desert. Because then you can get out of dodge before you're in trouble. Like, it flashes red. Like, if it flashes yellow when it's coming, it flashes red when it's imminent, and so you can just react. You can just pay attention to that and move as accordingly. Alright, what are we doing over here? Other than overlooking this beautiful bay.
Byron said the strange tune was coming from around here, right?
Yeah, let's see what troll we can find. Who's making the strange tune?
There doesn't seem to be a soul in...
I was just wondering who in their right
Speaking of, hello, Miss Spy Lady. It's nice to see you again.
So, it's you two.
Yeah, she's this professional spy. What do you mean, how did she sneak up on us? I'm not even kidding. She's literally a professional spy. That's the whole... Anyway.
You look pretty alive to me. Can't have spooked you that bad.
Always as cheeky as always.
Fair enough.
You know anything about the strange music?
Ah, you're here for that too? Saves me a bit of explaining. Come with me. I've already reconned the perimeter, so we should be safe.
Ooh. And also, Yelan's ability literally allows her to turn invisible. So, like, of course she can sneak up on people. Investigate the trail. I feel like I'm just doing Yelan's story quest again.
Though. It can't have been too long ago that someone was last living here.
If we're looking for, if it's going to be a main character...
There's nothing valuable left here at all.
Anyway, I was like, the ship Lumine with Paimon. Really? Fair enough. I mean, it's better than the people that ship Lumine with Aoife, and I'm like, yeah, they're siblings, stop it. I think, like, the only, like, real, like, credence I give the ship is that there's implication, but we won't know yet because obviously it's ages away yet, that the Paimon we see isn't her true form. It's just the form that she, like, maintains and is trying to trick us into believing is her real form. Because, you know, everyone is really suspicious of Paimon. So if her true form is, you know, something a little more, then maybe, but we'll see.
How strange.
The only real, like...
It looks like it's been looted, except for the fact that
well, we all know who it is. Yeah, I mean, like, she's almost definitely the unknown god. Or something connected to Celestia to spy on us one way or another. Like, always being mentioned to the Chasm quest. How, like, you know, she's always talking, always trying to do whatever and whatnot. The moment we were trapped in a pocket dimension that was completely cut off from the rest of Teyvat in the chasm, all she did was, like, nap and laze about and say nothing. It's like, it's almost like she's been cut off from Celestia, so doesn't know what she's doing. And I always made a point, it's like, the moment we was in a pocket dimension cut off from the rest of the world was the moment Paimon went from, you know, chatterbox to useless. And I mean, she's already kind of useless, but you know what I mean? It's almost like she didn't have any voice in her ear anymore.
Gone, but then how do you explain why the door and windows are intact?
And she came alive again once we were out.
Seems you've done a pretty thorough inspection. So, any theories on what might have happened here?
Yelan, you didn't hide some of the evidence from us on purpose, did you?
Why would I make this more difficult for you? We're on the same side here.
Okay, well... Paimon gives up then. Paimon's got nothing.
Well, I wasn't expecting much from you,
What
Paimon,
about
don't
you?
worry.
Give up as well?
It's difficult to theorize with so little evidence. It must have something to do with that melody.
Your instincts are pretty good.
What's the main enemy? And make sure the main character is always way out that. Yeah, exactly.
Or perhaps it's not instinct. The strange melody is one of the few pieces of information you have available, after all. Let me share a folk story with you.
Ooh.
A long time ago, there used to be a group of bandits in the Liyue countryside who would sound a horn every time they were about to raid a village. But it wasn't a rallying cry to rouse their fellow men. It was a disconcerting tune, meant to intimidate the weak and warn them of their impending doom.
Ooh.
To escape with their lives, the villagers would abandon their homes and flee overnight, taking only their most valuable belongings with them. Everything else was left behind. The bandits were eventually brought to justice, but the fear and trauma.
But the thing is, if they do go the way that everyone theorizes, and Paimon ends up being, you know, like tied to the ultimate evils and whatnot, I want to see that update come when that story quest comes and goes. What happens to all these other quests that Paimon's supposed to be involved with? You know? Like, is it going to get to that quest and it's like, hey, you can't do this quest until you do literally every single other quest? Or, you know, are they going to rewrite some of them so they work without Paimon being there? You know what I mean? Like, how are they going to do this?
Whenever they heard that melody,
if that isn't going the road they do, how are they going to do that in, like, version, oh, I don't know, like 7.0 or whatever?
Flee immediately. The culprit of this crime exploited that very fear to get access to this house without having to force their way in.
That's quite the story.
The victims obviously will have gotten quite a fright, but at least they won't be in any great danger. The important thing now is to find this copycat criminal.
If we use my metal site, we could track him
That
down.
would probably be a good idea. Unfortunately, it's not going to work today.
Every person you don't help in Paimon's quest becomes part of their army. That would be insane. That would be insane. It'd be wild if they pulled it off, but it'd be insane. Imagine if you don't do Hu Tao's quest, and it's like the only person. It's like, I've got my legendary army with you to kill you, traveler. And it turns around and it's just like little Hu Tao going, ba ba.
Take a look around and you'll see what I mean. This criminal is clearly well versed both in using music to commit crimes and in making a clean getaway. Not only did they stay off
You do
the
every
muddy
single
road to
quest,
avoid
but you
leaving
don't help like
footprints,
Zhongli.
it looks like they were also
And then suddenly
careful
you've just
not
got
to
like
bring
the
any
god. You've just got a
gadgets with
god
so much as a trace
to
of
go up against.
elemental energy.
You do all the quests, but you don't help
Evidently, they were intent on
Coley,
keeping
and for some
the
reason
most
Cody's now working with the
experienced
baddies.
investigators off their trail.
You know, you saved her. Like, well, I say Amber saved her from, you know, the scientists, the evil work of the Dottore and everything, and then suddenly she's just working for Paimon.
Unfortunately for them, I'm one of the best.
Actually, no, I
travelers in the
take that
business.
back. Coley, you
They're
couldn't
not about
because
to get away
she's
with
tied
their
to the main
little
quest, so you would have had to
slim
have hang out with her.
So basically, if we want to find the culprit, we just need to follow Yelan.
Mm-hmm. As long as you can keep up.
Must be pretty damn metal.
Since the culprit's trying to be cautious and low risk, I'll bet they left through an area with some vegetation for cover, but not so much that it would
Who's
slow
this
them
culprit
down.
we're finding? We're just like looking out for someone who play like sus music, and like the only two people. Oh Jesus Christ! Come on, Yelan, let's go, Yelan. Yes, I'm ready to go, Yelan. How are you, Yelan? Yeah, I'm good, Yelan. How are you doing? I'm gonna play someone else. It's weird. Eula Lawrence.
Here, look at this.
Of the Knight of Favonius
These
instead.
tracks are superficial, but they definitely didn't occur naturally. Something heavy was being dragged this way. Meaning
So the only two
they're
musicians
headed
we
in
can
the
think
right
of
direction.
is Kadahara and fucking Venti. And Venti is not this smart to like cover his tracks and take off routes and whatnot. He would just stroll through because he's a moron.
Their pace is
But then why would
increased.
Kadahara have
Normally,
need to
people
cover his
carrying a
tracks?
heavy
Because he's
load
not.
slow down
He's
as
only.
their journey goes on,
He was
and
only
start to
wanted in
tire.
Inazuma, and even then, his
Whatever's
name's been
motivating
cleared.
them to speed up must be psychological. For instance, reaching the home stretch.
Sure, yeah, I'm definitely listening to everything that you're saying. I honestly feel like I'm playing co-op online, but I'm really not.
There they are! Look! A treasure hoarder tent!
There's a musician, the treasure
We're
hoarders.
Treasure hoarders again! And so close
This is
to
just a
Lantern
repeat of
Ride, too.
not last
Take
treasure
out the
lantern,
season
right? The
for
one
their
before it.
antics.
Well, that one was like half of it was just
Come
dealing with
on,
treasure hunters
Let's round them up.
or treasure hoarders. Alright, let's go in there and like ruin their days. They're just minding their own business. Like, oh, I think I'm actually going to just go and celebrate Lantern, right? I think I'm going to do anything wrong. We're going to try and do anything. Let's just go enjoy it casually. Yet we just stroll up like, oi! You don't belong here. Right, you going to go peacefully or are we going to whack you with my sword?
Who are you? Where did you come from?
The evidence is conclusive. Okay, confess and we'll go easy on you. My patience is running low, so why don't you do us both a favor,
You kidding me? You think I'm scared of you?
Oh, so you're an idiot, good.
Perhaps not, but you should be.
Alright, let's get this over with. Oh, we're not playing as my Yelan? That's like, why is she so weak? You should have died instantly. Not my Yelan. Let's see what they've given her. Okay, decent health. Okay. Not my Yelan. Damn it, they have more. not my Yelan.
Curses. Sounds like you're not all talk after all. There's no going back now. Better up my game.
Okay, what are you doing? What do you mean up your game? You're still on your own. There we go. That's crit. That's somewhat similar to what my damage I should be doing.
Mercy! Have mercy!
Oh, it's a little late for that. I've come this far. I might as well finish the job.
Okay, Yelan, no need to kill him.
I surrender! I surrender, please! I'll do whatever you say. Please have mercy.
Tell us everything. You have one chance. And I'm warning you. Don't make me ask twice.
I won't, I swear. You know, so... Lantern Rite's nearly here, and like a lot of people, I wanted to buy a few nice things. I know I'm with the treasure hoarders and everything, but I don't really have any kind of experience with robbing people and whatnot. So I don't have the guts to break into somebody's house.
Wow, you're really going to complain to us about that?
Yeah, you're not really building up your defense here.
No, not at all. I'm just telling it how it is.
Okay. Continue.
I racked my brains trying to think of what I could do. And eventually, I remembered something from back when I was a kid. The bandits would blow their horn, and my grandma would grab us kids and run. I remember the tune, so I figured I'd try it for myself. I mean, just to see what would happen. At first, anyway, I seriously didn't expect that family to pack up and leave. But they did. And they just left all their stuff right there for the taking.
And so you thought you'd help yourself.
I couldn't resist. It was completely wrong of me. I know that now.
Now? You should have known it was bad then, you idiot.
It's all still in perfect condition. It'll be like it was never gone. Please, give me a chance, huh? Let me make it right.
Give you a chance, huh? Sounds to me like you'd rather strike some kind of a deal than spend Lantern Rite behind bars.
Yes? Yes?
You know how to bargain, I'll give you that. It's
no, he doesn't. Yelan, you're being too nice. You're being way too nice. No, he doesn't.
You'll have to take a walk with me. Once we've returned the goods, we'll find the owner of the house, and you can apologize to them.
Yeah, exactly. You confessed everything
After
to
that,
her, so there's nothing to bargain with.
Of Civil Affairs.
Yes, ma'am.
You know, as a former victim of this kind of crime yourself, I doubt anyone understands the fear you inflicted quite as well as you do. Does your greed matter more to you than your fear? More to the point, if you can play a tune from memory, don't you think you should be capable of making an honest living?
You mean...
That's enough hints for you.
Yeah, she's like, yeah, stop this job, go do something in music, for goodness sake.
There's not much left to wrap up, so I'll take it from here. Guess this is where I'll say goodbye.
Well done, Yelan.
What is it? Is there something else?
I'm still not sure how you first got your hands on this information. So play it safe when you get back. Don't mention to anyone that you ran into me out here.
Sure.
You helped a lot with the investigation.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Anyway, so it's perfectly fair for you to get all the credit. Just take it. It works better for me, too. See you when I see you. And happy Lantern Rite.
Yelan's such a pro at this. With her taking it from here, it's as good as resolved. Whoosh! Random event, a strange melody, complete.
Paimon, did you just break the fourth wall?
Although, it's kind of a shame that we never got that treasure hoarder guy to play the melody again.
Why is it a shame?
Paimon's curious, that's why. It's like when you have a tune stuck in your head, but you don't even know what it is. It's driving Paimon
But no, that's not like that, because we don't know what the tune is. We've just heard that someone knew a tune.
When we were chatting with Mr. Dvorak, music seemed like such a positive thing. And most music is, right? It can help us relax, feel all warm and fuzzy, recall happy memories, or even just think happy thoughts. Paimon never imagined that music could be used to commit crimes.
Their bad deeds influence the emotions associated with the music.
Oh, really? Huh. Makes sense. Paimon's musical understanding improves again! Well, anyway, now that everything's resolved, let's get back to Liyue Harbor. Baiwan's still waiting
Yeah, but Baiwan's now slightly suspicious, because Yeon's like, how did you know about this? And it's like, and so that makes me think, okay, there's a reason why we shouldn't. I'm not running all the way back here. Oh, it's up there as well. Alright, we'll take this warp and just drop down. Alright, Baiwan, fess up. How do you know?
Baiwan, we're back! Everything's all sorted!
That's great news. Oh, please wait here a moment if you would be so kind. Lady Ningguang instructed me to advise her upon your return.
Baiwan, she hurries off. Oh, hello.
My greetings to both of you. Long
Hello,
time
Queen.
no see.
No need to be so formal with us, Ningguang. We've known each other for a long time now.
The only, like, real ship that I'm in real, like, support of, or on the side of, or, like, don't... Or every time someone brings it up, I go, yeah, whatever, is, Ningguang and Beidou. Because they're business rivals. Yet their relationship clearly goes deeper than just being business rivals. Doesn't mean they're a thing, but it's like they've known each other for a very long time, and they know how to bounce off each other, get under each other's skin, but at the same time, like in last year's Lantern Rite, when Ningguang was dressed up a bit more fancy, Beidou pretended not to notice, and only when like Ningguang caught her eye, did she then go, oh, you look nice, and it's like, what was going on there? Like those two kind of have like a frenemy relationship going on. It's like that's like the only ship. And people say those two make a good. I'm like, yeah, probably, because they do compliment and be nice to each other. But like I said, they also know exactly how to get under each other's skin, and they always like to, almost like in a playful manner. So it's like, what's going on with these two?
On the contrary, I think it is those that I have known longest to whom I should extend the greatest courtesies. Alas, on a different day, I would invite both of you inside for some tea and a brief respite from your travels. But you're quite right. Trivial matters aside, there's no escaping the fact that we have a grand concert to organize. Once the performance itself is over, we'll then need to
and there's also
invite
like a
the
whole
representatives
host of like
iridescence tour for a
blatantly
discussion on
illegal
future
things Beidou
collaboration
has done with her
opportunities.
pirate crew
The
that
financing
Ningguang is
arrangements
110%
alone
aware
will
of, that
entail new
Ningguang
realms
keeps on
of
just letting slide. Which is also just kind of sus in its own little ways. Like, why do you keep on letting Beidou just get away whatever she wants? I know Beidou's ultimately just trying to help her crew, so it's like bad things for good reason, but it's still bad things technically in terms of how it ends up harming Liyue sometimes. And yet Ningguang just always looks the other way. She always just lets it go.
Simply
Or
put,
uses it to
there
pull
will
favors
always
later
be
on
work
at the
to
very
do.
most.
Whoa, you're already thinking that far ahead?
Well, we can discuss more current affairs if you'd prefer. I trust you saw this year's Mingxiao lantern at the docks when you arrived at the city?
Yeah, it looked like a goose. Which Adeptus is it modeled on this time?
Sea Gazer. I believe you're familiar with the name.
No? Should I be? I don't remember Sea
Legend holds that
Gazer,
he was
so I only remember
free-spirited and easygoing.
Moon Carver,
People described him
Mountain
as a cheerful
Shaper,
soul and a loyal friend.
and there was another one that wasn't that one. Can't seem to recall.
On this marvelous lantern rite, we pray
Was it
that the
tied to
fallen
the last year's
heroes may be
Lantern,
guided
right? It might be
home.
something I've forgotten then.
If the sound of music can flow like the rivers and streams into every corner of the land.
So I don't think I recorded or
perhaps the
streamed
souls
last
of
year's
those who've
Lantern,
gone
right? Just because I was a
before
little
us will
burnt
hear the
out
song of a new
with
era.
content creation at the time, but it was like...
I wonder whether the melodies will be to their liking.
Yeah, no, 'cause actually I'll say this, 'cause I'd already started streaming by then, so I think last year's Lantern Rite, I think I was just doing other things. I remember that there was a reason why I didn't, but I don't think I covered last year's Lantern Rite at all.
Oh, they're gonna love them. Paimon's sure of it. At least, if the guy you mentioned is anything to go by, the Adepti and heroes of the past sound like a positive and free music.
Well, let's hope so. I heard that you'll be going on a search with Ganyu to find the descendants of a fairy lady from a Fontaine legend.
Yeah, I know, it sounds a bit crazy when you say it like that.
I'm sure this quest to uncover the truth behind an ancient story will turn into a most charming tale. Do share it with me, won't you? I couldn't bear to miss out.
Oh, absolutely. You're the boss, literally. Oh god, we're warping. Oh, because we've actually started the event proper now, got it. Radiant Sparks, Paper Theatre, Vigilance... Okay, so go hang with the kid, go hang with the opera singer, go hang with Pirate Queen, and go hang with the spy. What are you in... What do we do? So yours is go do a quest. Yours is go do a quest. Yours is go start a quest. Okay, so they're all quests to start out. It's just who do I want to go visit first? We already spent some time with Yao Yao, so I kind of want to go there first. We haven't seen Yunjin in a while. I mean, we were just talking about Beidou, so I feel like we should go see Beidou. And we were just hanging with you, so I mean, you know what? We'll check it out later. That's probably not tied to the. I was saying that's probably not tied to the main quest. Yeah, they're just extra events to do. They're not tied to main quest. They're these. They're these. So we'll worry about them later. I want to get the main quest done.
Need me to come up with some for you?
Today. So if I end up not being able to, it's not the end up covering the side stuff. At least it's only the side stuff I've missed. It said advance 2 days. Let me do that, and then go to 8 AM. So this, like, when the event first came out, would have been the stopping point. Where, like, when on like the day 1 of the event, you would have then had to be like, wait 2 more days in real life before the next part comes out. But because, you know, that was, you know, about 10 days ago at this point, all of the events out, so we can just start. And then it was like, what, 8?
Looks like it's about time for us to meet up with Ganyu. Let's head to...
No, I didn't mean to click on that one. Stick to that one. I'm guessing this is lit up because... Yeah. Okay, so you can... Oh, whoops, I excited this event. I wanted to check that screen, and I got interrupted. Oh, yep, welcome back to the world, Ganyu. You've been working a little too hard again.
Greetings, Traveler and Paimon. What time is it?
Are you okay, Ganyu? You were nodding off there. Didn't you sleep well last night?
I'm fine. Don't worry about me.
You're going a little bit too
Let's
anime girl there.
the
For a second, you're literally falling asleep on the spot.
Since last time, I've been thinking a lot about the story Paimon told me. In essence, someone rescued a drowning man and performed some music. If that were all there was to it,
sleep
it
noises.
could have been many people, human or Adeptus. But the tune was allegedly so wonderful that the drowning man forgot about everything else, even his own impending death, and only came to his senses after being brought to shore. Perhaps there was an adeptal power at work in that music that he, as a mortal, could not perceive. Or perhaps he sensed a power surrounding him but lacked the words to describe it, not knowing where it came from. Either way, if this part of the story is true, then the rescuer has to have been an Adeptus.
You really think so? But this story is all the way from Fontaine. Isn't this a bit of a long shot?
Well, where is Fontaine on the map? It's not that far from Liyue, I think. Like, according to, like, leaking notes and whatnot. It's actually kind of close. It's, like, just, like north, west of us.
Also, Paimon's really curious about how people from Fontaine think this fairy lady looked.
Maybe they imagined her having wings. Maybe they gave her horns.
Then she'd look just like Ganyu. Guess that does technically make sense.
Kindly please stop talking. It's not gonna work. This isn't Bioshock.
Person, how would you go about it?
Huh? Me? Well, I'd get them to the shore, and then I'd probably hide behind a tree and watch them for a while.
Yeah, because you wouldn't want any thanks. I think Ganyu actually did that exactly with us at one point. We were saved, and yet she wasn't there. I think like way back in like 1.0.
Once I was sure that they were going to be okay, I'd slip away without a sound.
So stealthy, so cute.
Got it. So basically, Ganyu's the type of person who doesn't like taking credit for her good deeds.
No, it's not like that. I'm just not very good at explaining things. And I also find it really awkward accepting other people's gratitude.
Well,
Yeah, I'm the same. People are like, oh, you do so good and everyone else. I'm like, why the stop talking to me?
explain why she just left without saying a word. She was probably thinking something like, one was merely passing by and saw fit to address this egregious disruption to one's graceful zithering at once. You may keep your thanks to yourself.
That's not actually a bad that's not actually a bad impression, Paimon. I started taking compliments. Yeah, I'm the same. I'm terrible at it.
That was actually a very
Cloud
good impression
Retainer.
of
That's
Cloud
the one I
Retainer,
was thinking.
Paimon.
That was the last name I couldn't remember.
As far as
But
I'm
yeah,
aware,
that was definitely like a
Cloud
decent
Retainer
Cloud Retainer
isn't
impression.
the most musically gifted. Still, we can't completely rule her out just yet.
Speaking of, Cloud Retainer has a human form. That's been like
if we
revealed
set
to
off
us,
now,
like
head
beyond
to
the
Mount
ether
Atsang
in
and
like
ask her
documents
about
and
it.
whatnot. That she has an animal form, but she used to have a human form. And I'm like, does that mean there's a chance she'll be playable eventually if she has a human form?
You'll be able to confirm either way if it's her, and I can... I've been in Lehya Harbor for so long now that I'm just not as familiar with the Adepti anymore. If there's anything we want to know about them, she's the best person to ask.
Sounds great! And we're pretty close with Cloud Retainer by now.
Yeah,
so
pretty
we probably
close.
don't even need
Pretty
to bring her
close,
through
as
this
in
time, right?
Cloud Retainer basically told us during Shenhe's quest that we're to look after Shenhe, which is basically her daughter, or like help Shenhe out and like guide her along. Which is why it annoys me that Shenhe didn't become a permanent party member and is just only in Liyue.
I've prepared a gift for
Because
her to
Shenhe's
mark the
entire
festival,
story is about her finding her
just in
footing
case.
to go explore the world again.
However,
And like, go learn for herself, and then she just stays in Liyue at the end of her story. You're like, no, come on, that was a perfect opportunity to introduce a new, like, main story party member. Especially because it was a mandatory story quest anyway. I thought that's where they were going, but no, so they got cold feet on it. So we're stuck to the main two, like, lead characters still only being Paimon and the Traveller. Which was something we laugh, yeah. Still have some reservations. In fact, there's two instances that I think about it. There's two characters whose entire character arcs make you think they're going to join you as like a permanent party member, and then they just don't. And you're just like, it feels like maybe at some point they were thinking about it, but maybe they just got cold feet and decided to keep it with just Paimon the Traveller. But I always say it, Paimon's biggest hurdle isn't the fact that, Paimon's written anyway or whatever. It's the fact that she's basically the narrator and mouthpiece of the entire story. And she can't carry it by herself, so it ends up becoming kind of repetitive and dull. But if there were more characters here to bounce off of, it would be way better. You still have some reservations?
Cloud Retainer
Get Shenhe and get Kaidahara in, because Kaidahara is the other one. Like, he's literally a wandering traveller.
She's on her own so much of the time that...
Bring him along.
When she has someone to chat with, she just... Never mind. I promised I'd help Mr. Dvorak, and now that I've made the contract, I can't be having second thoughts. Traveler, Paimon, let's set off for Cloud Retainer's abode.
Sure.
Seems like this is a tough decision for Ganyu, but...
Well, yeah, because Cloud Retainer is supposed to be a mentor and like a motherly figure. Trying to talk and disagree is never the nicest thing.
Okay, how about this? If Cloud Retainer tries
Oh
to
yeah,
share
and Cloud
those
Retainer also has a
stories
bad
about
habit
her
of bringing
again
up like
this year,
embarrassing stories, like any mother does, of their children when they were young. And so every now and then she'll be like, oh, when Ganyu was this age, she did this terrible thing that was really funny. It's like, no, we need to save her from that.
Did she leave already?
Oh.
Hey, Ganyu!
Look at that way, won't there? Alright, so let's go off to Union Cast. I always forget about this warp. This warp is like the least helpful warp. Because anytime you use it, you're not using it to get there. You're using it to get to the other side of this bit. But there's no other warp more convenient, so you have to do a little bit of climbing. But if we are going to see Cloud Retainer, I hope Shenhe's there. Yeah, I hear you. There is some of it, but even if they did have the extra character, I don't think they need to reiterate as much as they do. I think there's a lot in this game they'd get away with just kind of... they say it once and then carry on. Which just what happened. Exactly.
Paimon's so tired from trying to keep up. Don't either of you need to take any breaks?
You can float. Why are you out of breath?
I can't believe it. Cloud Retainer is not here.
Huh? Did we miss her?
Yeah, this is a
She
home.
doesn't like to travel. So in the past, it's always been the other Adepti who come to visit her during the festivals.
Could you be busy with something else right now?
True. Now that I think about it, Cloud Retainer would be quite capable of taking care of
Yeah, Cloud
everything on
Retainer
her
is the
own.
very stubborn one
There's no
out
need
of
to
the
worry
others.
about
The
her.
other two are kind of chill for the most part. They're a little angry, but they're relatively chill. Cloud Retainer's the one that's like, I will do things the way I see fit.
Since she's not here, I guess the next step is to check
Oh, jeez,
all
okay,
the
we'll go
other
visit
Adepti
Mooncarver and
one
Mountain
by
Shaper.
one.
Got it.
Uh-oh. Will it involve a lot more traveling?
Oh, you have it the easiest, Paimon.
Got it! Paimon has a great idea!
Paimon, if your idea is you're just going to stay here and we go, I'm going to, like, grab you by the throat and drag you.
Please go on, Paimon.
Our goal here is to find the Adeptus that helped Dvorak's ancestor, right? We can't hear any music right now, but if she's really as nice as the story suggests, she'd definitely come to help anyone who was drowning, right?
You're going to say, let's, like, pretend to be drowning and see if she shows up?
I think that's fair to say.
So, all we have to do is get the
Why do I have to be
the
that?
water, and the Adeptus will come to the rescue!
You're so sure, why don't you try?
You know perfectly well that Paimon can't swim!
Then it'll be more...
Paimon would sink like a rock!
Then it'll be more convincing! Ugh, I guess I'll give it a try.
Just trust Paimon!
No.
The water's pretty deep
I don't want to trust you, Paimon.
Quick, swim to the very center!
Give me a second. That's the bite. Wow, look how big that fish is. What the... Hang on. I've never caught that fish before. Hang on. Hang on, sorry. Priorities here. I've never caught... Hang on. Get over here. Oh. Oh, was it because... Hang on, I bet I know why. Yep, because the time changed. That's every time it hits 6, it changes time. So if we go back to this, those fishes will be right back.
Silly churl, Billy churl, silly Billy,
No.
hilly churl. Ooh.
I don't need the fish anyway.
Help! Someone's drowning! If only there was a kind-hearted Adeptus here.
Paimon.
Oh no! Whatever will a Paimon do?
Someone carries you ashore, so
going
when you
on?
don't catch who it is. Shao! Hi, Shao. How you doing, man? Of course it's you. That's Liz Salku. She's gonna be like, what was that about? Oh, Shenhe's here. Hi, when did
How
you
do
get
you
it?
feel right now? Shenhe, and the Conqueror of Demons.
Yeah, Shenhe and the smallest demon slayer in the world. Genuinely, of all the mid-sized male models, he's still the smallest. There was another character that was going to be smaller, and I kid you not, they gave him a couple more inches just before he came out. And Shenhe, like, one of my favourite characters in the story, who I still don't get why she's not part of the main party, but whatever.
Why don't you say something? Please don't make Paimon explain it. Okay, fine. Paimon will explain. We're looking for an Adeptus who's good at being a lifeguard and playing music.
You can have all the ways to explain it.
But if the Adepti aren't gonna stay home, then how are we supposed to find them?
It wasn't me.
Yeah, so this Adeptus is most likely a woman.
Paimon, god dang it.
And I am not an Adeptus, as you both already know.
Yeah, Shenhe is just
Paimon.
literally the most powerful human in the planet. I'm not even kidding. There's a scene in her story where there's this gargantuan boulder that needs to be moved from the depths of the cave all the way out of the cave across the entire mountain, and she does it single-handedly, and the boulder's like 10 times her size. She's like female Goku. She's insanely strong, but well, I say it, Goku's not a human, he's a Saiyan, but you know what I mean? Like, that's kind of her. She's like entirely human, but she's the strongest human on the planet, despite her looks. Because anime.
Okay.
And because she's trained by goddesses. So even though she's not one, she's trained by them, so has like this elite otherworldly strength.
No way Paimon would have suggested this idea if she'd known how awkward this was gonna be.
It's like for troubling you both.
Glad you're okay.
Dang it, because I didn't want Paimon to continue speaking. Yeah, I know. You're leaving already? Oh, come on, you just got here, Zhao. You're everyone's favorite edgelord.
As far as I know, the one you seek is no Yaksha. And one last thing.
He's going to tell me off. Say, don't pretend to drown again.
Your actions here caused others a great deal of worry.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, he's going to tell us off. And he went, don't do that ever again. Because you actually got people worried about you.
As ever, the conqueror of demons comes and goes, just like the wind.
Well, I love Shenhe's eyes.
Right. I didn't dare to say a word.
And yeah, Ganyu's genuinely intimidated by Xiao.
How's your training going, Shenhe? Have you made
People always make the joke because, like, both of these two, Shenhe and Ganyu, were both taken under. I've already forgotten the name again. The person we're here for's wing. Both of them were taken under their wing, and it's like they only gave Ganyu the bottom half of the dress and Shenhe the top half. It feels like they both got two halves of the complete dress.
Oh. I had planned to spend the festival with Master this year. However...
I'm trying to swallow. Yeah, because you'll get stuck on the thighs.
Oh, speaking of
Cloud Retainer. There we go. I always forget. Cloud Retainer's both of their mentors, but it always feels like Cloud Retainer only gave Ganyu the bottom half of the dress and Shenhe the top half. Like, it feels like if you put both their costumes together, you'd get a complete costume.
Earlier this morning, she set off for Mount Hulao at dawn. I noticed she was using an Adeptus art of some kind to protect a mechanism that looked like a boiler. Maybe it was a gift for Mountain Shaper. I did not inquire. So we just missed her. Please excuse me for a moment. I think I'll leave the gift in her abode.
And once again, my favourite little bit, not favourite little bit, I sound like a weirdo, but a bit of trivia.
Sure.
In Shenhe's original beta design, that middle bit of her costume was partially transparent, so you could see her belly button. But I'm guessing it was just it's probably more like, I don't know if it was censorship or RC, but either way, by the time the final design came along, then they shaded it in.
It sounds like Ganyu and Shenhe have gotten a lot closer recently.
Yes. During the summer and winter, I continued to train with Master. In the other months of the year...
Yeah, you've been trying to adjust to humanity, so you have still continued to grow like you have in the from that quest. Good. It's nice to hear that your development is still blooming.
Ganyu arranged accommodations for me in the city, and also recommended several work positions
Also
for me.
could have had, yeah.
But when I try to blend in by referring to her as Miss Ganyu or Lady Ganyu, like the others, she says I mustn't address her like that.
Yeah, because you're technically her. You're not. It's like she's not above you or beneath you. You're equals. So of course she's not gonna like that.
Sometimes I'm supposed to copy other people. Sometimes I'm not. It's a little difficult to keep track of everything.
Ganyu doesn't want you to be too courteous around her, and she gets embarrassed when you call her Lady Ganyu.
Oh, is that what it is? Noted. So, you came looking for Master today because you wanted to ask her about the Mystery Adeptus. Is that right?
Yep. Oh, speaking of that, have you ever heard any music while out training in the mountains?
Music? What is that?
Shenhe, wow, I know you're sheltered, but fuck. Because when I say sheltered, like, Shenhe's story of origin, she was a little kid, she lived in a village that was extremely superstitious. They believed there was a monster in the cave, and they believed that they were supposed to sacrifice, like, their youngest maiden, or whatever, or their first daughter, or whatever it was, something like that, to keep the monster at bay. They sacrificed Shenhe. Shenhe got locked up in this cave, a giant boulder in there, and trapped in there for a while as, like, a 5-year-old. She was then found by one of the Adeptus, and that Adeptus then took her under the wing and raised her as such in the mountains. So from like after like her 5th birthday or whatever at most, she's lived in the mountains completely away from civilization and was raised solely by the Adeptus, by these demigods. And it was only in her adulthood that, you know, she yearned to explore the world around her, hence why she ended up bumping into us in her main story quest. Like I said, it wasn't even a character quest, it was a main story. It was mandatory that you did this event and got to explore like Shenhe's development and learn more of her history and whatnot, which is what made me think it was going to be more significant and maybe she'd join your party to explore the world. Which just made it even more gutting when she then, you know, didn't. And it was also part of the reason why I even rolled for her, because I was like, no, she should be in the main party. And it ended up working out, because like I said, she's actually a phenomenal character for support. She's a really good support character if you need one for the character. She doesn't heal, but she's really good at just laying the buffs and letting the other party members, like, lay in the extra work to, like, kind of help everyone get moving along. She's perfect with, like, Eula.
Okay, I'm done. I also left her a note so that she knows where to find us. We won't miss her again.
Yay! That's really helpful. Thanks!
We were just talking about this thing called music. And
but still, yeah, Shenhe to be... There's no way, after, like, you know, 20-odd years or however long she's been living in the mountains, that she would never have heard of music. Come on, Shenhe.
Oh, really? Great!
Go on, let's take you to the lantern, right? Where are we going? Oh, just... Okay, I'm just going to jump off the edge, because it'll probably be higher up. In a not, like, depressive way. I realised how that sounded. I meant literally as in it's going to be, like, slightly higher up on a cliff. If I warp to the gate, it'll probably be lower down and we have to climb. But if I just do this... Got a bit above the clouds. Hopefully these clouds will clear so I can actually see where I'm going. So, you know, it'd warp us to that, and then we'd have to climb up the mountain. Whilst if I do this, I don't have to climb. I can just keep on moving. I remember using that gate a few times. What was in it? Why did I? Oh, because it's the Bloodstain and Noble. Got it. I think that was when I still had Mona in my party. I did that one a lot. For the Noble.
This is the place. I enjoy training here to the sound of music.
So you do know what music is, you just... The way she was... I'm guessing she just doesn't know the depths of music or the importance of music. She just knows sounds, and so this is her interpretation of what she thinks music is. Paimon, what?
Oh no! Paimon's gone deaf! Paimon can't hear anything!
My condolences, Paimon.
Oh, whew! Paimon hasn't gone deaf after all! Paimon heard you when you just spoke!
So yeah, Shenhe just doesn't know what music is, so she has her own interpretation. She probably can only hear, like, the wind.
Where is this music?
The faint sound of birdsong. The quiet murmur of the streams.
Yeah, that's her interpretation of music is just the world around her, not actual instruments.
Are they not the music of which you speak?
Oh, Paimon wasn't quite done with the description.
Bane of my existence. Paimon is just an insufferable child.
Okay, fine. It's
who also happens to be the supposed font of all knowledge, who doesn't really show it.
Nature, but melodies played on special instruments.
Oh, and a melody is?
Jesus, who do I want to bully? Paimon sing us a nursery rhyme, or Ganyu sing us a folk song you sing to glaze lilies? Who do I want to embarrass here? Paimon.
Hey, don't you patronize Paimon! Let's get one thing straight. Paimon knows...
Without Paimon. I saw that at the end, Paimon. That's very smart of you, Paimon. That's very cunning. I won't sing on demand unless you pay me. That's what she's saying.
Hey, why don't you just sing that one melody Shen has heard before? It'll probably help her to understand what we're talking about.
Fingers crossed it won't attract any whopper flowers. Thank you, Ganyu.
Oh, was that from the opera that Yunjin sang?
Yeah, but we're not... Oh, yeah, well, you were there for the opera performance, Shenhe, so you should know.
That was a melody, and melodies can be called music.
It felt like I was transported back to the past.
God, that was
In my mind's eye, I could see the Zhao
4 or
lanterns
5.
lighting
I
up
think it
the
was
night
2.5.
sky again.
Actually, was it 2.4? Was 2.5 was the whole thing with Raiden? I think it was 2.4 even, so it's been a while.
We're all there, raising our glasses and drinking to our heart's content on the Jade
Actually, maybe it
Chamber.
was 2.5, because I think that was the update Yunjin was introduced. Oh, jeez. There's too many updates. I don't remember which one was which anymore.
As I watched Yunjin's performance, I felt a warm sensation
I think
in
that's
my
the biggest thing. It's like some of the
And as
actual
the
like
drink
major
reached my
events, I can kind
stomach,
of remember what update
it
each
went
one it
from
is.
warm
The moment
to
it's like
hot.
characters, I'm like, oh god, there's so many. I don't know.
When you
I got
hummed
lost
that
a little
melody
after
just
Rosaria
now,
and Eula
feelings
back in
from a
1.4 and
whole year
1.5.
ago came right back to me, as strong as they were on that day. So that's the power of music.
Wow, Shenhe. That was so deep! Music definitely has the power to bring up memories. It's like a time capsule with all the special moments from our lives squished inside. What about you, Ganyu? Are there any melodies that have left a deep impression on you?
What about you guys, chat? Is there any melodies that left a deep impression on you?
I don't remember if my parents ever sang any lullabies to me. I know some local folk songs. And a few other things come to mind, too. The songs of the sailors down at the docks. The little ditties that the vendors call out in front of their beloved shops. The tunes of folk artists performing on the streets.
All the sounds of Liyue Harbor. Chosen by Code Orange's one.
Yes, that's right.
Trying to think of one for me now. Because mine's all video game music, so I don't really listen to, like... Oh, Lightning Strikes Again from Thunder Force 4. That one always kind of sticks with me. As much as like you'd think I'd say Devils Never Cry from Devil May Cry 3, I'd think Time Has Come from Devil May Cry 4 has been around in my life longer. Or like, in terms of like something I actually remember and pay attention to.
In the past, whenever I heard the sound of those tunes, I always felt that they were worlds apart from me. Nenny and Leo probably
And probably like
view me
more
as a
significant to
non-human.
my youth.
And they are right, in the sense
Because
that
even though I prefer 3, I
never
think
could
I'd probably
connect
put
with
more
humans'
hours into
artistic
4
expression and their sentiments.
nowadays.
So I
For a long
haven't
while,
been
I
able to
definitely put like
integrate into their
2,000 hours
community
into
and be
3,
a
but I
part
think
of their
nowadays I've
lives.
put like 3,000 into 4, so I think they balanced out.
At least, that's the view I held in the past. Only more recently did I start to realize that the only barriers are ones that I have erected with my imagination. The way those melodies make me feel isn't all that different from other people after all. They're about mundane details of everyday existence. Life's
But if we're
ups
talking
and
about
downs,
instrumentals, then
joys
oh
and
boy.
sorrows.
If we put the lyrical stuff to one side, well, I say that, I think Thunder Force 4 has lyrics, but you know what I mean, if we put that kind of stuff aside, then the door opens. The door opens, there is a lot.
Even though we come from different backgrounds,
From smaller
and have
things like
different stories to
Terraria,
tell,
or, you know,
when it
some
comes
Phoenix
down
Wright
to the
tracks have
most
stuck with me
common
for
things
ages.
that we
It's like much
see and
bigger,
experience
crazier,
around
bombastic,
us
like
each day
most
in
of the
the city.
Castlevania music that's still in my brain and lives rent-free there. You know, like, oh, there's fun, like, the entire legacy of Nobuo Uematsu's music across all the Final Fantasies, or Lost Odyssey, and all that stuff. Persona 1, 2, and 4's soundtracks never leave my brain. Laerzea, yeah, that's a more recent one. That one's really good, but I think I'll never forget that one.
In that sense, we're all the same.
You go, Ganyu! You're really making progress. You have loads of friends in Liyue Harbor when you think about it.
Or Lilea, I know I always pronounce it wrong.
Okay, maybe some are more like coworkers and bosses, but at the very least, Jin and Jenna are your friends now, right?
Yes, I am.
Oh, Shenhe! She wasn't even sure what a friend was when we last spoke to her, so that's actually that's a nice, like, showing how much she's grown. That she understands and recognizes Ganyu as a friend.
Technically speaking, we should refer to each other by the conventional forms of address used among fellow disciples. But now that I know what constitutes a friendship,
But it's
I
like,
do
even if you
believe
spell
we are
it
more
wrong,
friends
if it's
than
like a
true
5-letter word
disciples.
that starts with an L followed by a 3-letter word that starts with an X, I know what you mean. You know?
Thank you, everyone.
Once the days
And I'm
are
just,
warmer,
you know, I'm
I
dyslexic
would
as
like
fuck,
to
so I
host
always
you
miss
at my
things like
home in the
that.
city.
My brain just
Please
connects enough
invite
of the
Ka-ching
dots
as
that I can be
well.
like, yeah, that's what you meant.
I've planted many types of flowers. I'm sure some of them will be to your taste.
You are too kind. I couldn't possibly.
Nonsense. You are my friend.
Oh, Shenhe. No, she's like, yeah, now you'll accept gifts as well, because that's what friends
I
do.
have cultivated and cared for the flowers just as you taught me. Once you've seen them for yourself, I am sure you can advise me how to do an even better job next time. I will save some for decoration. We can feast on the rest.
Oh, right, Shenhe, right. No, you don't eat flowers.
Then, thank
I
you
know,
in
actually, now say
advance.
that, both of them.
Wait, what is that saying
You're
again?
gonna love a ton of tracks in
If
Cold
you
Steel.
insist.
Oh, I know. I've heard like 2 of them. One of them was because it was like that bike theme that you, or whatever it was, the scooter theme, went in Cold Steel 2 when you were streaming it. And I've heard a track from Cold Steel 4, and I was like, what the hell is this series? Yeah. You know, when you hear a track, you go, what the? But you're immediately like, I need to hear the rest of this. But I'm holding off because I want to experience it all for myself when I eventually one day maybe get to Cold Steel.
Do people say that? I'm not completely sure either.
It doesn't matter, okay? You got the
I've been
point
listening
across.
to
No need to split
some
hairs.
tracks from Library of
I'm
Ruiner
much
as
more
well
concerned
recently.
about
Some
your
of them
idea
are
of a
really good.
girls' night out.
And it's
Eating
baffling to me
flowers?
because it's like it's a PC-only game. It's a turn-based JRPG that uses like a card game system for it. That apparently is extremely hard. And the music, like every single track, feels like it's genre jumps. Like every single track feels like it's a completely different genre and a completely different jump. And I'm like, what the fuck? But all of them are really good. I doubt Ka-ching will be munching on any flowers.
Who dares refer to
Oh,
one
here's
not
Cloud
by
Retainer.
one's Adeptus title, but merely as that illuminated bird?
Master.
Our greetings, Cloud Retainer.
I'm not sure any other Trails game can compare.
There it is! The illuminated bird has landed!
Double humph.
Double
Now
humph.
she has the
Oh, I
gall
forgot
to
how
use
posh and
it
like overly
rather
self-entitled
than
Cloud
she.
Retainer is.
Even after being chastised once already? Barely a moment has passed since we last met, and yet your impertinence has reached new
Oh no, I didn't say
heights.
Verona. I said Library of Ruiner.
If you refuse to learn your lesson, one shall scold you no further.
It's a very different game. It's nothing to do with the Atelier games. I said Library of Ruiner, not Verona. And I love that game soundtrack. Every single track is like almost like it's a different genre jump, and all of them are great. My favorite one is that there was one. It's got like a Chinese melody. Misheard you hardcore, no worries. It's got like a Chinese melody to it, but then it has English lyrics that occasionally dip into Chinese. And when I first heard the lyric, I was like, oh, it's a love song. And then you get like near the chorus, and like the lyrics make out that the person that like she's singing the love song to isn't around anymore for one reason or another. Like she says that she has a deep regret that she never actually said what she wanted to say before he left. And it's like, did he leave for war? Is he dead? Is that? And it's like, once you realize that part of it, it's like she's not singing a love song to someone who's actually with her. She's singing it in recollection to someone else. The entire song's dynamic changed. And I was like, oh, this is actually really good. So I like that song sticks with me. There's this like really aggressive metal track that's like the very next boss theme after it. It's like, how do we just go from like a Chinese instrumental regretful love song to like heavy metal? It's like, that's what I mean. Library of Ruiner, the tracks I've heard from it, I'm like, this game's music. And it's like, it's a currently PC exclusive, and it's like you have like playing cards and you use them as your skills and turns, but it is turn based. Like you use these cards and things like that, and like the battle moves for it, and it's like apparently it's extremely difficult. And I'm like, bring it to console, because I love extremely difficult RPGs, and I live off trying to figure out the strategy and put it together. I think it'd be super fun, and the music's great. I need to actually find a track and put it in chat so you can listen to it. Hang on. There's a couple that really stuck out to me that I could throw into chat. One of them's like a crazy boss theme, and the other one's like they said the Chinese track. But I'll probably try and find the Chinese instrumental. Yeah, Iron Lotus. Share, copy link. Difficult RPG. Yeah, from what I've heard, it's like insanely brutally hard, and it's like it's a turn-based JRPG. I don't even know if it's Japanese. I think it's just a turn-based RPG that uses a card mechanic. Like I think it's a Western dev, but it's only on Steam right now. Anyway,
One has received your
it's easier if I say JRPG, people know exactly what I'm talking about. So
one suspects to know their identity. Well, shall one lead the way?
Jeez, I can think of. Yes, please, Cloud Retainer.
I still have to complete my training for today, so I will bid farewell to everyone here.
Oh, I don't want to say goodbye to you, Shenhe. Shenhe's genuinely one of my favorite characters that isn't isn't one that I actually regularly use. So I said she's great as a support in the Spiral Abyss, but in terms of actual just character, she's had so much development in such a small time. I just genuinely adore her character.
Very well. Await my arrival at one's abode later this night.
Difficult ones, yeah.
On this special occasion,
Most Girl to Finale is pretty tough, but even then, that game, it's less down to strategy. It's definitely important, but it feels more down to equipment grinding. If you get the right equipment together, you're fine. It's just, it takes a while to get that equipment, and there's a degree of luck involved in getting what you want. That'd be Lantern Rite, Shenhe. Hopefully we'll see you before the next one. I don't want to wait another year before we get to see your beautiful face.
If you want to release a Shao Lantern, come and find us anytime.
Oh, you're right. It's another Lantern Rite, so I've got more lanterns everyone. I can give out.
Happy Lantern Rite to you,
or
too.
more lanterns I can probably craft. I have so many lanterns. Oh, she's humming the melody that we made. Oh, she... See, this is what I mean. I adore this woman. She's that good at latching on to melodies and music. She already remembers exactly what we hummed, and now is humming it to herself. Anyway, what are we doing now? Go to designated location. I'm sorry, I'm aware I'm only half paying attention to the story for this Lantern Rite. I know it's not anything major, which is why I'm only half in it. I'm just kind of vibing with the vibe. We're only in Act 2, and we're already 2 and a bit hours into this stream, so I don't know if we'll get it all done in one stream. I want to. If we don't, I might try and see if I can squeeze in another stream before the event's actually over, just so we can see the rest of it, but we'll see.
Is this Quaily Plains? Cloud Retainer, why did you bring us
here? What I should really do is put the cutscenes on autoplay, but then I really would start missing things when I start detouring and talking. Guizhong? Definitely heard it somewhere.
Guizhong is another name of Agentis, the god of
the
dust.
First Zhongli quest from 1.1? Wow, that is a throwback and a half.
Gatherings and inventions alike. Long ago,
who was betrayed by her own people, but the legend of her people suggests, made out that, some other force killed them instead, but it was entirely the goddess of dust being Mercy. Not even betrayed, it was Mercy killed by her own people. Because she couldn't save or protect anyone when it mattered most. And so to free the other people, she was Mercy killed.
Sea Gazer would always bring out his latest treasure
and the legend was warped to make out that she was this merciless warrior that was stabbed in the back by Morax instead.
Though usually a mild-mannered fellow, when it came to those
when it wasn't such a lovely story in truth.
He always loved to show them off.
Paimon remembers that name. So that's what Sea Gazer
was. Oh, so Sea Gazer was... Oh, okay. Now, so we did know who Sea Gazer was.
He was an old friend and a former rival. One has many memories of him. Once he had brought out the treasure, it would predictably become the center of attention. Neither Guizhong nor one was content to let him just steal the spotlight.
I feel like Cloud Retainer's voice has been made more echoey than usual.
Proudest mechanical creations.
I don't remember it being this echoey, but it has been a while since we've spoken to Cloud Retainer.
As Adepti, we were each.
Well, I know she always speaks into our minds, which is why it's supposed to be slightly more echoey. But I feel like it was clearer than this before. Maybe it was just a change they did.
One often quarreled with Sea Gazer. His treasures were not even of his own making. He just used his exploration skills to dig them out of the ground. How, pray tell, could he compare to me? When
okay, Cloud Retainer, you're getting jealous again.
Accomplishments were crafted by one's own hand.
Cloud Retainer, you are getting competitive.
Well, competitive again.
One digresses.
Hey, that's my line.
Regardless, every time
well, just not as fancy, but I digress a lot.
Would come over to watch us during our mutual lambastics. On some occasions, she would join in, and on others, she'd take one of us by the limb and start uttering the most ridiculous nonsense.
What kind of nonsense.
No kind of nonsense were we spared.
Everything.
Sometimes she would brazenly opine, "Ah, why argue between yourselves when neither of you could ever hope to beat me?" Other times, she would make unsolicited suggestions, such as, "Once you two
Doesn't
are
sound like
done
nonsense. It sounds like
arguing,
she's just trying to take your
let's
mind
go
off
to the foot
things.
of the mountain and grill some meat." She always sought to make everyone happy, and one must say, she had quite the gift for it. No matter what nonsense she said, one never felt bothered or offended.
But if there is a human form of Cloud Retainer that they plan on introducing at some point soon, they might be making the beast form more echoey, so then when the human one comes along, there's no echo, it sounds more proper, I guess. So it doesn't sound like they're just identical.
It also helped that she never referred to one as that illuminated bird or lady bird.
Come on, get over yourself!
No, it's a demigod, Paimon.
Anyway, just as our impassioned arguments would reach the apex
If the demigod says
of
refer to me this way, you kind of listen. Doesn't matter how long you've known each other.
Delectable dishes to the table. Who would dare snub the stove god and his wondrous creations? At the sight of him, we would all immediately drop the argument.
Heck, hill
and
noises.
prepare the table for a
My
night of
propane
feasting and
accessories.
drinking. Back then, one was always bothered by how the cups Rex Lapis brought were always too square for one's taste. Can you see yourselves ever enjoying a drink from a square cup?
I mean, you just drink from the corner, wouldn't you? Just don't drink it, like, flat on the side, otherwise you're just going to get it down your cheeks. He said Ladybird, Hank's dog. Oh, right. I missed that bit. Well, I know she said Ladybird, but I didn't think of it that way. I didn't think of Hank's dog. But you just don't drink the flat side of the square cup. Drink from the corner. But then you'd have to hold them. I guess it would be a little annoying.
Precisely.
Because then you'd have to hold the handle a little higher, or you'd have to just hold the cup with both hands. And then it looks like you're just kind of, like, unceremoniously, like, drinking from a bowl.
Even one could never find fault with Marchosius's cooking. As we ate, Guizhong would continue to find topics for conversation, filling the table with humor and laughter.
The only scene of Hank Hill I can think of in my head, now you put it in my mind, is, we should walk on down here to the money room. Capital idea, Dad. Capital. Just because of the pun. Just because capital money, that's it. Because he gets like a huge bound of wealth and he goes, we should walk us down to the money room. That's it. That's all I remember.
Each of those old fossils had their character flaws and points of obstinacy. So why was it that whenever we dined together, we always had a marvelous time? We would drink together.
Because you're old friends. Doesn't matter if you have differences.
Until the moon set and the sun rose.
Cloud Retainer, I've always been like this all-knowing, like, demigod being. You don't seem to know that much. Like, when it comes to like the intricate details of life and why people do what they do.
Before returning to her own abode. The glaze lilies were far more abundant back then. Entire fields of them would appear to the eye as a veritable sea of flowers.
Streetward Rambler?
That would be Ping. You probably know her
as
as
when Ping was young.
Oh, okay. Wait, this is a lovely story and everything, but didn't we come here to find that Adeptus from Mr. Dvorak's story? Or are you saying that it was Guizhong?
He was already gone. Because she was the goddess of dust. She's already dead.
Alas, long has one avoided this place for precisely that reason. The sights here are a reminder of a time long gone, and evoke much sorrow. One should have guessed that you would disrupt one's poignant moment of mourning with your incessant questioning. No matter, one will share the whole story with you now.
Oh, story time?
In times gone by, one
with the hand-drawn cutscenes?
Guizhong concerning mechanical principles. We each had our ideals, and neither would yield. Under the pretext
the bottom left is
one invited
the human form
Rex Lapis to judge
that I've been talking about of those three.
But Rex Lapis declared that Guizhong's obscuro vulpus mechanism was superior.
Oh, There she is. Look at her on the right. Come on, that's like Bayonetta. Make her playable. Make her playable. Oh, it's a shame the goddess of dust looked so cute, and then she's dead. Like, come on, now I feel like now I feel mournful. We missed out on such a bean. Look at her.
In Gui Zhang's opinion, while mechanisms were no substitute for
They keep doing this. They keep on introducing characters that are dead or no longer around, and then like they show their design in these cutscenes. It's like, come on, they're beautiful.
Streetwood Rambler believed music to be an expression of the soul.
I don't know which Adeptus that is.
An enterprise that could never hope to be replicated by machinery.
But she's cool too.
They argued endlessly until
oh, that's the other one that's not with us anymore. Got it.
He confiscated the bell and designated
and Zhongli eventually, if you two can't get along, I'm taking it.
Thereafter, one would often find them convening in the mountains, discussing music, mechanics, and all the affairs of the mortal world. But these good times were not to last.
And then they said her death, killed by her own people.
And soon engulfed the Guili Plains.
As a mercy killing.
Zhang was overpowered by the enemy.
That's the tale they tell you. It's a bit, let's say, it's more personal than that. She didn't lose to the enemy. Her own people mercy killed her because they never stood a chance. She never stood a chance. She was too weak.
After this, at Streetwood Rambler's request, Rex Lapis granted her the cleansing bell for safekeeping.
Madam Ping has the bell?
To honor our friend's memory.
God, seriously, that human form.
Made a few finishing touches to her ballistic
device. Yeah, no, that human form. They'll just give us Genshin Bayonetta, please.
Since then, many greetings and goodbyes. Upon what do you gaze? The Guili Plains?
No. It's everything.
They actually gave that one a voice.
We think of human life as like a lantern that's lit one minute and extinguished the next. But are we Adepti so different? Perhaps as dust settles after a storm, we too must one day return to the world below.
One has always been austere and private by nature, and has never relished socializing. One's dealings with Guizhang were born out of discussions on the discipline of mechanics.
What? You have loads of friends, and you seem pretty chatty.
Yeah, I always get the impression it's not that you're not good with socializing, it's that it's just bad memories now because everyone's gone. There's so few of the Adeptus still alive.
Just because one is not ignorant of social graces does not mean one is fond
Yeah,
of
Cloud Retainer, I think you're kind of being like, oh, I just don't like it. I know how to do it, I just don't like it. But no, I think it's more because it reminds her of times gone.
But in the end, one is nothing like Streetwood Rambler.
Streetwood Rambler. Just call her Ping. Just call her Madam Ping.
Moreover, her friendship with Guizhang was far greater than one's own. Back when they were rivals, they would often compete against one another in the realm of musical composition. That cleansing bell was one of Guizhang's proudest works, having the ability to both compose and perform.
Wait, that's weird. Didn't Madam Ping say she pestered an old friend for that bell? And she also said something about being a vain beauty when she was young or something.
Streetwood Rambler, a vain beauty. My foot. That bell has a sad history. Clearly, she refrained from sharing with you the truth of its origins, since the right time had not yet come. As for her old friend, who else could it be? As soon as Streetwood Rambler heard that a certain Zhang Li wished to borrow the bell, she realized that the man was none other than Rex Lapis, and that he had made an enormous decision. After all, we all have known each other for several millennia. Some things between us are implicitly understood.
Whoa! So they were talking in secret code? Oh, Paimon did not see that one coming.
It wasn't secret code, Paimon. Pay attention. She literally just said they've known each other for several millennia, so there are some things they just understand. There are some things they just understand between each other, you know? So if one thing says something, the other person, it's no code or fancy language or fancy, it's just if one person says something, the other person can read between the lines because they know what they're actually thinking.
Enough of your
And the Cloud is like, oh, that's not what this is.
Where was one up to? Ah, yes. One remembers now. The cleansing bell is powered by a mechanical art and can be used to great effect as an accompanying instrument. After the passing of its creator, it was used on numerous occasions during rites of parting. But Streetwood Rambler did not acquire it from Rex Lapis for the purpose of producing further funerary tunes. No. Each time she rang it, it was to play the tune that Guizhong composed on it. The two once clashed over their beliefs about the meaning of music. Who would have thought that with Guizhong's passing and Streetward Rambler's mourning, two tunes composed in discord would eventually become one harmonious composition. Once upon a time, Streetwood Rambler also loved gatherings, liquor, and music. But after Guizhong passed, she preferred her own company. She could often be found sitting alone at a mountain summit, contemplating and reminiscing with her zither. The music would go from mournful to soothing to impassioned. Many years passed before she finally composed a melody to her satisfaction. In celebration, she played the tune to the clouds. Regrettably, one has only ever heard her play that tune once. Which brings one back to the matter you've been investigating. Perhaps it was during that performance that the ancestor of your Fontaine friend fell into the water and was saved by Streetwood Rambler.
But if she was so happy with the melody, why would she only play it once?
One was also greatly perplexed by this. After suppressing one's curiosity for a long while, one finally approached her and asked why she would retire the tune after having spent so long on it. In response, she said, though the strings that played that melody survive, the one who inspired it is gone. Tell me, Cloud Retainer, when the one attuned to my soul is no longer here, who else could hope to understand this tune?
Jesus, why is it everything to do with the Adeptus in this game is reaped in grief? Like, it's not necessarily like tragedy, because it's most of the time it's people who have moved on and carried on, but everyone's lost something and has respect or honor or, you know, something of the past that they hold on to. Like, everyone, especially when it comes to, like, the goddess or the Adeptus or, you know, the Yakshas, all of them have lost things and lost people, and they do things to honor them, and, you know, there's just so much, like, grief covered through them all. Like, Zhao is the last of the Yakshas. All the other Yakshas are dead. That was the whole Chasm quest where it explored that pass around. And there was another batch of characters that had brilliant designs that we'll never get to see in action because they're all dead. Ugh.
Aww, poor Madame Ping.
Yeah, and Madame Ping doesn't bring mention to certain things of the past because it's from lives that are long since gone.
I just remember being taken care of by you when I was young. Once the Archon War came to an end, I stayed behind in Liyue Harbor to honor my contract. Although I met Guizhong a few times, I never knew anything of this particular story.
Also, Ganyu, technically, it's like several hundred years old because of her illuminated beast blood, but she's half beast, half human. Because she's been alive since before the Archon War, which was 500 years ago, so that she's at least 500 years old.
Guizhong was quite the visionary, but tragically passed before her time. Her manuscripts still lie unfinished in the realm of clouds. Blank pages give one cause for contemplation on what might have been. Had you not decided to search for that mystery Adeptus, perhaps these stories, too, would have been lost to the sands of time. As of now, you know the truth. That the Adeptus who rescued the drowning man was none other than Streetwood Rambler. Do you intend to discuss this with her?
Oh, geez, that's not something you can just ask. Hey, was you the one that saved this in your recollection and memory during this fated day that you made this song in honor of your dead closest friend? Yeah, just... No,
Do you mean Ping might find the topic
yeah,
too distressing?
Madam Ping might not be too keen to talk about it. It might not be her favorite topic.
Precisely. The passing of our old friend is a heavy topic that both of us are usually careful to avoid.
If I may be so bold, Cloud Retainer, could it be that this is just your own personal opinion?
Oh? How so?
I've been in Liyue Harbor for quite a long time now, and I've witnessed many farewells along the way. So I, too, am well acquainted with the pain of the passing of a loved one. But this doesn't bring the city or its people to a standstill. They have to keep moving forward. Someone as perceptive and wise as Ping will surely have come to understand and embrace this. Though these immortal mountains have lost an Adeptus, the harbor of mortals has gained a wise elder. No loss can ever be undone. But there is always much that can still be gained. Ping has helped countless people, and will guide many others in the years to come. And all to whom she extends a helping hand become her friends. People she can admire flowers and discuss music with. Though it is heartbreaking to lose a kindred spirit, life goes on, because there are new friends waiting for you further down the road.
Ganyu's right.
We even asked Madam Ping what she thought about adding a music festival to this year's Lantern Rite.
Yeah.
Why
She's asking
don't
what...
we just ask her if she'd like to perform? Maybe
I don't think she'd be so wise to perform, but I think we can at least, like, humor her. Yeah, even Cloud was like, I don't know how far you'll get with that one, but sure.
Why don't you come with us? It's been a long time since you last spoke with Ping.
It'd probably be very
And
good for
Liyue
you to speak
Harbor
with
is
Madam
always
Ping, actually.
decorated so
I'm sure she'll
beautifully
say
during
no,
the
but it'd probably be
festival
very
period.
good for you to talk to Ping.
Is not every Lantern Rite the same in this regard? Were there ever anything new to discuss? One in Ping could meet any day of the year.
I disagree. Each new day and each new year is different from those that have come before. How long will you simply let them pass you by?
If nothing else, do it for Ganyu.
The edibles she brought this time...
No, not because she fed you well, because she's kind of like a daughter figure who's begging you to try and bury the hatchet and, like, share your grief with someone else who understands.
Very well. Then one will be off. If the other old fossils have sneaked away into the city to amuse themselves...
Oh yeah, if Mountain Carver
find
and... Mountain Shaper and Moon Carver are there, she'll find them.
All right. We should be getting back to the harbor as well. We don't want to keep her waiting. Once the Guili Assembly, now the Guili Plains. Say, if we planted flowers there and cared for them carefully enough, do you think that one day we'd be able to recreate the Sea of Glaze Lilies?
Oh, well, in honor of those
Allow
fallen.
one to take back one's praise from a moment prior.
She's like, Carver's like, whoa, hang on a minute.
Child.
What? Cloud Retainer? You were still listening?
One observed that you were making no effort to leave, and returned to chasten and hasten you. This time, one is departing.
Cloud Retainer, come on. You're supposed to be the old wizened one, but you're still a little menace. She's the sort of person who tells you consistently that she's the most mature one of all her friends, but if you pay enough attention, you see very clearly she's the least. By far. Like, she's literally the one that tells you they're mature instead of actually proving they're mature. Anyway, let's get back up. Oh, we're heading to... Are we heading to the top of the bridge? Yes, we are. I was going to say, we're not heading all the way to Ganyu's place, are we? Oh, I mean, close enough.
This is a peaceful neighborhood.
Oh, right. Madam Ping.
Whoa, Madam Ping? And Cloud Retainer?
It appears you made haste after all. One arrived but moments before you.
Oh, bless my soul. To what do I owe the honor? How nice of you all to come and visit me.
Miss Illuminated Bird, haven't you said anything yet?
Said what, precisely? And why should one be tasked with saying it?
For goodness sake, Cloud Retainer, drop the act. Just say how you feel.
Cuz, you're the one who's known Madam Ping the longest.
Street word. Or rather, presumably, you would prefer to be addressed as Ping?
Oh, Cloud Retainer, you are uncommonly polite today.
Given that Lantern Rite is almost upon us, the weather in the city is most pleasant, and a sweet floral fragrance lingers in the air. Ganyu, please continue from here.
Fucking Cloud Retainer. Wow, Cloud Retainer, you have fallen from the list of people I can rely on very quickly. You can't even talk about this in front of your old friend? Jeez.
Huh?
Alright, fine. The daughter will clean it up for you.
This all started because we were trying to help Mr. Dvorak find the Adeptus who saved his ancestor's life.
So we found out it was one of the ones that aren't around anymore.
Cloud Retainer
and it actually ended up being you was the one that saved them, potentially.
Rescued the drowning man was none other
Paimon
than
V8,
yourself.
we need to be as vocally as nauseous and double as goat as you possibly can be. Was it the thing with Paimon is that, say, 1.0, she was nowhere near as squeaky. But because it was, from what I could tell, easier on the actress's throat, they allowed her to be more natural with what was easier for her, for them, and so it became slightly squeakier. So the squeaky voice genuinely isn't the thing that annoys me, it's the words. It's the fact that she always has something to say when there doesn't need to be something said that annoys me.
Let me think. Yes, I do believe I recall that encounter. What a long time ago that was. I'm surprised that you still remember it. Even more astonishing, perhaps, is the fact that this story has survived this long at all, when mortal lives are so very brief. It appears that she has proven herself right once again.
Who's she?
We like to call her Guizhong. From the look in Cloud Retainer's eyes, I sense that she has already told you all about her.
Yeah, we even got to see some, like, cutscenes of her, and she's, like, super cute, and it's such a shame she's not alive. How could someone that... Why do they keep designing really cute and cool-looking characters that are only in cutscenes because they're not actually alive? Ugh.
Albeit reluctantly, one might add.
There is no harm done. After all, Lantern Rite's very purpose is to commemorate the heroes who gave their lives for Liyue. Although Guizhong did not live to see the splendid sights of today, she was as much a hero as any other.
So how has she proven herself right again exactly?
Once upon a time, she said to me that humans were a weak form of life that she wished to protect with her wisdom. But as she interacted more and more with them, her opinions on them began to change. She marveled at the beautiful complexity of their spirits, the sheer splendor of all they could accomplish through their hard work and intelligence. She told us that to underestimate human potential would be to make a grave mistake. With the smallest amount of guidance, enormous power can be unleashed in them, and a human who has reached their full potential may well be her equal. Someone who could have as much to teach an Adeptus as to learn from them.
She always had a way with words. That her mechanical accomplishments were judged superior to one's own was, one suspects, in large part due to her sheer eloquence.
Speaking of mechanics, Cloud Retainer, do you still remember that potted plant mechanism? The one that the two of you gave me as a gift?
Of course. Guizhong and one both put an immense amount of effort into that gift. It would be no overstatement to call it a testament to each of our individual technical genius.
As Guizhong once said, it takes every blade of grass and every flower to make a homeland. When I see the sight of Liyue Harbor before us today, I am reminded of this.
Madam Ping looks very emotional right now.
Well, She has been through a lot in her time.
Of all of us, it was Gui Zhong who was the fondest of these grand and exciting occasions. If she were still with us, I'm quite sure she would still be trying to best Cloud Retainer's finest works at every opportunity.
Liyue Harbor is always filled with the sound of music at this time of the year. If she were here, one is certain that she would seek you out to discuss and debate the virtues of various melodies.
Oh, yeah! Music! We've been dying to ask. What was the melody that you played back then?
Jesus, okay, yeah, we could get to that a bit more gracefully. Dying to ask to hear the melody that you sung for your dead friend. Come on, Paimon.
Oh, also, with you being such a music expert and all, why don't you join the concert as a performer?
I can make arrangements right away.
Oh. As much as I don't wish to dampen your enthusiasm, it's been a long time since I played this zither. My fingers don't have the dexterity they once did, and whenever I play that tune, it always reminds me of her. I start wondering what she would think of the changes I have made to her melody. There was a period of time whenever I started strumming, it almost felt like she was back again. Sitting right there on the stone stool next to me, chatting away. Skybracer and Seagazer too, looking just like they did in the old days, no matter how much time goes by. The moment that melody starts playing, it transports me right back to that time in my memory.
Power of music, huh? Very powerful in how it can make these nostalgic feelings come to the surface no matter what you do. You hear the right tune, you're immediately sent back to this one specific part of your life, whatever it may be, huh?
So the past still weighs heavily on your heart?
Oh, I would be lying to myself if I claimed to have completely moved on. But that is not to say that grief doesn't get easier with time. Despite the sadness, I have found many things that bring me joy in life. It is simply the nature of the world in which we live that even if one wished to mourn for an eternity, it would be a nigh impossible feat. Just look at this potted plant. Isn't it stunning?
It takes an honest and open mind to confront and conquer grief. You have indeed made progress.
Be that as it may, I shall leave the Lantern Rite stage to the youth of today.
Well, if you're sure...
Granny!
Yanfei! The person I hoped would show up when we came to Pesta.
Whoa. What's everyone doing
Yeah, Yanfei would be like, oh Jesus, there's a lot of people here. What's going on?
And now we've spooked Yanfei. No. Everyone's just here to give me their regards for the holiday.
Oh, that's
hello, little Miss Lawyer.
I'm glad. Well, in that case, happy Lantern Rite, everyone.
Happy Lantern Rite.
Happy Lantern Rite. Oh, I just remembered that I have some work to do at Yuehai Pavilion that I need to discuss with Yanfei. I haven't been able to find a chance until now. I will leave Mr. Dvorak in your capable hands. Cloud Retainer, Ping, we will be off for now.
Huh? Does it have to be right now? Which case is this again? Hey, Ganyu!
Oh, that's Ganyu's way of making sure, like the rest can still talk about their important stuff. Let me just take the kid away, basically.
It seems Ganyu still has much to learn.
Yeah, she kind of just, like, BS her way through that. She's just trying to get Yanfei up there, but thanks to the cameo, Yanfei. Thanks for showing up. If that's the only time she's present in this quest, I'm going to be a little annoyed.
What a pity. She has learned nothing of one's ability to carry a conversation.
Yeah, you'll want to talk.
Since it's been so long, Cloud Retainer, why don't you stay? I'll make a cup of tea and we can chat a while.
Gladly. This was one's intention as well.
When you next see the fun.
Yeah, and while you're there, why don't you transform into a human form so we could all admire Genshin Bayonetta?
You got it, Madam Ping.
Because we know that's something she can do. The only reason that I was going to guarantee, the only reason she isn't doing it is because they haven't made the model.
As for that melody, I will play it for you all another time. Goodness knows I need to practice it first.
Wow, That'd be great! We'll look forward to it.
When that time comes, wherever her spirit may be among the countless grains of sand.
I'm gonna say that Zhongli was only like right at the very start. It's like a quick conversation. So I imagine of how many Leonese characters there are, some of them are only going to get like a 5-second hi and bye. Because Keqing was very brief, Ningguang was extremely brief. Ningguang was like, she just kind of came over and said, hi, no need for the pleasantries, good to see you, bye.
Alright, let's go tell Mr. Dvorak the news.
God, I remember hunting down so many of these glazed lilies and silk flowers when the game first came out to get ready for upcoming characters. It's why I have like loads, and I mean loads of some plants. Some of them I have so many of just because of 402 of them, like 407, 1,124 silk flowers, 1331 J1 chilies. This is what I mean. Like, some of them I have loads upon loads because I grinded the hell out of them. But when the game first came out, whilst these later things that came, way later on, I don't need Dendrobium for anything. You know, I don't need any. Well, I did need some a Makumo fruit at one point, but I don't need more. I do need to get loads of these. These are new because Dehya uses them, and Dehya uses them. So if I want to actually upgrade, I need to actually get like the usual 140 odd of them. But they're so hard to grind. There's like 6 I found in the desert, and that's it. Like the other feel like refunds because they reset. They're so hard to find. Oh yeah, my fish collections. I did do a lot of fishing at one point. I only have 1 of this. What? How? I digress. I got distracted. Where are we going?
Take it easy.
Hey, Keqing.
Mr. Dvorak! Ah, and Keqing's here too! Thanks for helping set all of this up.
Welcome back. Did everything go well?
Yeah, kind of a long story.
Really well. We found the person Mr. Dvorak was looking for.
Are you serious?
Yeah. We recount the true story of the fairy tale. It was a human. Human.
So the melody
complicated.
my ancestor heard was an adeptus remembering her late friend? That certainly explains why it was such a powerful and poignant tune.
Yeah, one that came from the heart.
Huh. That's a really interesting first reaction. Guess that comes with having a musical mind.
Yeah, it comes from, the person who voices the character being very musically minded.
I have to say, though, it's hard to believe that the fairy from the tale is now an elderly granny.
Oh, Paimon knows exactly what you mean. Normally, Adepti don't age at all. But Streetward Rambler, or Madam Ping as we know her, probably only became old because it's what she wanted for herself.
Yeah, she wanted to just be the wise, quiet elder, so she decided that.
Madam Ping possesses vast knowledge and great wisdom. Whatever physical form she may decide to take, her mind and wits are as sharp as they come.
So theoretically, she could make herself look super, super young again if she ever wanted to. She just chooses not to.
Yep, Keqing summed it up perfectly. That's exactly what Paimon was trying to say.
I think... yes. I must thank her in person. That can wait until after the concert, though.
Yeah, so don't interrupt their tea.
I need to devote all my emotional energy to the performance.
Speaking of, Madam Ping wishes
Speaking of the
all
performance,
best
when
with
can
the
we hear it?
music festival.
We need to go...
Paimon has a
We already know the
sneaking
rockers involved. I know who
suspicion
Tao
that
sings the
she'll
rap,
stay
because
in
once
her
again,
usual
people
spot,
got all
but listen to
arsy
the
about the English
performances
voice
from
actress,
afar.
having fun in an event where you're supposed to be having fun, just because it didn't line up well with the original Chinese dub with a melody, because of course it's not going to.
Wait, are you serious? Huh. Oh no, now I'm starting to get nervous.
I'll just treat it like any other performance.
Okay, alright. Nope, another rehearsal's in order.
I got
Please
that.
excuse me, everyone.
Alright, bye, Dvorak. When you go to Fontaine, Dvorak, or Dvorak, sorry, let every other Fontaine character know I'm coming. I want to go see them. I am coming their way, and I'm going to get them. Because I like their top hats.
Before we set off on our search with Ganyu, he asked us about what music means to people. After our recent adventure, Paimon thinks we have a lot more to say about that now.
But we still haven't gone seen. We were going to go see Xiangling. We even brought her up in the conversation, and we haven't gone and seen her yet. We haven't gone to see Sing Chao, but he's way north, so he's probably not going to happen.
Please, share your insights with me.
We haven't gone to see Yunjin yet. We haven't seen Hu Tao. We haven't seen my little bean yet.
Well, we found out that music can be used for
It's
good,
like, well,
but
yeah,
also
Paimon,
for
you try and
bad.
explain what you know in the Paimonese that you speak.
It can make people happy and moved.
Yeah, because we also had that thing with Yelan,
Sad and bittersweet.
where it showed that music can be used to intimidate as well.
And music is like a kind of memory written in people's
That was a
hearts.
very broad summary,
in touch with
but not the
feelings
most
from a totally
detailed.
different time and place.
But I get it's kind of if you're put on the spot, it's kind of difficult to kind of just explain all of that.
I'm sure Ganyu will fill me in on all the details shortly.
Yeah. Another ship that's kind of popular is Keishing and Ganyu because they're business associates. They both, although they do different things, they work under the same industry and share a lot of notes. So people kind of ship them based on the fact that maybe they share more than just their notes. They spend a lot of time around each other, have the same kind of knowledge of the world around them, so probably like to test each other and just kind of go off that.
Wait, does that mean you're gonna carry on working?
And one of them, Ganyu's slightly
things to
shyer,
wrap
whilst
up.
Keishing is slightly
All the
more
groundwork
outgoing,
is
so there's a
done.
balance there.
As long as everyone enjoys the festival activities.
And I'm aware that every single
all
time
our
I've said her
efforts
name,
are
I've pronounced it
worthwhile.
differently. I can't. I'm sorry. I butcher a lot of these
Happy
names
Lantern
when
Rite to you as
when it's Inazuman characters or Lebanese characters. I end up butchering a lot of the names because they're based on actual Chinese or Japanese names.
That should be everything taken care of, right? Oh, no, wait. Paimon feels like she's forgetting something. What was it? Oh, it feels
Yeah,
like it
how
was a
did
while
that other
ago.
person who was helping Ningguan know about the music?
Shoot! Latent... Wait, no.
We picked. Oh, I forgot. Zhongli sent us off to get nascent bamboo shoots, and then we bumped into Yao Yao, which led to us bumping into Dvorak, which led to everything else.
Zhang-Li said he wasn't in a hurry, so if we went
We
now,
completely
there's
two.
still time, right?
Paimon, what do you mean like he wasn't in a hurry? Are you forgetting the point where there was a part in the quest where it said wait 2.5 days?
Even if we don't make it, it's not
We've left him just sitting there for 3 days. Potentially, considering the trip as well, and with all the detours we've been doing.
check with him at Wangsheng Funeral Parlor.
Yeah, let's go catch him at the funeral parlor. So let's go hopefully catch up with Hu Tao as well while we're there. I'm aware that's a side quest, but I'm willing to bet that's tied to these. So I'm worried about that later. If we get time at the end of the stream when we're finished, the only one I'll probably start is Beidou, just 'cause I haven't seen Beidou in forever. Oh! Hu Tao is just kind of T-posing a little bit. And Yunjin is here. Let's go... Okay, all the cool characters, all the cool beans. Oh my god, what are they doing? There's no fixing Hu Tao. I'm sorry. Forgive my daughter. There's no fixing her.
Oh.
There's no fixing her. She's. I love Hu Tao, but she's. Anyway.
All right, let's take a break here.
Yunjin's like, okay, you two morons.
Oh wow, look who it is! Are you?
I've heard the Japanese dub of that bit, and it sounds even more deranged. Like the Japanese actress just kind of goes off on one. She goes ba 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 ba, and it's just like, oh, what was the actress doing?
So you're just casually practicing your rapping skills at the entrance to your funeral parlor? In broad daylight? Okay.
If you can call that rapping. But yeah, Paimon's got a point. That's kind of weird. You're like the manager, or like the person who like takes charge of this entire funeral parlor organization. It's the middle of the day, and you're just rapping in front of it, and you're the boss here, and everyone knows you're the boss here. You're freaking me out, Lil.
After everything we've been through, you don't see me for a hot minute, and you're back to being scared of your own shadow. We have all this open space, a clear view of the mountains behind and the sea in front. Not to mention we have several invisible audience members enthusiastically cheering us on. It's the perfect spot to rehearse.
Invisible audience members?
Gotta say, it took me a few days to get used to Director Who's way of talking.
seems that you're not on close enough base to just call her Hu Tao. Or just Tao, just call her by her name. Because, you know, it's Chinese, it's flipped. Hu's her family name, Tao's her actual name. Same way with Yun Jin, her name's Jin, but her Yun's the family name, so it goes first.
Frog, but a giant frog with sharp teeth.
Come on, knock it off.
What's wrong? I've never seen someone look so confused before. Well, don't worry, because Director Hu's here to explain it all. There once was a Fontaine musician who went around town on a mission. He came door to door for his iridescence tour, looking for acts to audition. With my words, Xinyan's chorus, and Yunjin as our mentor, we'll take the stage by storm with flames roaring and the whole audience calling for more.
So what she's saying is that our friend came straight here, trying to look for Xinyan for the music. Hu Tao overheard it and went, I want in. That's what this is. That's what this is. He came looking for our rocker, found Hu Tao overheard it, and Hu Tao's like, I want in on this. This sounds fun. That's yeah, heck yeah.
For sure, the whole dance floor will be yelling encore, encore.
Yeah, Paimon, no, you're rhyming.
Now Paimon's rhyming along. But when you
Also, yeah, you're a little bit of a pyromaniac when you want to be Hu Tao, so is this going to be safe? Actually, I say that there's two pyro characters right next to each other. Are you sure this is going to be safe?
Oh, don't you worry about that. I'm pretty experienced on the stage, and I've already informed the Yuhong of all the pyrotechnics we're planning on using.
Huh. Guess we'll just have to trust Xinyan on this one.
Have you seen Zhongli, Director Hu?
Oh, Zhongli. He took one of those fancy meal boxes and set off for the mountains. Said he wanted to pay a visit to some old friends.
It's a real pity that he couldn't be around for this. As well as being a true connoisseur of traditional art forms, he's able to appreciate Xinyan's performances too.
Yeah, because Zhongli's not a miserable old-timer. It's like, back in my day, he appreciates all form of art. So if someone wants to bring out some rock and roll, he's like, yeah, sure, whatever.
Yeah, that's right. Matter of fact, he was the one who first invited me to perform here.
Really?
To tell the truth, though, I never thought I'd really find myself rehearsing here one day.
Well, now you know. The Wangsheng Funeral Parlor is a great location.
I still don't necessarily agree that practicing your rap and rock in front of the funeral parlor is the perfect place of all the places to go to perform. Just throwing it out there, guys. Whatever.
I can speak to that. Hu Tao is always full of fun surprises.
And jump scares.
Actually, Xinyan, I have some lyric ideas for your part. Do you want to go through them together?
Sure thing. I'm all ears.
Oh, Traveler and Paimon, I believe Zhongli was heading to Mount Hulao, so make sure you're hiking up the right hill.
Oh, he's going to go see the other Adeptus, got it.
When you see Zhongli, please pass on this message to him. It's up to him whether he wants to support us at the performance tonight, but I expect him to make time for the upcoming banquet we're planning. No excuses.
I love that because like Hu Tao is Zhongli's boss. Zhongli is the god of the kingdom, but he keeps it under wraps. So Hu Tao inadvertently, she doesn't realize it, but is constantly bossing and telling a literal god what to do, and she's just some little bean human.
You should join us too. It'll be a riot. If there's one thing I've learned from being a funeral director, it's how to throw a party.
That sentence doesn't track, Hu Tao. What the fuck? It's one thing I've learned from being a funeral parlor director, it's how to throw a party? What? What? What kind of parties do you throw? Hey, which mountain? Oh, it's not even... Oh yeah, it is Hulao. What, man? Continue being Tao. You continue being Tao. Oh, is that the other two? Got it.
Paimon sees them. It's illuminated deer and illuminated bird number 2.
Mountain Carver and no Mountain Shaper and Moon Carver. Greetings, everyone. That's what I see.
A familiar face. Have you come from Liyue Harbor? How is the city nowadays?
everything's great. But you know, if you're so curious, you can always go and check it out for yourself.
In fact, Mooncarver has been taking many
There you are,
walks on
Zhongli.
Mount
Hello,
Tenham
Keith
in
Silverstein.
recent
How are you
times.
doing, not Shido from
I
Persona
believe the
5?
sights of the city
And not
are
Mondo
quite
from Dangan
familiar
1.
to him.
It's like Tao be Tao, you'll be you. Yeah.
Zhongli, here you are. We've brought the bamboo shoots you wanted.
We know they're 4 days late, but here you go.
Impeccable timing.
Really?
Traditionally, bamboo shoot soup ought to be slow cooked for many hours on low heat. Using Adeptus
Is the
arts
god
to
of
hasten
leeway
the
and like
process
2
is
of his
something of a
demigod buddies just making a hot pot meal of themselves? Like, is it just the boys doing their thing? Should I go?
Wait, that mechanism. Is that?
Indeed. Cloud Retainer kindly lent me her supreme cuisine machine.
I don't know why that tickled me so much. Zhongli being a little poet.
Can we not just call it a cooking machine? Actually, never mind. She seems to take a lot of pride in her mechanical gizmos, so it's probably best if Paimon doesn't go changing the name willy-nilly.
I trust that you found the answers you were seeking during your recent journey?
Yes. I'm guessing you were aware that by getting us to do this, it would lead us to a journey.
Excellent. The past should be remembered, but not overly dwelt upon. Our journey should be seen as a means to take on more from the world around us. When the bamboo shoot soup is ready, I must insist that you try some for yourself.
I can't say no to that voice, of course.
Oh, Zhongli! Huta told us to tell you something.
Yeah, you don't have to be at the performance, but she will kick your ass if you don't arrive at the banquet.
She said it's up to him whether he wants to support us at the performance tonight, but I
Wow, you really remembered it word for word?
for the upcoming banquet we're planning. No excuses.
Was that your best Tao impression as well?
When she says performance, she must mean the Lantern Rite Music Festival.
No, really?
As for the banquet, she didn't tell us anything more about that, but she invited us to come as well.
I'm going to be honest, Paimon, the several millennia old god probably can put 2 and 2 together. I don't think you need to explain that.
As you can see, I have a prior engagement with 2 Adepti friends of mine tonight. Please, give Director Hu my best wishes for the performance. As for the banquet, since the Director insists, far be it from a mere consultant like myself to refuse.
I think the thing that annoys me when it comes to the whole thing with Paimon, at the bare minimum, is that the Traveler isn't a mute protagonist. They just only give her, or him if you're playing as Aether, like 2 voice lines per major story quest. But it's like they can talk. They do have a voice. They're not a mute so let them speak. Let them be more involved instead of just a half-mute, like, surrogate. Because they're not even, they're not even mute all the time. It's only in, like, side stories that they tend to not talk much. Or at all. It's just writers being work to pay, not anything. Well, a lot of it is because there's so many pieces and so many layers and so many extras that, especially with, like, time gaps in quests and whatnot, they don't want the player to fall behind. So Paimon becomes a giant recapping machine. It's just, she's a recapping machine for everything, including things you were just told 5 minutes ago, which is why it becomes more annoying. If it's like, you know, a brand new story quest comes out and they reference something from Mondstadt, most players haven't done anything in Mondstadt in like over 2 years. So if they recap something from that, that's actually helpful. But when it's, oh, Hu Tao said this, I imagine she meant this and this, like, no, you don't need to say we can put it together. We know. We were just there.
Yay! Then we'll see you there?
Absolutely.
Rex Lapis, the bamboo shoot soup is ready.
Is that the only line they got Mountain Shaper's voice actor in to say? Please tell me he says more than that.
Thank you. I will examine.
Please tell me they didn't get those 2 in for like 1 voice line and nothing else. They got the boys in for 1 line each. Oh my gosh.
The aroma rich and intense. The craftsmanship of this machine is commendable indeed.
Fucking, like, the other Adeptus got, you know, this whole lengthy quest and like this recap, like, and everything and all this chatty bit, and then these 2 get 1 line. Come on. The smartest character ever, and as soon as he was saying he's the dumbest. Yeah. She's basically her whole character is like a log. And if anything, it's more hints towards her being, you know, untrustworthy, because she's basically keeping a log of everything we do, no matter how minor or major it is, and recollects it perfectly. It's just, in the moment, she'll go, Paimon thinks this is smart, and everyone goes, no, it's not. But even then, that could just be a folly. Depending on how far you want to go on the theory that Paimon's evil, that could all just be a trick. She could just be pretending to be an idiot.
Since you came all this way, you should not leave empty-handed. Please, take some soup. It tastes most exquisite while still warm.
To be honest, I've never had soup that's had, you know, like bamboo mixed in with it. Oh, we actually got it as an item. Look, on the left. Where are we heading next? Back to the harbour? Oh, we're going to go see... Please tell me we're going to go see the performance. Oh, that looks like the stage. Let's go see this performance. This is supposedly so cringe that everyone had to start berating the voice actress about it, which, even if it is like the worst thing ever, still no excuse. Oh, it is. The actress is just doing what she's paid to do.
I'm honored to be here on the Iridescence Tour stage. All right, without further ado, I'm Xinyan, this is Hetao, and this is a little something called...
The Blaze Lilies!
Get it? Because glaze lilies? Oh, there's the three. There's those three that didn't have a single voice line. There they are.
Opening the path without a fright. Oh, I'll light the fire, watch it blaze across the universe. I'll spit my rhymes, watch your step, or you'll get burned. Hey, woo!
That was nowhere near as cringy as people made it out to be. That wasn't even remotely as bad as people made it out. People made a huge... Like, that was it. That was the thing. Oh, there's Beidou. There's Ningguang, Shexing, and Ningguang's wife.
We deserve a celebration of our own. My treat. Interesting.
That was it. That was the thing that made people like kick off and be like, oh, the dub is awful. The writers should be ashamed. All this stuff. Like, yeah, it was a little cringe and a little weird, but it was just the actress having fun. And last I checked, that's the whole point of this. It's the Chinese New Year event. Everyone's supposed to be just having fucking fun. I thought that was fine. It was a bit weird. It was a bit wonky, but for the intent of what it was going for, sure, you know, whatever. He's right, were they trying to fail? Oh, I don't think they failed. It was wonky, it was weird, and it was funky, but it was just whatever, you know? It served its purpose. I was like, you know what, they're just trying to have fun. I felt like they were just having fun. What more do you want? You know? People that were going out of their way to make a huge stink out of it, like, come on, you know? Like, get over yourselves. It was wonky and it was weird, but it's something to then, like, you know, kick a storm over, and it certainly isn't anything worth, berating the actress over. The expense of fans? It's not at the expense of fucking anyone. That's a baffling thing. The actress had fun, the actress got to do the bit that is intended to be a scene that comes across as the characters having fun. They literally served the purpose of the bloody scene. Be the audience, not the VAs. Yeah, and we got to be. I don't think...
The Xiao Lanterns.
I think that's baffling. Like, I think that's just... People who went out and made a huge stink out of it, and people that got on Brianna's case, like, I think both of them just, like, genuinely get over yourselves. That's the only way to put it. The actress did the bit, they sung the lyrics. The lyrics were weird, the singing was weird, I'm not going to pretend they were the best. But I'm also not going to be ignorant towards the fact that, you know, it was all written in Chinese and done to that rhythm, and suddenly it has to be translated, and the actress has to now keep to that same rhythm because they're not going to re-record the instrumentals for the languages. Whilst also having the Japanese and Korean versions, which I can almost guarantee will just sound as wonky, because once again, not the Chinese version, but heaven forbid anyone criticise the Japanese and Korean dubs, only the English ones they feel like it's worth attacking. It's a leap to assume. Yeah, I know, I'm not saying it is, I'm just saying for me, it's like, this scene is supposed to just be about everything being fun and coming together, even if it's cringe. Like, it's literally the epitome of who cares if it's cringe, they're free. You know, like, they're having fun, everyone got to be involved, everyone got to have a bit of bounce. It's a fun event, and it's a fun moment. And the fact that people made such a huge stink over it is baffling to me. And the fact that people genuinely were like sending like hate messages to Brianna over it is idiotic. Oh, that's not even the end. Oh, I thought that was going to be the end of the event, I'm going to be honest. Wait, it kickstarted it all and then they showcased all the characters. It was just the opening piece. I don't feel like it was a joke at all. It wasn't like they were like, ah, isn't this dumb? It felt like, you know, the actress just got to, you know, vibe with it, give it the best shot, do what it is with the material gotten, and like I said, got to walk away smiling. And that's the best fucking circumstance of any of this. Everyone got to have fun. Oh shit, these two are still together. This background romance is still a thing. But I digress. Just that whole thing, I feel like people really blew that out. Like, it is baffling to me that people had that much of a problem with it. It seemed it really was just, you know, it was a little wonky, but that was it, you know? Fans are cringing. Yeah, at one little scene that was recorded to the best of their ability in the moment they have. Come on. How dare voice actors and actresses have fun in their work? How dare that? You know what I mean? That's how it comes across. It's like, come on. People can just do what they want. It follows the script, it follows the intention, it follows the tone. Just because it's not great doesn't mean everything else is bad or it's attack on the fans or any of that shit. It's just what it is. I don't agree with that at all. I genuinely feel like Patty the Pirate from SpongeBob Season 1. I'm like, that's it? That's the thing everyone was talking about? Like, it's ridiculous how they got blown up that much.
Hurry! It's almost time for us to join Hu Tao for dinner!
Oh yeah, right, we gotta go to this dinner with Hu Tao. I nearly forgot about that.
Yes. It's the place with a really long wait.
It's not exclusive for the VAs, and it doesn't feel like that way, though.
As expected of the parlor director.
I don't feel like it's that way at all. It's the entire point of this event is that everything... Yeah, they had their moment with the event, like, you know, with the Adeptus and, like, the tragic backgrounds and whatnot. But it's a celebration of the Chinese New Year. Everything's supposed to be more festive, more celebratory, more fun. So, of course, you're going to get that performance from all of the VAs, because that's what the directors and the premise and everything would have asked for. It'll be the same in the Chinese version. Also, in the Chinese version, the lyrics will click better, because it's written for the Chinese script. But it'll be, like I said, it'll be just as wonky in the Japanese script, just as wonky in the Korean script, and just as wonky as it is here in the English. Ultimately, the actresses and actors got to enjoy this because that was the intended vibe they were going for. To enjoy it. Not to make a joke or a mockery, because that's not what they did. They enjoyed it, they followed the scripts, they did their pieces. I genuinely find it ridiculous that people would take it other ways. You know, a while ago. Yeah. Articles and essays, I'm gonna go to the VAs and claim... Yeah, exactly. It's just like, for me, it's like... The whole point of this event is that this is the entire event, they do it every year. It's literally the Chinese New Year. They just don't call it that because this area is not called China, it's called Liyue. And so, of course, they want it to, you know, feel more festive, more celebratory, especially because it's a Chinese company. Of course, they want it to be more positive and celebratory and everything else.
Thanks for the
Oh, here's Shangling, finally gets a line of dialogue.
them all noted down.
But no, they don't enjoy it from exclusively. I enjoyed it. Just because the singing's a little wonky, but like I said, it will be as wonky in every other version, guaranteed. Because it's written for a Chinese script that has to follow a strict melody. It's one thing translating and localizing, it's a whole thing when it's a song that has to follow a strict script. That has to follow a strict timing and tuning. Because then, like, you know, different words mean different things. Certain things get stretched out, some things are bigger, some things are smaller. Professionally. Off tune. Yeah, and it's also a random... Even then, that makes sense for the character. She's not a singer, for fuck's sake. She's a funeral director who got invited to be a part of the singing thing. Sing in tune with the song. Yeah, and that's not easy to do when you have way more words or less words depending on the circumstance to make it carry. I think Hu Tao's actress did a fine job. It was weird, it was wonky, and it was a little bit like, oh, Jesus Christ. But for the whole point of what it was supposed to feel and what it was supposed to invoke, it did it. It was friends having fun in a moment. And that was how it felt for the characters. And that's how it should be. I really don't... But then coordinate? Yeah, they could do that. But once again, strict melody, Chinese script, a lot of these things make it a lot harder to do those things so easily. And I imagine it was one of those things where it's like, no, look, come on. This is a one-off scene for a timed event that will be forgotten about by the time the event ends in literally a week. And then it'll be done, and it'll be over, and then no one will remember it and bring it up again. Let's do this bit, have the fun it is. Everyone had fun, I had fun. It didn't feel like it was at the cost of anyone else. It was just a scene that had a moment that was a bit more of a, alright. And then we carry on. I'm still surprised people are making a stink of it. Perspective, just like, I don't know. Just like for me, that just seems like such a... I know I have like a very like standout opinion and voice towards a lot of topics and things. So there's a lot of moments where I say, like, no, I genuinely believe this fully, and I stick by it, even if I'm in the minority or disagree. But I genuinely, like, I can see what they were going for. I can see what they were trying to do. I can see everything they were going with. I can see the entire tone of what they're supposed to be going with this story. I can see that it's just a limited thing that's supposed to be there more for celebrations and whatnot. Hu Tao's little bit of singing that took up it's like less than a 15th of that entire scene really doesn't matter. And the fact people were making a thing out of it is baffling to me. Especially because it really wasn't that bad. It was alright. It was dumb, it was cringy, but I grinned throughout the whole thing anyway. You know what I am? Yeah. But you know what I mean? Like, for me, like, it seems baffling that people made such a stink over it when it really fucking doesn't matter. And maybe there's a part of it that's me biased just because Hu Tao never fucking shows up in events, and this is the very first time she's ever been present in a Lantern Rite. Literally, because they always hide her away, because they always get so... They get a little protective over the fact of the idea of having a character themed around death be present in Chinese New Year. So to actually have her in this and, like, actually, you know, to survive the allegations and just get to have a bit of a singing along as well. Like I said, I'm willing to bet all of them sound as wonky outside of the Chinese version. Complaints. Yeah, I still think it's a weird complaint. That's the point I'm getting at. I still think it's a weird complaint. It's just one small piece of the puzzle that was done the way it was going to be done. And the scene didn't stick to it. We carried on. It was just whatever. Okay, so I never endorsed. Yeah, I know, dude. I don't know. Anyway, I'm done with that topic, so we'll just go around in circles otherwise. Let's see what these guys have to say.
I've long heard that your knowledge encompasses all things old and new, Mr. Zhongli. But I never knew that you were
So the Chinese version, I can almost guarantee will be fine, because it's written for the Chinese version. You know, it's written to a Japanese script. Now, don't be sorry. I'm just saying I know we'll end up going in circles. So the Chinese version, I know will be fine because it's written to a Japanese script. I don't know how the actress performs it, but you know what I mean. Like, in terms of the pacing of it, it will be more natural because it's what the music was written for. It's the Japanese, Korean, and English ones that will all have to work way harder. More so, probably the Korean version, just because of how different the language can be. But you know what I mean.
It is truly an honor to make your acquaintance.
No need for formalities.
Right, so anyway, well,
feel humbled
it happens.
To be in the company of
What's new with us?
Talented young people. There are many things I could learn from you.
And to be honest, it helps sometimes, one man, because it makes me commit to my views sometimes. Like, obviously, I'm always going to be willing to listen to other people, always going to be willing to hear other perspectives, and always try and be understanding of different, like, turns of the tide and whatnot. But I used to be a lot more, like, if someone said, no, you're wrong, I'd be like, alright. And I wouldn't try and defend my point. But because, like... And it's not saying that you go out of your way to challenge it, because of course not. It's just you have different perspectives and different views than I do. So sometimes you get there and go, well, actually, no, I think this way. You brought it out of me more to be a bit more, like, not defensive, but more standing up to the things I believe in or the things I think. So if anything, I appreciate it to an extent.
Oh, you
I mean, yeah, like I said, when we end up going in circles, eventually I have to know when to put a lid on it for both our sakes, but you know what I mean.
If it's possible...
Hello, Shongyun. I wish Shongyun was more present in more. I like this kid. I like the idea of his whole story. Like, his entire, like, spirit energy is, like, I think it's, like, entirely only, like, yang energy. So he struggles to detect spirits because he doesn't feel any yin energy. Yin energy, sorry. Like, his entire soul is nothing but pure yang energy with no yin energy. Or the other way around. I forgot which one it is. But you get my idea. And so when he's trying to do spirit finding, spirits have yin and yang, so despite the fact that his entire job is about hunting spirits, he's actually kind of bad at finding spirits because of his soul. As many views as possible. Yeah.
Exorcism? I can't
He's
say I'm an
exorcist,
expert in
that was the word I
field,
was looking for.
but
He's
if you
a
don't
ghost
mind,
exorcist.
We could start by discussing...
Whoa, there's so many people here.
There's 4 people here, Paimon. What do you mean there's so many people here? Half the table's empty. Hu Tao's not here. Our rocker chick's not here. Yunjin's not here. Did we get... Yeah.
All we knew was that Hu Tao invited Zhongli over. Paimon never thought we'd be meeting so many old friends. Happy Lantern Rite, everyone!
Yes, happy Lantern Rite.
Likewise. Please, take
Zhongli's like, please, stop, sit down. Have your food. Which looks like rice and veg, to be honest.
Happy Lantern Rite!
Hey, Zhangling.
Fun?
I've become musically cultured.
Me too. I've seen Xinyan perform before, but this is the first time I've watched something like this.
Yeah, was that the first time you ever seen a rock performance that has a rap, a poorly sung rap in it that then leads to an orchestral performance with, you know, the Fontaine guy? Because I did catch that whilst I was too busy talking about Hu Tao and gushing over Ningguan and Beidou. My dynamic strengthens the other. Focuses too much on philosophy and information at detriment to my ability to be sociable. Whilst I try and focus on the general perspective and the generalization of where things are supposed to fit instead of worrying about the details. But because I don't always worry about the details, sometimes I miss the obvious. I'd like to give the comparison to you, one man.
I heard that the audience loved it too, and she's been receiving quite a lot of performance invitations lately.
See? And in continuity, people liked Hu Tao singing. Well, I say that, they're probably saying the performance as a whole. They're probably saying they liked the rockin' as well, but you know what I mean.
Yep, and they asked us to pass on their season's greetings to everyone.
Hello, Xiongyan.
hope
But,
we'll
and
have
as
a
I was getting back to my
wonderful
point, Xiongyan with the yin and yang energy, I wish they did more with him, because I genuinely think that's a cool dynamic of a character. He's a ghost exorcist who can't do it because his soul is entirely, like, concentrated energy of one side of yin and yang. So like, I think it's yang energy, but I might be wrong. And I think that's kind of cool. And I wish they did more with it, and they never do. He's only, like, in side stories and, like, just kind of around in events. It's like, no, come on. But I say that, I can say that for most of the Genshin cast. There are a lot of characters that have really interesting or just fun backstories that they don't do much with. Hu Tao literally knows where the gate to the next life is. The reason why she's a funeral parlor director is because, other than the fact that she inherits it from a family, she literally knows where, like, the theoretical door to hell is. Because her story quest is her showing you where it is. So you can speak to the dead. You can speak to fallen lost loved ones and whatnot. She literally knows where the door to heaven is. And she's the only person in the whole living world that knows where it is. Do more with that, you know? That's kind of cool. But any character that's dead is dead permanently, so they just don't... That just doesn't happen. But no, that'd be a perfect opportunity to go speak to these past characters. When we were talking about, you know, like the Fallen Adeptus and whatnot, why didn't Hu Tao take them to that door to heaven? Just don't really have feelings. But yeah, being methodical and being focused... It's like, you know when you watch like any of those animes where there's that one character who's like super hyper focused on the path ahead and never worries about other people, and if other people seem to like struggle, like they kind of almost half leave them behind, but then near the end of the anime, when things actually hit the fan, they go out of their way to protect the people they care about. That's the kind of person you strike me as. You give off this impression you don't care, but you do. And it's not because like you try to or intend to, it's just that you have a much more focused mind on what it is that's important in the now. But it doesn't mean you don't care. And when push comes to shove, you'll always show that you care.
The performance was spectacular indeed. However...
And Sing Chao, I wish they did a smidge more as well, with as well. Because I think... Because he runs, or he's a part of like this like battle school sort of thing, but he's also a poet. He's friends with Hu Tao just because he wrote poetry and Hu Tao used to sing it to herself when she read it back when they were little kids. Back when they were like 5-year-olds. And that made their friendship. Me noticing that. Well, good. You're going through your anime character arc.
Us? Did Xiongling ask you to try out her dishes too?
But I say that all of the characters around-ish Hu Tao's age, through different like lore bits and whatnot, all of them have been friends since they were toddlers. Like Xing Chao, like Xiongyan, like Zhangling, Hu Tao, Xingyang, Yunjin, all of them are around the same age. All of them grew up together. They don't always hang out with each other, but they all know each other in that sense. Think of it like an anime. Yeah, but I'm trying to lighten the mood, dude. You know what I meant.
Come to think of it, I probably shouldn't have burdened Chongyun with eating my share too.
Hold on, Xiangling came up with a new recipe?
Just so into yeah, it'd be like the equivalent of like Corpse Party when it first tried to come to the US.
See, someone here knows how to encourage people.
Obviously, I know.
Thanks,
I know,
Paimon.
but you know what I mean. I'm trying to make light of it a little. Anyway.
Oh, and I have to thank Mr. Zhongli too. He gave me lots of useful pointers.
I feel like Shangling's voice has got squeakier as well as time's gone on. I feel like her voice used to be a little bit more like youthful but not squeaky. I feel like it's gotten squeakier. But then at the same time, it's also been a pretty long time since the last time the actress probably had to voice her for anything. So maybe it's just comparative differences. It's ended up sounding a little different. Like, even when she listens back to her old performance and tries to replicate it, maybe it's just slightly different. Sort of like how Daniel Southworth portrays Virgil's voice ever so slightly differently, like everything, because he struggles to perfectly replicate the voice he did in DMC3. So he sounds a little different in 4, he sounds a little different in Marvel vs. Capcom, he sounds a little different in 5. Because Daniel Southworth genuinely struggles, even upon earshot, to perfectly replicate the voice he did for those games.
Yes. Since we'll be dining together, the topic of our
So
conversation naturally revolved around...
Well, after this cutscene, there's one particular voice line I'm thinking of. I'm going to play of Xiangling to compare.
Xiangling's
because I know we can
ideas are
access
truly
it.
Unconventional. Her choices in both ingredients and spices are comparable to a melody dancing on the tongue. My suggestions were nothing more than the icing on the cake.
Oh, the two of you always deliver.
Now I'm getting embarrassed.
Yeah, that's definitely higher. So you're like the third character I can think of whose voice has gotten a little higher. We've had Paimon, we've had Kokomi, and now Xiangling. Kokomi's was the worst one in my opinion. I thought Kokomi sounded genuinely good. Like, I liked her English voice actress a lot in 2.0. You get to 2.1 and it's like, it wasn't that the actress changed her voice. They genuinely changed her voice direction. And they said, no, we want you to sound more like this. They genuinely changed it from 2.0 to 2.1 for some reason. And I don't like the new direction at all. I despise how squeaky it is in the new one because it sounds so unnatural for the actress. Like, it doesn't sound like it's the actress's normal to be able to get that squeaky. And I guess because it's supposed to try and show that Kokomi is a cuter side, but I thought they did that enough in her presentation and design. And the voice just fitted the fact that she was also, you know, a war general. And so having her have like a little bit of firmness in her voice made sense for that. Making her super squeaky suddenly didn't make her sound like a war general. Herbs and spices, gonna sound.
Anyway, I'll get everyone to have a taste after I've adjusted the recipe based on Mr. Zhongli's
You know, I haven't been to like a proper fast food restaurant or ordered from a fast food restaurant in that sense in like forever. Whether it's like KFC, Burger King, or like McDonald's. I haven't been anywhere those places like for ages.
That sounds like it might become a little safer to eat.
How about I sample the dishes next time?
I remember making a grim mistake when I went to visit my granddad with my mother in Tunbridge Wells, which is like a little off in the distance in terms of towns. When we left, there was a Five Guys, and in my town we don't have a Five Guys, so I've never been to one. So I went, alright mum, let's go, my treat, let's go to Five Guys, not knowing how ridiculously expensive the food was about to be. And it's like, we got like a small meal for us both, and it was like £27. It was like $35 in equivalent. It was absurd. I was like, oh god, like it was lovely food, but holy shit. I'm never going to Five Guys again. I like great food, tasted delicious, way too expensive.
Speaking of eating, Paimon feels like we're missing someone. Oh, Huta was the one who invited us, but she's not here. And where's Guoba?
Oh, Guoba volunteered to
Yeah.
help Dad at the restaurant. You know.
Yeah, where's Hu Tao? Guoba, I get not being here because Zhangling runs the restaurant and Guoba is her little assistant. If she's here, who's running the restaurant? So Guoba not being here makes sense. Hu Tao, on the other hand, she's the one that set up this party and invited us, so where is she?
As for Hu Tao...
The director went to collect a guest. She asked me to stay here and host you for the time being.
So that's why she said no matter what, Zhongli has to be there. because she needed him to be there while she went and got other people. The Five Guys here, and it's like $13. Oh. Yeah, I think I got a basic burger, like literally like basic, bitch basic. Nothing special, no like extra ingredients, like a bitch basic burger and chips. And I think my mum got something very similar, maybe like a salad with it or something. And like it was like £28, and my wallet just burnt. I was like, oh my god. Like 27, 28 pounds. It was a while ago, so I don't remember exactly how much it was, but it was a lot. Which is a shame, because I love their fries, their chips. Something I'm British, so I say chips. I thought they were delicious, because they're proper potato. You know? It's not like that, like that repackaged or restored or that recooked, deep fried. It's like proper, like, carved up potatoes made into chips or made into fries, to use you Americans' terms. Do you understand what I mean? Like, you know, I was just like, oh, they were so nice. It's just not worth it. It's not worth the money. I also like that there was a big ad that's like on the wall there that explicitly said that they don't have any freezers in the building whatsoever, so everything has to be fresh. And I was like, that's kind of cool if that's actually true and not just an advertising thing.
Seems like it's almost time.
Huh? Huta went to fetch someone in person? Oh, that must mean they are super important. Could it be Kuching? Ningguang? Or Captain Beto?
I don't mind, it's just I always forget when I go to talk about it. When I talk about potatoes, chips, French fries, and all that stuff, what immediately comes to my mind, or crisps especially, I bring up crisps and people think this, I'm like, no. They go, oh, that's potato chips. I'm like, no, it's crisps. It's packeted crisps. What do you mean potato chips? And things like that. It's just, I always forget. So I just say what's natural to me, and then I have to correct myself when I know there are people in the audience that will think of something. I'm talking about something else. Because potatoes, you get chips of McDonald's. If they're thicker chips, like if they're thick, then they're chips. If they're super thin, they're French fries. That's the only thing we agree on. If they're thin, like the things you get from McDonald's, like in a Happy Meal, they're fries or French fries. It's the same thing. But when you get a packet of crisps, it's a packet of crisps. But you know what I mean. That's it. I always end up having to specify the US version because I know US people watch my stuff. And if I just say it without clarifying, some of them might not realize what I'm actually referring to or think I'm talking about something else. They have these things called JoJo's? What?
She didn't clarify.
Also, if it's someone that's special and important and they're building up, it will either be Yao Yao because she's a new character, or it will be like some new unknown that hasn't been introduced yet. Suddenly the door bursts open like they're struck by a hurricane. Yeah, of course it's Hu Tao.
We're here!
Hey Hu Tao. Who did you bring?
We're not late to the party, right? Right?
Where's your extra?
The
You got Zhao, the Conqueror of Demons?
We made it just in time.
How? Tao? How did you get the Yaksha? How did you get the literal Demon Slayer, who's extremely busy, who doesn't talk to people, to come here? What is your trick? Jojo potatoes. Okay. But even Paimon's like, how? Huh? Even I'm like, how?
I see. So the important guest is the Conqueror of Demons. I've been looking forward to meeting him.
Zhongli, because he has to keep up the appearance he's not the god, and he's just a human being. He has to be like, hello, person who is definitely not basically my son.
The director didn't mention anything when she invited us. What a pleasant surprise.
I want to know what Hu Tao did to get Zhao. Firstly, to get a meeting with Zhao, and secondly, to get him on board with this.
Of Leo's peace, Adeptus Alatus. To convene here with all of
Zhongli knows all of this because I said it's basically his son, but he's just pretending because the god of Liyue is supposed to be dead. It's just there he is though, so he just pretends to be dead. So he has to keep up appearances. And Zhao can probably see right through him. A few days ago at the Wangshu Inn, yeah, I better see how this happened.
It's almost Lantern Rite, yet you took all the trouble coming here.
Mental Jojo. Yeah, that's just... Huh. Is that actually like an American thing, or is that more of a local dialect? Out of genuine curiosity, because I've never heard of that before. Like, is that more, like, to do with, like, your state or more zone sort of thing? Or is that genuinely, like, a more generalized American thing that I've somehow just had slipped by me all my life?
The director has
Yep
a
to
way
which,
of
sorry.
making
I
it
think I
difficult to
spoke too quick.
decline.
Rex Lapis, may I ask what troubles you?
Oh, okay, mostly West and South. Oh, fair enough. Most of, like, the streamers or content creators I watch either live in Cali, Texas, and, like, one of them lives, like, super north, like, on, like, the Canadian border. So it's mostly, like, central or east. I'm not going insane, right? Cali is East Coast, and not West Coast, right? I don't know my states. California. You're gonna tell me it's West Coast now, aren't you?
The director asked me
I
to
think
buy
it is now.
sesame
Oh no, I think
oil
it's like
in preparation for the celebrations.
Then why would you come all the way to Wangshui?
California is West Coast. Damn it. In the back of my head, I was like, I live in a state right above it. You live in, yeah, you're in Oregon. At one point, just as like a joke stream, I need to get like a map of the US up, have like a list of all the state names, and try and guess what every state is called, and see how far I get. I think the only one I'd get is Texas, Florida, Cali at a whim, maybe Manhattan. And maybe, like, West Virginia. I think I vaguely know where that might be. He said it right. I'm glad.
I had a pleasant chat with Chef Yenshao and received some spices from him. And, see?
Oh,
Here's
and
some
Hawaii. I think if I got
matsutake
Hawaii
and a
wrong, I
portion of
think
ham.
it doesn't matter where I lived in the world. I think that would raise Manhattan's not a state. Fucking, well, the state that New York and Manhattan is in. Alright? Or is New York the name of the state? I thought New York was the city and Manhattan was the district. Or the state sort of thing.
What about the sesame oil?
It's a shame. I couldn't find the kind the director was looking for.
And I think Washington's like slightly more north.
I'm sure you're exaggerating, Zhang. Sir.
Zhao. Yeah, he knows.
There he goes again. Enough with the pleasantries. Go let our guests take a seat.
Don't, because if you make the joke, I'd probably might not even realize it's a joke and just take you at your word on it. Like I said, I don't know my states. There's too many of them, and like I said, I live in the UK anyway. But to be fair, there's been a couple times where I've seen American streamers get the nature of how the United Kingdom is wrong, which is surprising to me just because there's only 4 things. There's England, there's Wales, there's Scotland, and there's Ireland. You know, it's a lot easier to remember than like 50 fucking 2 states. There's a lot smaller of a number to try and remember. City and a state. Oh, jeez, really? Okay.
Everyone here today is well known in their own field and has probably heard about one another to some extent. Some of us are even old acquaintances, so there's no need to be this formal.
Yeah, you got North Island specifically. Yeah. South Island's its own thing. They do their own thing. They're not a part of the UK. They don't like us. Well, I say that Scotland doesn't like us either. They've been trying to break away from us for years. And every single time the vote like only just fails, like or just barely cuts short. There's like a good like 49% of Scotland that hates being tied to the UK. Not that I blame them, even being a Brit. Not that I blame them at all. I'd want to get away from me if I was in Scotland. Joyful nerds, I know my stuff. Yeah, I guess. And that's badass. I studied geography, but I always forget the details.
I heard that the Conqueror of Demons and the Traveler are pretty close, no?
Well, if you ask the shippers, Lumine and Zhao were a really popular ship for a while, because they both have old friends that are missing. So, careful what you say there, Hu Tao, or you'll activate them again. But yeah, we're old friends.
Great! You two sit together.
Hu Tao, what are you up to?
You should take a seat too, Director.
Oh? Finally remembered me? When we arrived just now, the hosts at Shinue Kiosk told me our dishes are almost ready. Perfect timing. Let's not wait any longer and ask them to bring up
They're still missing a person. There's still one more seat. Unless that's supposed to be Paimon's seat. Oh, my Yuri Paradise. Yeah, that was one of the straight ships that was popular, because both of them, like I said, have had a long history. Both of them have had things go wrong in their life and lost souls. And in Xiao's quest, there was a degree of understanding that Lumine could get with Xiao. I mean, yeah, Aether could as well, but that won't stop shippers. And so it was one of the few straight ships that people were on board with, and like what was kind of popular. That those two maybe would work out because of their histories, but that kind of faded ages ago because there's so many more characters that people would rather Lumine end up with. There's an entire fan-made comic that still gets entries that basically depicts Lumine as like an unstopping lesbian who like is out to like get with every single girl in Genshin, and it just gets a new chapter every time there's a new female character added. And it's baffling that that artist is so committed to his horniness to keep it going. I mean, so committed to the bit, not at all.
Paimon would have never guessed the person who Tao went to fetch was Xiao.
Yeah, there's a chair missing. It feels like there's still another person we could slot here. Paimon, sit down, eat your food, and don't talk. Also, we got all the good stuff now. Look at all that. It's like crab meat in the middle. I mean, it's a Yuri Conqueror.
Oh, that's also the first I've heard of the Traveler and Paimon being friends with the Conqueror of Demons.
Alright, don't put me on the spot that I don't bring him up that much.
You know Xiao Chu?
Knowing is a bit of an overstatement. I've always looked up to him. You might not know this, Paimon, but we exorcists have worked in close collaboration with the Conqueror of Demons for many generations, dispelling evil together, both in the open and from the shadows.
Yeah, I did too. I was, I say midnight launch, but I was hour 1 of server launch. I was on Genshin because I was super in the hype cycle for it and super excited for it.
Hard to imagine that thanks to Hu Tao, I finally got
now. How's it an overstatement? Yeah, I mean, true.
Demons,
you make a fair point.
To make your acquaintance.
Likewise.
It is a great honor indeed to have a chance to meet the legendary.
It's weird seeing Xiao be so social. Usually it's like, you humans are not worth my time. I am too busy with my edgy demon fighting inner torment. Nah. And yet here he is just kind of having a chat. Once again, I have to ask, what did Hu Tao say? Was it mostly just Zhongli having a word with him before to make it easier? But equally, what did Hu Tao say to make it work?
I remember you mentioning wanting him to understand the importance of exorcists.
We know each other too. He helped try my dishes during the Masterful Chef's
Oh, yes, I remember this. I was about to say what, but no, I remember this. This was a quest from forever ago where, like, Shangling was testing new dishes, and it's like, no, we need something that the gods would like. And it's like, oh, I know what to do. So I went and got Xiao. So yeah, they have met before.
I didn't think we'd have the chance to meet again. Happy Lantern Rite.
No anecdote, however, compares to
Also,
meeting
there
you
are
in person.
not one,
I'm Xingqiu,
but
Xiangling
2
and
boys
Chongyun's friend.
on this table that
pleasure's
are
all
voiced by females in almost every single version. And I'll let you take a guess who those 2 are.
Whoa. Everyone's
There's 2 here that are that in almost every single dub are voiced by girls instead of boys, and it's one of them everyone gets immediately. The other one, people go, what?
Adeptus Xiao, mighty conqueror of demons. Please accept Paimon's greetings too.
Yeah, it's Xingqiu and Xiao. Xiao's voiced by a girl in, I think, every version but the Korean dub. Like in Chinese, Japanese, and English, he is an actress instead of an actor. And so then Xingqiu is obvious, you can hear. But that's also, I think that's actually every version, including the Chinese one. Like because it's the whole point. He's supposed to be rather effeminate, so they have him voiced by a girl. But it isn't the right word to use here.
Paimon tried very hard to look for a fancy word, okay? Don't be too harsh on Paimon!
Well, go sit down and have your food, Paimon. Let me do the talking.
There's no need to be so polite.
You're right. This was meant to be a nice little get-together between friends after all. Too much formality kills the atmosphere. I didn't plan this gathering only for everyone to walk on eggshells. Hiya.
Oh, it has been way too long since she said "Aya."
What's your true intention then?
A little get-together between friends.
She's doing "Aya" like all the time in her story quest. They really toned down that little quirk of her character. That was like every other line she'd say that. Like it was like proper anime trope level. She would say it that often. They really toned that down. I think it's the first time she said it all event.
And that is something our consultant would say. I think it deserves a standing ovation.
I don't think
Indeed. Exceptional acting skills, Director.
I don't think we actually needed sort of the applause, but sure.
As for me, I'm just here to have fun and treat everyone to something good. We all worked really hard this year. Whether traveling or guiding, cooking, helping with the family business, exorcising evil spirits, or conquering demons. And of course, our consultant, who's been helping out at the parlor every now and then. Everyone has done some pretty amazing things.
God, look at all that food.
As the one who brought everyone together.
Yeah, Hu Tao, I get your speech. Can we have it after we've eaten whilst the food's still hot?
Deserving of praise.
You're not saying that I'm the one most deserving? Shut up.
Huh? Sounds kind of self-important, but Paimon thinks it's pretty amazing that she managed to talk Xiao into coming.
Yeah, the question of the evening. How do you get Xiao on board? I'm curious how she did it.
It wasn't as complicated as you think.
She literally just walked straight up to me and said, "You're coming," and I went, "Alright." Not long ago, at Wang Shu in again. Even the narration's a bit like, yeah, okay.
Okay, gotcha. Thanks, boss lady.
And you're around me, you're two things silent or white.
It's not boss lady, just boss. And there she goes. What a lively girl.
Conqueror of demons, Adeptus Xiao. Guardian of Wang Shu Inn, hero of Dehya Marsh. I know you're there.
Quiet. Do not disturb the peace.
Sorry, but you wouldn't show up if I didn't yell your name, would you?
I know you. You're the 77th director of Wangsheng Funeral Parlor. Is there something you need?
That was it. She went, "No, yeah, I just need you to come food." Sounds like me. She's just such a bubbling personality.
That does sound like one of Hu
And of
Tao's
course, it's something that
antics.
she would do. She would just stroll up because it came like the Wang Shu incident, a hotel. She basically went to the top deck of a hotel and just screamed out her lungs to make Xiao show up.
Did the Conqueror of Demons agree to come so that Hu Tao would stop pestering him?
And I think Shang Yun's just landed on the real answer.
There might be other reasons.
Well, Shang Li probably already preemptively said, "Hey, look, if Hu Tao shows up, just go."
Smart guess.
Huh? There's more to it?
It gets pretty boring from here on. I talked about the funeral parlor's past relationships with the guardian yakshas. You know, just to be sociable.
In the time of the Archon War, disputes were frequent, and disaster overtook the land. Humans couldn't escape from the torment of the plague, nor could they escape death. The Adepti vanquished the demons, the Millelith fought valiantly, and Wangsheng Funeral Parlor was responsible for purifying the diseased and sending off the spirits of the dead. That is how the border between life and death was maintained during the war. And it effectively prevented further incidents from happening.
That's right. 1 point for the consultant. But despite our deep-rooted connection, it still took me quite a while to actually convince him.
Let me guess. Yeah, I was about to say, it's probably due to that whole demon karma bullshit. Was it about his karma?
You know him pretty well, huh?
Also, I hit the nail on the head then, huh?
This matter is out of my control, so I need to be cautious.
True, but I've kept that in mind too. That's why everyone here today is in one way or another acquainted with elemental power.
Jesus. Cleverer than she lets on, Hu Tao.
Besides, it'll only be for a short while as we dine together. There won't be any lasting consequences.
But I didn't expect there to be so many people.
There's no need to worry, Conqueror of Demons. We're not feeling anything unusual so far.
Yeah, Xiao is literally the Shadow the Hedgehog of Genshin.
Our young
There, I said
exorcist
it.
over here is protected by his pure yang energy, so he's probably the most
It was
resilient.
Yang. It was Yang energy. Thank you for saying. It's not that he's. It is Yang. I said my first guess is that he's nothing but Yang in his soul. It is Yang. It's not Ying.
That's not the same. And did you just toss your carrots into my bowl? Hey, don't look away.
Huh? What?
I'm siding with Chongyun. I saw that too. You're lucky Guoba isn't here today. He hates seeing people being picky with their food.
Oh, Grover would not like me then. I'm really picky.
Definitely make you eat all your carrots.
Huh? Guoba would do that? Is he that uncompromising?
He doesn't have I Am All of Me as a theme song though. Yeah, true. He's one step lower.
Now that I think of it, Xiangling told me that Guoba used to be the stove god.
It sounds like you've heard the rumors.
You seem pretty quiet today. Everything all right?
I'm doing fine. Not long ago, before Lantern Rite, I met an old friend. Thanks to his help, things have been a
Yeah,
lot more
Guoba
stable
is the
than
stove
before.
god. He's the god of cooking, which is why he has like a vendetta against people who are fussy eaters, and like that's it. That's good to hear. You think you don't need to buy him on.
Right! Wait, what?
That's not the wind.
Seeds of story, brought by the wind.
And cultivated by time. Did Paima just unconsciously complete that thing? That voice. Could it be?
It must be.
If I'm not mistaken, there's someone knocking at the door.
Yeah, there's a spare seat. I knew it. It's like it's like any kind of scene directory. If there's a spare seat, someone's taken it.
No such need. I'm coming in.
Fucking Venti. I just realised who it is. Never mind. There's 3 people in this room now that are boys voiced by girls. Because Erica Harlatcher is about to walk into the room. What are you doing here?
You finally let me in. Hello, hello. No
Oh wow,
matter if
this
we
is actually the
met before
first
or
time we've
not,
had 2
this
gods share a
moment
room
marks
together, by the way.
brand new encounter. Old
Well,
friends
we've
engaged.
never had 2 gods meet and talk, so
Lantern
this will be
Rite.
interesting. But it's also, the 2 gods they picked is Venti, who's discarded his godhood and pretends to be just a human, and Zhongli, who's pretending to be human because he's supposed to be dead. So these 2 gods are literally going to look at each other dead in the eye and pretend they're not gods to each other, and that they don't know each other for like 7,000 years. I wouldn't be surprised, I'm aware.
Oh, it's the tone-deaf bard.
And I bet Shao can recognize that it's an Archon as well.
Oh, he seems to carry a valiant breeze wherever he goes. It looks like we're gonna be friends. Fate has brought us together, so come on, take a seat and be my guest.
And Hu Tao, being the most loose person in the world, it's like, oh, a new person just literally just showed up. You know what? Sure, sit down.
This young lady here is as bright as a fresh bouquet of flowers in the morning's rising
Alright,
sun.
calm down the flirting,
She
friend
no doubt
Venti.
is the one with the most authority here. Whoa, these dishes look amazing. Is it really okay for me to join in?
Venti, what the Venti? You want to hear all crowds? You just showed up, and you're like, ooh, I'll show up, flirt with the girl, and then just sit down and have the food. Man's living the Chad life here.
Huh, it's you. Oh, isn't this Genu?
Genu?
Uh-oh, he's going to give Xing Chao's pen name away.
Yep. Now that I've
Yeah.
taken a closer look, you're a
Yeah, there's the
fan of
correction.
works,
Because that's
aren't
Xing Chao's pen name to hide his identity. Nearly fucking slipped. You know, the person who's also trying to hide his identity.
I met Xingqiu at a light novel convention. How I wish we'd met sooner. I never expected that there'd be another person in this world who could interpret Genu's new novel as thoroughly as I could.
Venti, you're being too humble. Considering your poetic talent, your fundamentals are way more impressive.
Could this new guest be Master
These two,
Xingqiu's
look at that smug face. These two absolutely know exactly who they are. There is no BS between these two. Zhongli is 1,000,000% knows exactly who Venti is, and Venti in return absolutely knows who Zhongli is. What's he flirting about? I don't know. He's an old pal too. This is just Venti. He's just a loose man. He just does what he wants.
Yeah! Xiao, you remember me too, right? We had a chat not long ago.
Yes, yes. Monsters become more active than usual as we get closer to Lantern Rite. I was patrolling Dehya Marsh a few days ago, when I happened to run into this...
You can say Archon.
You've already forgotten?
And there's the burying. But I imagine Xiao immediately recognized him as a god as well, because of how involved Xiao is.
And bards go around singing wherever they like.
Oh, right. And this bard was performing in Dehya Marsh. It was a moving melody, and it made me feel relaxed and at ease. I couldn't help but stay and listen.
Thank you for your patronage.
Also, I think Venti has single-handedly had the most appearances in events of any character in the game. Erica Harlatcher gets a lot of voice lines for this little shit. A Bard's Tale from the original Xbox and mod Venti into it. So that's how it was, I see.
I understand now, too.
I remember playing A Bard's Tale.
I'm Zhongli, currently
They
working
did
at the
a
Wangsheng
remake
Funeral
of it,
Parlor.
or remastering of it, to be more
It's a pleasure to
accurate.
meet you, new friend.
Zhongli putting up that new friend act.
Mm-hmm. And I'm his boss. Oh, and if there's anything unsatisfactory, let me know anytime.
That's very considerate of you.
Oh? No wonder. Only a boss as savvy and reliable as you would be able to hire such an impressive consultant.
I wonder if the reason why Venti's being so nice to Hu Tao is because of Hu Tao's ties to death. And it's not like an intimidation thing, it's a respect thing of, even though Hu Tao's a human, she's an extremely accomplished human, so it's just him being nice. Especially because, you know, her basic underclassman is literally the god of the land. Yeah. But the A Bard's Tale, not to be confused with Bard's Tale, the previous series before it, is extremely funny. It was really fun.
Oh, you're too nice, Venti. Not to brag, but our consultant truly is impressive. His knowledge extends across the stars.
Wow,
and
Hu
the
Tao
land.
sat on the other end of the
There's
table.
nothing
She got
about
up to come
history
around
that
to
he
promote
doesn't
him
know.
super goddamn quick.
From the sophisticated way he speaks, it's hard not to suspect that he could very well be an adeptus in disguise.
I've also been theorizing for a while that Hu Tao is also completely aware of what Zhongli is, but just plays along. But that's just me theorizing. Xiao knows.
Xiao, you're an adeptus. Do you think it might be possible?
Or that knows that he's the Archon and not an Adeptus.
Sorry. I'm only good at conquering demons. I'm afraid I don't have much knowledge in that matter.
Really? But Paimon thinks you're super knowledgeable.
Paimon, play along. That there's innocent humans here that don't know that they're sitting with two gods. Shut up.
Huh? Oh, right!
So late on the upkeep, Jesus Christ. I'm surprised neither Xing Chao or Xiong Yun have clocked something out. They're both smart enough to do it. I'm not saying Shangling isn't, but Shangling's probably only focus right now is the food in front of her.
Xiao's a warrior. He doesn't come to the city very often, so it's, pretty normal for him to not know anything. Yeah.
Really? I've actually heard a few things about Mr. Zhongli before.
Run man chat. The only thing I like about Paimon is when her stupidity evokes Lumine's sexy judging face.
The guests in the tavern talked about this refined and courteous man who, instead of having wine at Mondstadt's finest tavern, ordered a cup of hot tea with the most complex name.
Zhongli, you've been to Mondstadt? You've been to the bar that I sometimes go to? What? When? Since? Huh?
Now that you mention it, I seem to recall that there indeed is a musician like
Oh,
yourself
right, they've
in
met before.
Mondstadt. I've heard that he's elegant and amiable, his works witty and vibrant. It's no overstatement to regard him as the best bard in Mondstadt.
At this point, I'm expecting another knock on the door. Fucking the Raiden Shogun just walks in and somehow is trying to pretend she's not just a god. And then, like behind her, like, fucking Rukadavada, no, not Rukadavada, that's the big one, Kusanali. Like, all of them together. It's like, yeah, don't question it. Yeah.
Now you're
I said, Venti and Zhongli, both of them are completely aware each other's the god. They're just playing along to try and keep it going, basically. They're trying not baffle and bewilder the humans in the party.
I would say that Mondstadt's poetry is a little run-of-the-mill sometimes. There's one I heard a while back that went, "The old house is renewed, welcoming the spring breeze, awakening old memories." The meaning's there, but the word choices are unimaginative, and there's a distinct lack of literary flair.
I think so too. The composition needs a little jazzing up. If I were to give it a go, I'd make it an old melon on a vine, a new flower that grows fine.
Oh, good one!
I am a little concerned at how well Venti and Hu Tao are getting along.
You have great taste, Venti. I was afraid about you. Let's shake hands.
Of course.
Hey, Shincho.
Mind lending me a few books when we get back? Pick out some well-written ones.
Meanwhile, Shangming like, hey, I haven't been in the conversation at all in a while.
I don't know if it's my own lack of literary knowledge, but I couldn't tell the difference between those two.
I don't think it's your fault.
Changyun's right. It's not our fault.
Oh, please. Paimon, watch and learn from Hu Tao and Venti. This will come in handy for your ugly nicknames.
Oh, you have a point.
Is Hu Tao finally going back to her chair?
But speaking of, why is the Tone Deaf Bard here? Are you here to take part in Lantern Rite too?
I heard that Liyue will be hosting a Lantern Rite music festival this year. As a musician
If I was
myself,
Lu Min, I'd be
who
like,
could I
please, can we start
resist the
eating?
temptation to come
This
take a
food's been in
look?
front of us for ages.
Or listen. Getting to know other musical styles is essential to sparking inspiration, don't you think?
Huh? But the music festival wasn't planned beforehand.
As for the Fontaine friend who hosted the festival, I saw him near Stone Gate the other day. The Iridescence tour has finally been held successfully for once, so I had to congratulate him.
Thank you. You must feel very grateful.
Don't think anything of it.
Yeah, when the traveler actually does feel like the protagonist surrogate they are supposed to be, it's great. It doesn't always happen, but when it does, it nails it.
By the way, I was watching as you entered Shinyue Kiosk, but no one seemed to notice me.
Yeah, we're going to spend the whole of 4.0 making fucking Bioshock references at this rate when Fontaine comes out.
Should I say that it's because I'm an expert in hiding, or that a certain someone deliberately ignored the sound of the wind?
Whenever Lantern Rite comes around, Liyue Harbor becomes bustling with activity. People are all busy watching the lanterns and strolling around the shops, and they might just go travel somewhere on a whim. It is rather difficult to predict another's whereabouts. The festival is in full swing and proceeding smoothly, and we're all gathered here with friends, new and old. This is no doubt a wonderful occasion worth celebrating.
Yeah, I'll be walking around 4.0, and you'll be like, oh, there's some water there. Is there a city underneath that? Like, I won't be able to escape it. And we will talk to, like, the Lord and Chief of the land, and you'll just be calling them Mr. Fontaine.
To come together with all of you at the beginning of the year, one can't help but be filled with joy. In a moment like this, I propose we raise a glass together.
And considering most of the achievements in this game's of references, I'm willing to bet there'll be a number of, like, Bioshock references in Fontaine and its achievements. I mean, for goodness sake, there's an achievement called Nanomachines, son, in this game. They are not above making very blunt references. I mean, it's like you have to, like, overload a machine, like a specific enemy with, like, electricity. And you get a trophy that says Nanomachine, son, or an achievement because it's an in-game achievement.
Very well said, Mr. Zhongli. That was exactly what I wanted to say. Now I'm getting a little self-conscious. I didn't cause you too much trouble barging in like that, did I?
Yes, you did. I mean, no, Venti, no, you're great.
We usually drink wine during occasions like this over in Mondstadt.
Yeah, you're usually
But since
drunk off your
Mr.
backside by
Zhongli
now, Venti,
insists
but
on
you're letting
drinking
it go.
tea, I'll give a toast with tea too. Everyone, thanks for the treat.
You're welcome. As the host of this gathering, I hope everyone enjoys the food and drinks.
Oh my god, we're about to finally
This
eat.
year be better than the
I would be so
last.
impolite at this table. I just realized I'd be so bad. It's like we've been sitting here talking for like 20 minutes. The food's in front of us. It's just going to get cold.
Considering that everyone may have other matters to attend to later, sticking to tea seems like a good idea.
Yeah, that's probably why. Su Tao was like, look, since all of you are still going to be busy later, let's not get you drunk.
All of a sudden, they started proposing toasts. Should we?
Shao.
What's with the urgency?
I guess I suppose we're supposed to have been eating during the talk then, since we're saying this line. Are you done eating? Went out for a walk? I guess there's a lot on his mind still.
Have you two finished eating? It's always nice to have a breath of fresh air after a meal.
So I'm guessing it's supposed to be implied that they were eating during the chit chat. Also, I already picked.
Paimon will come too.
You're still hungry, right? Hint, hint. Stay here, Paimon.
Yeah?
We'll be back soon.
Okay then. Don't forget to come
It's
back.
okay. It's gonna be worth it. We're gonna get rid of Paimon. It didn't seem that way. Yeah. God, there's so many people here. Whoops. Come on.
It seems like our new friend is an expert in wine.
I deserve no such praise. I only drink for fun. It's nothing compared
Fancy.
to
I only
your
drink to get smashed. that's Fancy. It's like, I don't drink because I'm fancy. I drink because it's fun to get wasted.
I'm glad we're only having tea today. What if I got drunk and said something nonsensical?
What, like you're like the god of the land?
An object of ridicule to someone I've just met.
No such thing. I wouldn't dare disrespect the director's guest.
That doesn't even just go to the story, Genshin. Yeah, if there was like a cutscene viewer without having to go through all the story beats and you build the characters and whatnot, I think you'd be set. You just treat it as like a weird like anime that constantly has like constant like random story arcs. I should be asking you that.
It's hard to describe.
Unfamiliar with gatherings like this?
It's not that. There were those among the Adepti who loved gatherings and idle chit-chat. Sometimes they would call up a few others for a drink. Even I got dragged along to their gatherings many times. The Adepti all have their specialties, making most of them proud and arrogant. Everything they say is straight from the heart.
Well, the Genshin anime will like straighten up and narrow like a lot of the looser threads. Like I imagine like the Genshin anime, since they're going to be treating it one arc at a time, they might expand on like a couple character details, but it will just be like the Mondstadt story arc condensed into an anime, and then the next season 2 will be like Leeway condensed into an anime, which means they're set for life, like a good 7 or 8 seasons, but still. The real test will be when it gets to things like Sumeru, because Sumeru's story is 5 acts, and all of them are like 2 and a bit hours long. Condensing that into an anime, whilst also including like, you know, the side stories and like the extra characters and all that other stuff, would be a nightmare. But yeah, there is an official Genshin anime in the works. And from what we've been told, it's going to be one story arc at a time. So it's going to do the whole Mondstadt arc, then the whole Leeway arc, then the whole Inazuma arc, then Sumeru. But it's going to get awkwarder and awkwarder, because I said, Mondstadt, the whole story arc's like an hour long. Leeway, it's like 2 and a bit hours. Inazuma, it's like 7 hours long. And in Sumeru, it's like 12 or 13 hours long. Just for the main story bits, not including all the side content. So I'm curious to see how the anime will handle that. But we also don't know much. We know that it's going to do each land at a time, but we don't know if it's like just going to be Genshin's story, or if it's going to be like episodic mini stories within, or if it's going to be a completely separate story that also takes place in the lands. We don't know any of that. We just know there's a Genshin anime in the works. That's it. So it might not even be about the Traveler. It might be about a completely different character going through a different timeline or whatever. It could be anything. We don't know.
But this time...
It could be like, what was the Pokemon show? I think it was Pokemon Origins, where like every episode jumped to a different main character and different timeline to like show different parts of the universe at different eras. It could be like that.
No. I didn't mean that.
Well, we'll just have to see when it comes out. I'll say it's like it only got announced last year, so who knows when it will actually come around.
So you know his true identity. I'll get straight to the point then. The Animo Archon is a free spirit.
Okay, so I was right. Shao absolutely knew he was the Animo
His
Archon.
carefree as the music he plays on the flute. It's easy for a god like him to live in harmony with humans, and that's something
I'll probably still give it a watch when it comes out, but so we just don't know enough, so it's just we'll have to see how it goes. You don't have to be like them. You do you. You do you.
That does sound like something you would say. No matter. I know my circumstances. Whenever I think of the ordinary conversations I've had with you, it feels strangely novel.
In a good way?
Yes.
Good.
Parlor director
We're good
went
friends.
out of her way with the invitation, so it was difficult to turn her down. I had made mental preparations before agreeing to come. She told me that all the guests today would be acquainted with elemental power, and I knew that you would be here, but I didn't expect the other guests to be...
Well, to be fair, I didn't know Venti was coming.
General Capisis always said that we should live in the present and enjoy every...
Oh, General Capisis. Was that the one from the Chasm Quest?
Perhaps that's what I should do with what I'm feeling now.
Yeah, Zhao, commit to your feelings. Open your heart. It's gonna be alright. See, even I can make the Sonic references.
But I think he meant designing clothes for those around him. The clothes were intricately designed, but inconvenient to wear. Brother
We can all live and learn a little
tried to
bit.
hide his distaste in front of him. Rex Lapis did
After
like
all,
his
you just gotta
designs
live
and
life.
even collected quite a few.
I'll stop.
The
I
outfit
know
he
too
wears
many.
now
I
was
know
also
too many
designed
Sonic
by
songs.
General Capices himself.
So come with me. You just gotta put that karma to the side. You just gotta break through it all. Don't look back.
I never saw him wear this during the war.
And yeah, basically that's what's going on with
Expect him
Zhao.
to start wearing it later.
He's, you know, this. He's been so distanced from humans for so many hundreds of years, defending them from the demons and, you know, getting their bloods and souls mixed with his, that he like kind of just stayed away from the humans for forever.
Oh, here you are. I'm not intruding, right?
You're not. What is it?
Hu Tao saw that everyone's done eating and asked the staff to bring out the desserts.
There's dessert?
Paimon got so anxious that you weren't back yet that she scarfed down her dessert without the usual slurping and munching.
But not so anxious that she can't eat. Sounds like she'll be okay.
To be honest, I was kind of worried too. You looked a little restless just now, and I thought you weren't used to the food here and was planning to head back to Wangshu Inn for something Yan Xiao made.
You're worrying too much.
Shao, don't put any lemniscatic wind cyclings on us. Those are words.
Why would I? Anyway, let's head back.
Please wait. There's another reason why I came looking for you. Here, take these. I brought them for you.
Almond tofu?
Yup. Since the Masterful Chef's competition, you could say that Yan Xiao
Man,
and
that
I
was
are
so
not
long
only
ago. That was such a
competitors,
fun event.
but
The
good
stupid
friends as
chef
well.
competition.
I visit him at Wangshu Inn sometimes to discuss our cooking. I heard him say that the esteemed guest on the roof loves nothing more than a good plate of almond tofu. So I learned a thing or two about the dish from him. I'll be honest. Before Hu Tao invited everyone, she secretly came looking for me, told me about the guests she planned to invite, and asked me for some suggestions on what she should order. So I made a few servings of almond tofu for you guys in advance. Take them as a token of gratitude for your support. When I told Guoba that I was making these for you, he started eagerly running around the kitchen and helping a lot too.
Yeah, because Guoba would know exactly who he is. Thank you, Shangling and Guoba.
Thank you for the trouble. There was no need to...
Ahem.
I'll take them. Thank you. And Guoba too.
You're welcome. Oh, the almond tofu I made probably tastes and feels a little different from the type Yan Xiao cooks. Please let me know if there's any improvements I should make.
Okay.
That's all. Alrighty, we should head back now. We can't keep Paimon waiting.
I mean, we can. Fine, let's go back in. This event ended up being about as long as I thought it'd be, so all that side stuff, we won't be able to tackle, which is why I'm glad I didn't detour for the side stuff and stuck to just the main plot. Which is fine, because it's what I wanted to cover.
Whispering secrets to each other?
Alright, Paimon.
So much for promising Paimon you'll be back soon.
We were gone for like 2 minutes at most. We were pretty quick. You're only angry because you have no sense of time.
How could you say that to Paimon? In that case, besides having no sense of time, Paimon will let you know what having no sense of fullness looks like. Your dessert is all Paimon's.
Sorry to keep everyone waiting.
Yeah, no one wants to. No one cares to listen.
We're all just chatting here. There's no serious business to take care of. Whether we're chatting outside or inside, it's all the same.
Strive to be more like Hu Tao, Paimon.
Paimon's too busy eating to talk to you.
But even though we're all well acquainted by now, I think this festive gathering deserves something ceremonious.
Oh? Is this some local custom?
Nope. This is something I made up so that good luck will be on our side, that's all. Spontaneity is the best choice to make here. Let's use this incense burner on the table. It's been lit for so long now that the incense is running out. I'll leave refilling and lighting the incense to the most distinguished guest among us all.
Among us?
Lighting the incense will signify continuous growth and prosperity in all our endeavors.
Those two words have become so corrupted. They're so simple. They mean nothing. It's just Among Us, and they've become so corrupted in general society because of that one game.
I see. Perfect.
perfect symbolism, as expected of Hu Tao. And speaking of the most distinguished guest here today, I'm sure we all agree that it's Mr. Zhongli.
What's with the goddamn Phoenix Wright objection poke?
I'm not very familiar with the details of his past deeds, but chatting with him has been a real eye-opener, even for a bard who has traveled all across the world. If knowledge were a form of power, one could even say that you're a wielder of unlimited strength.
But when it comes to having a way with words...
Please tell me he's about to turn around and point back. Please tell me this is like a giant, like, Phoenix Wright fucking Miles Edgeworth, like, reference they're gonna fucking pull.
I just happen to have a good memory.
Please tell me he's about to turn around and point back.
Yet
Ah! That would have been perfect if he'd point back, but I think it's you!
Since we all get to nominate someone... I think it's only fair that we let the parlor director light the incense.
Huh? That won't do. Don't flatter me.
Are we all going to argue about who should light the incense for Chinese New Year, about who's the most important person in this room? And the two gods are going to be like, it ain't us. Despite the fact they're the gods.
We are looking for the most distinguished guest here. As the host, I shouldn't be involved in this discussion at all. Now that we've enjoyed this table full of delicacies, how about we let our one and only chef here do the honors?
Is this really the way this works? I didn't cook any of these dishes.
It's not a big deal. Just look at her. Xiangling, the disciple
oh my,
of
Hu Tao.
the stove god's best companion, the winner of the
Well, the boys immediately like, hey, look, it ain't us. Go for it. All the boys immediately caved in and went, yep, sure, whatever. Well, Hu Tao just, like, promotes her best friend.
The only heir of the famous One Mean restaurant. A good old friend of mine. There's no better choice.
Now she's doing no objection. Sorry.
Why does Paimon feel like we're back at square one again?
You three, stop pretending you're not involved in the conversation.
You're making me embarrassed. If we're looking for a distinguished guest, surely the second son of the Feiyun Commerce Guild counts.
We're gonna go for every single character, aren't we? And it's gonna go all the way back to Venti, and Venti will be like, oh, fine.
Huh? Don't get me involved in this.
Ooh, not a bad choice. With the
Why does Venti and Chongyun keep clapping? They're just like, yeah, you do it. No, I think that person should do it. And he just turns around, yeah, you do it. No, I think that person should do it. Turns around again, yeah, you do it. That's what they're doing.
That's not how it works.
It's supposed to be I'm guessing it's just supposed to be like a fun, jovial scene. They're gonna bounce between everyone. He's gonna now say, oh, Chongyun should do it. And then Chongyun's gonna be like, I think Lumine should do it. And then Lumine will go, I think Venti should do it. We're just gonna go in circles.
Which means we should choose Chongyun.
How'd I know? Venti said Zhongli should do it. Zhongli said Hu Tao should do it. Hu Tao said Xiangling should do it. Xiangling said Xing Chao should do it. Xing Chao's saying Chongyun should do it. And then Chongyun's gonna say we should do it.
Huh?
And then we're gonna go back to Venti, and then the scene will end when we actually pick someone.
I can't be the one.
Either that, or they're doing this deliberately, and then at the end they'll just ask us, who do we think we should do it? Or Chongyun's gonna say Xiao should do it.
Adeptus Xiao has the most seniority among everyone here today. We should...
I refuse. I am most certainly not the most distinguished guest here.
You're gonna say Zhongli.
You should all be able to make the right judgment based on your observations.
Wait, don't.
One person here is well acquainted with everyone else.
Oh, they're gonna pick me. Oh no. No, don't give me that look. Don't involve me in this shit. What? Did you think Chongyun? He was late to it. Chongyun had to glance at everyone else, realize what they were doing, then join in. Oh my god. That was adorable. I thought Chongyun had to look at everyone else, then correct himself.
Even though you're always mocking Paimon, you're still pretty popular with other people. No, wait! Paimon said she wouldn't talk to you again.
I'm not the only well-connected person here, though.
Huh? Who else is there?
Take a look in the mirror.
Huh?
Yeah, make Paimon do it.
Paimon's the most distinguished guest? Oh, well, that was unexpected!
yeah, but everyone knows Paimon for better or worse.
I agree. Paimon's just the one we need.
I like how at no point did anyone say Venti. Venti started the conversation. No one at any point has said, no, Venti should do it. Everyone's like, yeah, no, he's just this drunk, like, bard weirdo. He's not distinguished.
Without a friend constantly by your side, a long journey would become dreadfully lonesome.
Well, yeah, I guess.
But once you have someone there to brighten up the atmosphere, everything along the way will become lively and vibrant too.
Ah, the traveler has traversed many nations and left behind a great deal of fascinating stories. But without Paimon, they would have become quite monotonous. Paimon plays an indispensable role in making your journey.
Okay, is this the writers trying to say stop bitching about Paimon? Because that's what it feels like. They're like, look, Paimon's here to serve a role and make sure you're not on your own. Fucking shut up. That's how it feels.
You guys, Paimon's not used to being praised like that. Those were genuine compliments, right?
Oh, of course. You're the best travel companion ever.
Thank you.
I imagine she said it that sarcastically.
You made Paimon wait for a long time, but Paimon's not mad anymore.
Don't take everything to heart, Paimon. Friends tease each other all the time.
That is indeed true.
Shongyin, you say that like you're not the one who's the one that's always teased.
That means Paimon is as important to the traveler as Guoba is to me. Looks like we've come to an agreement. Any objections before we proceed?
She said it. She said objections.
I trust the traveler's judgment.
Then Paimon it is. And now, the world's most excellent traveler's greatest companion, guide, and friend, Paimon, will be refilling and lighting the incense for us. Here you go. Take the match, and don't burn yourself. But if things go really wrong, here's the 2-for-1 coupon.
Hu Tao, don't. The 2-for-1 coupon. That's if someone dies, you can get a second coffin for free. That's what her coupon is. Don't say that. Don't say. Miss everyone's laughter and applause, Paimon clumsily lights the incense. You relaxed heart-to-heart chat all the way until nightfall. That's cute. So Act 2's on at the end of the Chinese New Year. Act 3 is just catch up with all these old friends. That's actually kind of nice for like how they handle the Act 3 of this Chinese New Year event. The third act literally just catch up with some of these faces. Alright, now the normal music's playing, so I'm guessing we are in the conclusion.
I won't take up any more of your time. You're all free to go as you please.
The food and dessert was delicious.
Yep, the tea was amazing too.
You don't have to go all polite on me. Just remember to come when I invite you next time. Let's see. It's dark out, so I'm going to accompany Xiangling, Xingqiu, and Changyun back home. As for the rest of the guests, I'll leave them to our consultant.
No need. I'm headed towards the harbor to meet a friend on the ship. There's no need to trouble one such as Mr. Zhongli. I think you know the place I'm talking about. Come meet me anytime.
Yeah, I will. I'm aware that once this quest is done, every single character that was involved in this story arc can be found around the city for the duration of this event. So, I think that's what that's implying. I think that's, hey, if you know where Venti's going, there's nothing stopping you from going and finding him and chatting to him. If you know where Yelan is, you can go chat to her. If you know where Ningguan is, you can go chat to her, etc., etc.
It was great getting to know you all. Let's meet again when the spring breeze begins to blow.
Also, I hope this means the next one is a Mondstadt event as Zhongli returns to favor. He doesn't me on a date. Don't make a girl promise you can't keep. Yeah, exactly.
Bye. Oh, we should write poetry together sometime. We'll catch you all later then.
Goodbye, my queen.
Don't forget to return to the parlor later. There's something I need you to do.
Uh-oh.
Understood. See you later.
Bye-bye.
Well then.
That was kind of eventful.
Rex Lapis.
Just Zhongli will do. I live as a mortal in Liu Harbor now. I am just one among many who begin work at sunrise and retire to rest at sundown. If we were to consider status and seniority as Zhongli, I should be respectfully referring to you as Adeptus Shao.
Heaven forbid.
Adeptus Shao?
I meant what I said. I heard that during the Lantern Rite Music Festival, you conferred with Streetward Rambler and Cloud Retainer. I take it as you've gained
that was
a lot
hours
more
ago. That was
knowledge
Act
about
1.
the past. The same truth will sound different coming from different people. As more bear witness to a story, Feelings and interpretations expand in variety too. I once had a pleasant chat about the past and present with a Sumeru scholar named Soraya, and learned a few things about her research topic. From the evidence she found and the conclusion she made, her area of research is already very close to the truth. But there are multiple sides to humans and gods alike. In the legends recorded by humans, some gods were depicted as
God, Zhongli, read me a
and
bedtime story. Seriously,
while
this man's
others were
voice.
kind and capable.
I need to see if he's like done like audio novels. If like Keith Silverstein's done audio novels, and if he does this voice for any of them, because he should.
But whether to me, Streetward Rambler, Cloud Retainer, or younger adepti such as Shao and Ganyu, those adepti and gods that may seem
Younger, like they're not
extraordinary to
600
humans,
years old each.
are something more akin to close companions. This was as true back then as it is right now. Just how Shao may seem unapproachable to most, but the Traveler has proved otherwise. So there's no need to dwell too much on certain things.
Zhongli, what you're saying is...
It looks like you understood what I meant. The director asked me to accompany you on your return. But I don't think you'll need my protection. I'll be taking a walk around and admiring the night scenery. After that, it'll be time for me to go back and meet up with the director. Goodbye for now.
Bye, Zhongli. Everyone's gone now. Paimon always feels a little empty inside when a lively celebration ends. But at least you always stay by Paimon's side. No. Paimon got it mixed up. Paimon, the best and most distinguished travel guide, will always stay by your side, Traveler.
I'm afraid there'll be a lot to ask of you in the future too, most distinguished Paimon.
Good that you're aware of that.
Yeah, until we get to another kingdom and you go, what's going on here? Because that's what happens in every kingdom, but that's besides the point.
Shell, is there anything else you want to do? We could take you on a tour of Liyue Harbor.
No need. I've stayed here for much longer than I had expected. The city lights are a fine sight. But it's time for me to leave. The events of today occurred so abruptly. I appreciate your kindness.
Feelings mutual. You don't have to thank me every time.
Okay. I'll see you next time then.
Yeah, goodbye, Mr. The Chosen One. Just to give one more Sonic song whilst we're in there. A real underrated Sonic song as well. I love that one. Right, is that everything done? It'll be here. Oh, wow. The outline of her's in there now. That wasn't there before. Yeah, we're done with the main story. Okay. So the actual event and stuff and whatnot I'll mess with off-screen because we're kind of short on time now. I didn't realise how... I knew it was going to take me a while. So it took me around about as long as I thought it was going to, but it still took a while. So I'm going to wrap it here. Tomorrow we're returning to Axiom Verge, and hopefully we'll finish it. I mean, if not, we've got Tuesday as well, but we'll see how it goes. Until then, however, as always, thank you so much for watching. This was a really nice Chinese New Year event. I think probably my favourite one of the lot, because the very first one was just plain bad. It was so boring. The second one was way better because the cooking competition and Shen He's character arc being part of it. But this one was just such a nice, like, catch up with friends. Yeah, it was fun in the weirdest way, and that's how it should be. These kind of, like, light-hearted events, because you got the serious ones and you got the loud ones. The light-hearted ones should be like this. You get a little bit of lesson learning, you know, the adeptuses that we got at the start. But we got, you know, a little bit of lore here. We got a bit of fun. We got, you know, to meet together everyone. All in all, it was just harmless fun, you know? But as always, thank you so much for watching. Remember to like and subscribe if you haven't already. It genuinely goes a long way. My Twitter and Patreon is in the description of every single video. And I'll see you guys tomorrow for more Axiom Verge. Until then, take care now. Peace.